the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without
8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Here we go. We're going to try to make it as fun zone of Friday as we can. We got the golden ticket seats coming on in. They'll be here in a couple of hours. If you are headed this way, travel safely, and we look forward to hearing from you. All right, hey, great podcast. It is ready to publish Saturday morning with Dr. Travis Taylor. We'll be talking about the secret of Skinwalker Ranch. They have season 4 that is going to be starting on Tuesday, April 18th on History Channel at 9 p.m. Central Time. They've also got the Skinwalker Live Tour hitting a number of different states in May. We talk about all that with Dr. Travis Taylor and a whole lot more. So be looking for that to publish on Saturday morning, wherever you get your podcast from. Make sure you subscribe and like Rick and Bubba University. And if you watch us on Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook, all of that will hit Saturday morning. So make sure that you are looking for that. We have a lot to discuss. And when I said we're going to make it as fun zone as possible, there's a lot of news out there that needs to be covered that's not fun zone, but we'll try to move on past that this hour and let the main show handle that. They'll join us in 1 hour from now, Rick, Bubba, and Adler. Well, the rest of the Good Time Gang is here. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Well, I need to apologize to you two right out the gate because I've got something going on in my left eye.
Well, I noticed they're a little red.
And it's red, it's watery, and it hurt. Honestly, it hurts.
Big eye.
And I've had this happen over the last couple of weeks.
Conjunctivitis.
And I think, Greg, why do you, when it's eyes, you always go to pink eye?
It is.
Which is contagious.
Yeah, it's very contagious.
But
looks like allergies to me.
That's exactly what it is. And so, and this is where I shouldn't say things because y'all will
Junction.
Y'all will make fun, okay? But there's a season where I'll get off my allergy medicine.
Okay.
And I got off of it and then got back on it. Well, the problem is I forget there are some side effects to some of these things that we take for allergies. And I couldn't handle the side effects. I was like, there's too much of this going on. I gotta stop. So I've got back off the medicine, and now I'm suffering. So I've got to choose: do I want these side effects or do I want allergies? And right now I'm choosing allergies, and I'm sure at some point over the next couple of days, if it doesn't get any better, I'm going to go back to dealing with the side effects and take the medicine. But right now I'm just dealing with it.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on.
I noticed it was a little red, but I was like, he's getting going, and he's probably out in it yesterday, and it'll clear up, I'm sure. But yeah, you got your good one.
It's almost hurting. Like I feel like there's like a dog hair in it or something.
Yeah, like it's
Maybe.
Yeah,
it needs to be oiled. Need some eye drops.
I thought I had some. I looked. I don't.
Come on, man.
Wasn't there a horrible
What you
story
doing?
about some eye drops here lately that something was wrong with them and people losing their eye over them?
Mr.
I don't know-
Uplifter over there.
I don't know that.
I'm
they
just
for
saying
that.
you might
Said they
wanna
were-
check.
Did they say they were losing their eye?
Yeah.
Just eyesight. They didn't lose.
No,
their
I mean, it showed this one guy's eye. It was all gunky looking.
Oh, I don't know. But they do
thank
have
you, Greg.
allergy eye drops.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
saying.
And
Used to have some, and
You might
I
want to
just
check.
ran out.
yeah,
before
just
you
make
get
sure
them.
that you're saying make sure that brand's not one
Yeah.
of them that was okay.
Surely they pulled it
that
right now.
That news update from Greg.
I'm just telling you.
You talking
there
about
was
the
a story
uplifter?
About it.
Yeah.
And it goes, one guy's eye looked really bad.
Hey, guys, I saw something yesterday, and I don't know if I want to it was just gross. And
Well, it can't be any grosser than what he just
Y'all see
said.
that guy's eye?
it was at a convenience store. And
C-store.
yeah.
Ooh, I hipped it up.
And I had to stop and get a little gas.
Get some beer.
Something
Go
to,
ahead.
something to drink.
Get a pack of smokes.
Yeah.
And
Just
you know how
stocking up.
we've talked about this. Certain things, we're all different, and we're all grossed out by different things. Some things don't bother us. Like nobody likes to clean throw up. Okay,
Oh, I can't handle it.
I'd
but-
like to
but-
meet the person that does.
Right, but in my house,
I don't think they exist.
in my house, I can handle it. Terry's
See, I
like,
can't.
I'm out.
Yeah,
You know,
I'd
I mean, there's certain things that we can do, right?
Yeah.
And some are like, okay, I'm completely out.
Yeah.
When it comes to roaches and spiders and stuff,
See, I'm in on that. I can handle that.
That's a real phobia for a lot of people.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, oh my gosh, and all that. When it comes to roaches, I don't know that anybody likes them, but I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and
I can
I'm
handle
stomp it. I'm going to kick
That's
it,
it.
and I don't want them around.
I can clean it up. Yeah, I'm good with that.
I mean, nobody likes to go to step in the shower, and also they see one sitting on there on the wall looking at you.
Now, I'll say
you know?
this. If a roach throws up in our house, we got a big issue.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to clean that up because I
No.
can't handle it and Amanda can't handle it.
Well, I was at the convenience store, and I looked down, and it was a good one. I'm talking about, size of your thumb. It was a good one.
In the store?
Yeah,
That's
like if
good.
you would have stepped on it, it would have gone,
Yeah.
And I saw it, and it didn't bother me enough to, like, really pay attention to it. I just needed something.
Till it ran up your leg.
I'm getting on out of there, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, there was a guy that was in there. He went, "Oh, look at that roach."
Oh.
And I said, "Oh, wow." And so he
That how
went
he
up.
sounded?
Yeah, he went over there, and he just picked it up.
Oh.
Picked it up for what?
What in the world?
He picked it up, and he went, "Oh, man, his tentacles broke." And then it fell, and he picked it up again. No
Was he nursing
gloves,
it back
no
to health?
nothing. And then opened the door and threw it out, and then went back and got in line. Didn't wash his hands, nothing. And I was just grossed out by that. I was like, does that make me less of a man? I'm like, okay, do I don't
picking it
like
up.
roaches. I don't like anything about them.
I'll put
but
my
he
foot
just,
to it.
I know, but I didn't care enough to do that.
No,
if
I
it was at
wouldn't have
my
done it
house,
either.
I would have taken care of it because I don't want roaches in my
agree.
house.
He
but
picked it up like it was a baby rabbit.
yes,
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
not
when it
picking it
fell, he went, "Oh, his tentacle broke. One of his tentacles
Well,
broke."
go on and step on him when you got him.
And then he picked it up and just
That's
opened.
strange.
He
Never
just,
seen
He
that before.
opened the door and then just threw it out. Didn't work there. Was just there.
That's
to get
weird.
something
Look at
like
him without
me.
there like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's weird,
And then-
strange,
and then I
unique,
see him-
whatever word you want
I
to use.
see him.
Yeah.
I see it, and it
Different.
hits the concrete out in front of the door, and then runs off behind like where they had stacked up bottled waters and everything outside. He just runs up behind there on the wall. I'm like,
Good night.
good night. What in the world? But it's like, he just didn't bother him.
He thought he'd pick it up and move it
thought
on
he'd
out. At
pick it
least he
up.
moved it out of the
That
area.
sat with me all day. I'm like, wow.
You couldn't believe he picked that up.
No, because that would be a dare here. How much for
It
you to
would
pick
be.
that up?
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
now if we're talking that, I'll pick it up.
Great.
How much I'll get the money?
What does
up
it
to.
take? What does it
I'd
take?
do it $50.
Okay, I was thinking 50.
Yeah.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
But
that's a
I
lot of lattes I can get.
Might do it for 20.
I may do it for 22. Now I'm not going to look at it and talk to it like that guy did, but I'll
Yeah.
pick it up and take it outside.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, held it up. Look.
I may just do it if you dare me.
Hey, look. He's just. Well, it's just like trying to get out. He's holding it.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that he was
I'm not big on them.
taking in the details that he had lost some parts of his body is a little big of
Yeah,
an
well,
issue.
because it
Yeah.
fell.
That's
It
concerning.
fell, and it was on its back going like this. And he's like, oh, and the reason it fell is because one of it. I guess he was holding it by a tentacle, and it broke.
That cut loose.
And he
on
went,
him.
oh, it broke.
Oh, it broke. Now, I like how you sound big.
Yeah.
Will you let him take us to break?
No.
Yeah.
But I was just taken back by that. How quick you think I wanted to get out of there? Not only did it kind of gross me out a little bit, I was very uncomfortable about the whole environment in there.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah.
The
that would
cashier
do it.
even looked at him. She didn't even say thank you. She was just like, wow, what happened
wrong
there?
with
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too.
The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited-time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great-tasting recipes right to the door, new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. Yesterday, congratulations to UAB men's basketball. They made it to the NIT championship game. Unfortunately, fell a little short against North Texas, lost by, I think it was 68-61, something like that. I caught a little bit of it, so unfortunate for them. But congratulations. I know you want to make the NCAA March Madness bracket, but if you don't and you make it to the NIT, hey, win it at least.
How about that?
They came pretty close, but I know we have a lot of those folks in the audience that follow them, seeing that we are based out of Birmingham and syndicated to the country. So we wish them the best as they head on back. And another thing, Major League Baseball yesterday, Adam Wainwright with the Cardinals you talking about their ace. He actually stepped out and sang the national anthem.
Yeah, that was good.
That I'm going to beg Rick to play to start the main show today.
I really hope you don't.
We had some first pitches that's going to make y'all uncomfortable. We had someone that jumped over the fence and ran out to right field and got down on a knee to ask somebody to marry him, and he gets absolutely Terry Tate, office linebacker. I'm talking about hit hard by security.
That'll learn him.
We got a lot to talk about.
That'll learn him.
Today. Now, one thing I know with Caroline, your oldest daughter, Helmsy, she's around that age, and I remember mine around that age where they start to get their first taste of working and what it's like to make their own money and what that concept is all about. And you say that she's had that taste.
She's had
of
a job this week. So
how's that going?
We have certain rules in our house, and they're just they're not negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
And so and they're probably wrong. I'll probably get some kind of parenting email today from somebody in the audience, and that I'm doing it wrong. But this is the way we do things, and so. When the kid, I got 3 kids, 17, 16, and 10, and when they turn, they have to play a sport. That's just it. I don't care which sport it is. We've tried them all. Luckily, mine have gravitated to tennis. That's selfishly for me, but I'm on record for allowing them to do. I mean, Maddie rode horses. She played soccer. I mean, I don't think that's 2 things I would not have picked, but. And now she's dabbling into tennis a little bit. But when they turn 13, we get them start specializing in whatever sport they want to. And so Braden and Caroline picked tennis, and they've been doing that. And so when when I say specialize, they put in a ton of time, 3-4 hours a day. They're playing in tournaments. They're playing for school teams. That's kind of the requirement if you're going to play a sport in our house. We're not going to do it halfway. And so, but when they turn 16, we give them an option. You can continue down this path that you've been on, or you can stop playing sports and get a job, or you can do a hybrid. You can, hey, I don't love it, kind of like it, want to keep playing, but I also want to get a job. And so Braden decided 2 years, I guess when he turned 16, he decided, hey, I no job for me yet. I want to continue to pursue tennis. I'm going to do whatever that looks like, whatever your standard is set. And he's done a phenomenal job, and seems to not want to ever get a job. And I don't blame him. I feel like he's living the dream, even though he does work really hard. Caroline has taken a different approach. She said, when we started having these conversations 6 months ago, hey, you're about to be 16. What do you think you're going to do? Do you want to continue down this path of sports specialization? Do you want to get a job? Do you want to quit sports altogether? What do you want to do? And she goes, I think I want to try your hybrid deal. I think I'm not obsessed with tennis. I still enjoy it, but I think I just want to play with a school team, not really pursue anything college-wise, but kind of want to do that and get a job. I said, okay, sounds good. I said, so what you going to do? So then we start down that path, 3 months out.
Welding.
And so the Clothes Horse is a consignment shop in Vestavia. And for those that live around the over the mountain area, know about this place. I feel like it's cost me a lot of money. And this job that Caroline has is probably going to end up costing me more than she makes because of what it is. But Tim and Becky Sager own it, and Caroline reached out to them and said, "Hey, I'd like to try this job thing during spring break," which I'm very proud of her for that, because everybody else is snow skiing and at the beach and these type things, and here she is trying to get ahead of this. And so she's worked all week, and so it's been a really interesting. I'm now asking 2 people in my house, how did work go today?
Yeah,
that was strange to me. Like to see my 16-year-old daughter, me come in and her come in, or her walk in after me and be like, how'd job go for you today, Dad? That kind of thing. Yeah. And so, and I even had to ask her on Wednesday. I was like, you got to work tomorrow? It's just like questions like this that I've never asked my kids. So it's a very unique situation I'm in. But she has. I want to thank Tim and Becky for giving her this opportunity this week. She has absolutely loved it. She's learned a ton. She has also had to kind of prioritize some things and manage some things, because she still plays high school tennis on the tennis team and still plays tournaments. Matter of fact, they all left. The rest of my family left me with the 2 dogs
yesterday and last night, and left for Auburn for the weekend for a big tournament. So she's been having to manage that. And so, okay, when can I hit a tennis ball, and when do I have to work? I got to get my work schedule, and then I got to figure out who I can hit with, because we're not having our traditional practices this week because we're not in school. And so it's just been a strange, unique experience. Kind of wish Braden probably get a job, but that's not going to happen.
I was going to say, people her age, though, a lot of them don't want to work. So the fact that she actually gets up and work in today's world
I'll be
is
honest,
a big deal.
Greg, I don't think she wants to work either, but that's just one of those rules that I'm not going to back off at the house. And so, but she's handled it well. She's learned a ton of new things, and just like anything else that most kids do, that when they're scared or nervous or whatever, it's never as bad as they think it's going to be. No. And it was she's actually enjoyed it, and she's had some things happen this week that are I don't really want to talk about, but like some security issues and stuff with store that she's learned, and hey, people steal things.
I remember my first real job, and I worked a 4-hour shift, and I thought that was a long.
Hey,
I was like,
long time.
4 hours. I got to be here 4 hours.
What in the world? But it teaches you a lot. It teaches you how to work with people and deal with folks and different aspects of the job, like working a cashier or stocking or what. I mean, it just teaches you a lot about life, and at that age, I think it's good to instill that in the kids instead of just handing them money. Have them go out and earn money.
This particular store, the Clothes Horse, they've got, it's high quality brand stuff, and so every once in a while I'll tell Amanda, hey, so I need this. See if they got a pair of these and whatever. So now I'm doing it to Caroline. I'm like, hey, see, I'm starting to be the issue.
Oh, no.
With spending the money.
Dad, I'm going to work. I'm not looking for you something.
Yeah. And they'll have they run the show. They love the show, by the way. Listen all the time. I think Rick knows them too.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a regular listener, you know we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. And we aren't the only ones. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. And CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for home security. Simply Safe is trusted by experts and customers alike. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring costs less than $1 a day and half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock your doors and access your cameras from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. Kickoff hour live. It's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. To my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show coming up. Golden ticket seats headed this way. Drive safely if you're one of them. A couple of hours from now, we'll have the Elite, Great, 8, whatever we want to call them, this week. They are going to be in here, golden ticket seats, from 8 to 10 Central Time. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, some more serious than others, then let us suggest Relief Factor. It's 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from exercise, overexertion, aging, or everyday living. Let us suggest a 3-week supply, a quick start pack at relieffactor.com. That's where you want to go, and you're looking for that 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. If you are one of those that pop the over-the-counter painkillers every day, multiple times a day, they could be harming your body. Instead,
Stop it, don't pop it.
Let us suggest Relief Factor. It contains just 4 simple ingredients, and they work for us. We hope they work for you as well. For less than what you spend on a cup of coffee a day, you can now get a 3-week supply for just $19.95. So if you have aches, pains, or inflammation, check out relieffactor.com today. That's relieffactor.com today, and look for that $19.95 quick start pack. It's a 3-week supply. That's relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Where are you about? I did that just for you, by the way.
What's that?
That's why you stay
focused. I saw a lot going on, and I knew what y'all were doing.
Unreal discipline.
Yeah.
Well done.
I like it.
Where are you going right here? I got a question.
Go ahead.
Have y'all ever had to ship something like really big?
Yeah.
Like, do they provide, this is a dumb question, but I just never had to do anything. So picture.
How heavy is it?
Picture us shipping one of these golden ticket seat chairs.
Oh, that heavy?
Yes, that heavy and that, probably about that size.
I've never seen
There's companies that specialize in that.
What do you mean?
Like if it needs to be on a crate, or if it's like heavy stuff. I mean,
you can't put it in a box, right?
Well, that's right. I mean, you can take it to them, and they handle stuff like that.
Okay,
I mean, UPS store will do so much, but I don't think they can handle anything.
Right. Yeah.
You don't think like FedEx stores and UPS stores, they wouldn't be able to. If I walked in with that and said, "Can y'all ship this out today?"
What is it?
That's a great question.
It's the top of it's a ball machine, tennis ball machine, and so it's a big one. Like put together, it's probably about half the size of Big Boy.
Is it like a baseball pitching machine? Is it that heavy? Is the motor that heavy?
Yeah, the motor's that.
The wheel?
It's not.
I don't think you can ship that.
It's not as heavy as I think we're thinking, but it's bulky and it's the top casing, and it. I mean, honestly, it really is probably about. It may not weigh as much as the chair, but it's close, and it's a big square type deal.
I think you got to upgrade. I don't know who it'd be.
But I've never had to ship anything, and this is one of those things that I've had on my plate all week that I didn't want to mess with, and now we're here at the end of the week, and I said I'd get it done, so I'm gonna get it done today.
Get you one of them birthday bags, everybody put something in.
All right, so let me tell you, I had never heard of them, and I got to remember their name, and I'll look for this.
And I bet it's gonna be real cheap to ship.
Oh,
too.
hey,
absolutely.
Do y'all remember when Tyler killed that nail guy?
Yeah.
And
they mounted
in Texas, and they mounted it, and then they sent it to us.
Yeah.
Well, I got notification that it was available for pickup, or they could come to your house or whatever. And they sent me to a place I had not heard of, and I pull up, and it's this huge warehouse, and there's big boxes, everything. You go in, sign up, and they bring it out to your car. And it was this big, huge box, and it had a crate at the base of it, and it was kind of bolted down so it didn't fly around, whatever. But I guess when it's really heavy stuff like that, there's companies that specialize in
this is why
that type of delivery.
That's why I love our audience. I'm already getting text messages from friends and emails from people saying this is where it's similar places to what you're talking about.
Could you give me a name? It's really killing me right now.
Well, they said DHL will probably do it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
2 people have told me that already.
But
I don't know. That's just something I have experienced a lot in my 45 years on this planet, but I've never had to ship anything really huge. And so now I'm in, and it's frustrating too, because this product's under warranty. You're dealing with this company, and you're going, look, I'm under warranty. It doesn't work. We've only had it for 8 months. Y'all are not going to pay for the shipping. Oh, what we're going to do is you pay for the shipping here, then we're going to send you a new top half. We're basically giving you a new device, and we'll pay for that. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I think it was J.B. Hunt is who.
J.B. Hunt's another one. Okay, is that right?
I think that's what it was, but I could be wrong. So I'm sorry if I am.
See, this is very helpful because I didn't want to be that guy that pulls up at a FedEx store or a UPS store, and them look at me like, are you crazy? Do you think we can actually handle that? We can't.
Yeah, they probably
So I wanted to get ahead of it.
And there was another one.
Because this is already, there's a FedEx store right by this little place that I like to get food that other people in our family don't like. And since they're not home tonight, I thought, well, I've got a plan. I'll go buy FedEx. I'll knock this out. Then I'll go get the dinner that I like that nobody else likes that I ever get to eat. And win-win. But now that's ruined.
Quick Google here. Best companies for shipping large or heavy items: U-Ship, USPS, Pitt, Ohio. ABF Freight Systems, XPO, DHL. There you go.
Getting more JB Hunt stuff too.
Okay. All right. So, we'll see.
Now I got to find one close that I can go to and go. Hey, I don't know. I bet there's a DHL close. I don't know about JB Hunt.
Yeah, I know where that is.
I'll get in the search engines, though, and I'll find one. Okay.
All right. You like my call. All right. So, no, I mean.
That's all I had. Thank y'all. Hey, y'all don't realize how much y'all just helped me.
Speedy's packing a little info.
Thank you. Uh-oh. What do you got?
Oh, well, they just said, somebody said. All right, never mind. Somebody with a good one. I won't read it out.
You can't read it.
No, because I don't want to get you in trouble.
Why
with
would
the university or anything?
You're not going to get me.
You could use them.
Well, they're not going. Our budget doesn't allow that. Well, I mean, we'll pay for the shipping out of it, but they'll actually pay for the shipping. I just don't. They're not going to do it for us. They're not going to come box it up and ship it off. We got to take care of that.
The place that when I pulled up, I thought, because whenever I had seen their 18-wheelers or whatever, their logo always looked like it was dog food or something like that. And then I pull up and I'm like, oh wow, I was totally wrong with this.
You thought it was dog food?
I mean, it just had a dog food logo to it. I don't know. I don't know why.
I've seen them. I didn't know what they did.
Yeah.
Speaking of dog food, one of my responsibilities is making sure the dogs eat when everybody's gone, and I do that.
Yeah,
but I don't evidently mix the food the way Amanda does this wet and dry mix, and I don't do that. And I'm just like, when y'all are not here, they're not going to get wet food, and if they want to eat, they eat the dry food. And so what happens is they try to do some kind of protest for about 12 hours. They won't eat it, and they'll look at me like, "Are you not going to give us the wet mix with that?" And I'll just look at them and go, "No, I'm not."
Yeah.
So this morning I go in and I look, and they hadn't touched their bowls. And I said, well, y'all get hungry enough, you'll get in there and touch those bowls.
That's right.
Because I'm not putting wet dog food. Talking about things that we can't stand to do, like I can pick up a roach and can't handle throw up. I can't handle wet dog food. Just can't.
Don't like that?
Don't like
No.
it. Don't like it.
Don't like anything about it. The presentation, the smell, anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so
they evidently like it.
Yeah, our animals at the house, they get babied by Terry.
Yeah.
And they know when Dad's around, they're gonna rough it a little bit. You're still gonna eat, but I mean,
that's it.
You're probably gonna be outside more. And I'll put some water in the bowl. I got you. But I mean, if it gets half empty, I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm not gonna fill it right back up. So don't go over there and look at me. Like, what's up with this?
Last night, Amanda put me on a wild goose chase.
I'll take care of you. Just
she
not gonna brush you every day.
In a frantic about 5:30 and said, no, it was after 6 because they hadn't left yet at 5:30. It's after 6, she said they had left, and she said, hey, I took one of the collars off the dogs, the fence collars, and I laid it over there on the brick wall, and go get it before it gets dark and put it back on the dog. And I said, okay. I go out there, the collar's not there.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, I call her. I said, babe, are you sure you didn't put it somewhere else? And she goes, I bet Blue took it and put it somewhere.
Yep. You don't want it.
And I said, well, how? I can't leave them out tomorrow if they don't have a collar on.
Nope.
What am I supposed to do? She's like, well, just kind of, I guess just walk around. So I start walking around the yard. And I've got this app, and you can do like a warning. And so I'm trying to hear it.
Right.
I'm trying to hear the beep by hearing warning. I hear warning, don't hear it.
Nothing.
Warning, don't hear it. And I'm like, then I would get to certain areas and it would disconnect. And I'm like, and it was disconnecting close to where she said they were supposed to be laying. And I'm like, well, they're obviously not there because, no, they're in, it may be I may have set them in the grass, but I know it's over there. And I said, babe, I've walked around this whole area. There is no collar. And I've walked around the other parts of the yard hitting the warning, and I can't hear the collar at all. Gets about 8:30, 8:45. And I don't let the dogs out until then because I don't want one of them without a collar out there on the thing. Guess what? It's got a nightlight option.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, it's dark. Maybe I can now see a light. So I pull it up, and I start hitting the nightlight. It's flashing. You know where it's at? On the dang dog.
What?
The whole time.
Wait a minute, time out.
The whole time it's on the dog.
Are you serious?
You never thought to look.
No, because she said it was off and it'll panic.
Oh, that's funny.
And she told me both of them. She told me both of them were off. So I was looking for two.
Like the Australian Shepherd, thick fur, so it's hiding from you? Okay.
But I can see the light flashing, and I'm like,
where is it?
The collar is on.
And thinking, oh my gosh, the collar's moving.
So you were zapping the dog the whole time?
I was hitting warning, which just is a sound, not actually zapping it.
Which is probably freaking the dog out like, hey, I'm right here.
Now, Blue was probably going, why do you keep beeping me? Like on
I'm nowhere
on
near
the dog the whole time.
That's funny.
I'm nowhere near the perimeter. I mean, why are you beeping me?
Yeah, I know.
You know? Because it'll do that. Like, if you get about
on?
3 feet from the perimeter, it'll beep, and it gives them a warning like, okay, you're close, stop. And so you train them to know what that means so they never get zapped.
Yeah.
So
I texted her. I said, hey, thanks for the wild goose chase here. I said, the collars were on the dogs the entire time.
That is funny.
Let's go good. Like, what in the world? She goes, well, I must have just put them on after. I And I'm like, but you were so adamant. You made this emergency phone call for me to sprint out in the yard and get them before something happened to them.
That's like trying to find your keys and stuff. It's a mix of emotions because you're glad you found them, but then you realize where they were, and you're like, what an idiot.
Yeah, I've been carrying them around in my hand the whole time.
My glasses are on my head. Why am I looking for them?
And I don't want the audience to think I was upset. I was pretty upset about that whole thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. And here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The double steak grilled cheese burrito is back at Taco Bell. And in case you didn't know, it's stacked. Yeah, packed inside it is a double serving of premium grilled marinated steak and a melty 3-cheese layer. Then on top of that, it has a layer of grilled bubbly cheese on the outside. Yeah, the outside. Why? Probably because it refuses to be caged in by the confines of its tortilla walls. Or maybe just to add more cheesy flavor.
Double steak grilled cheese burrito. Get one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Double steak claim is compared to steak quesadilla. Contact store for hours and participation which vary.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, welcome in. It is about 8 minutes, leaning on 7 minutes until top of the hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break for the main show. And we thank you for being with us. If you're one of those that are traveling in to the market to be in the golden ticket seats today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours as we open those up on Fridays. You can find a link to that. The months open up, as each month gets closer, we open up another month for you to sign up on coming in. 8 seats, the Elite Great 8, as we call them. They'll be here today. And RBU is it's ready to go. It's in the hopper. Dr. Travis Taylor with the Skinwalker Ranch. The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. It's on History Channel, 9 p.m. Central Time. Season 4 starts Tuesday, April 18th, and we talked to him about that. Their Skinwalker live tour and a whole lot more. And we thank him for driving in to be in studio. Dr. Travis Taylor, this week's RBU. And that's always a good one. So make sure that you are up for that. Make sure you get your downloads and your subscriptions and notifications of when that's out. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right. So we're rolling on. We talked a little bit about some different personal things. Also, we talked a little sports. Major League Baseball yesterday opened up. There's some stories from there with first pitches. We have Adam Wainwright with the Cardinals. He actually stunned his teammates. They weren't prepared for this, and the crowd by singing the national anthem on the opening day.
So that would be like when we play the national anthem before the show. If you came in one day and said, guys, I got this.
Right.
I'm going to sing it, and didn't tell us. Oh, I'd like to say that happened.
Well, he didn't get the start to begin his 19th Major League Baseball season. He's dealing with an injury, but he did give the performance that he's saying of his lifetime, because that's not something he does. You know what I mean?
I'll give him that.
He walked up to
obvious.
the microphone. The Toronto Blue Jays and the St. Louis Cardinals were at Busch Stadium yesterday in St. Louis, Missouri, and the 3-time All-Star surprised everybody in attendance when he was called up to sing the national anthem. The public address announcer said, up-and-coming singer from St. Louis, and of course, they said it was him, Adam Wainwright, and everybody's like, "What? Are you serious?" And so, there you go. That's there for you. And I haven't had a sit down with Rick yet, but I really hope we start the main show with that.
Don't do that to the country.
Yeah. Look.
Huh?
What are you, anti-American?
Huh? You don't want that?
Well, it's just not that good. Like, I do think, like, he did better than most could in that situation, who's not really a singer and stepping out and having to deal with the echo and just singing, just memorizing the anthem altogether in that stage. But, guys, it's not carried away. It's not any good as far as anthems go. That's no Carl Lewis.
No,
but
it's not that.
But it's not
great.
Like, if we're at a big-time event, and somebody if his name's not out, if we don't know that it's Wainwright and it's just some Joe off the street, he probably gets booed.
Yeah,
okay.
You're right.
At best case, we're at dinner going, that guy sucked with the anthem.
Yeah,
I mean,
and being a player, you go, he ain't
far.
bad for a player,
right?
You know,
right.
You don't really, but if this guy's supposed to be legit,
you want to hear how he was announced to come out?
I do.
In St. Louis, St. Louis, number 50, Uncle Charlie, Adam Wainwright.
All right, so now he's walking out. And again, not all pitchers are this big and not all athletes are this big, but you forget how big some of them are.
What's
and
behind Uncle Charlie? What is that?
I don't know.
He's been there so long, he's like everybody's uncle. I think that's what they're going with.
So he goes out, and and there's two acoustic guitars that are sent that are there.
Is that Uncle Charlie?
And
that's Wayne and Bobby.
And he stands in between them, and they come up to his shoulders.
Yeah. Uncle Charlie.
Yeah.
It's really bothering you.
Oh, say. And then there he goes right there.
And listen, he does it. He is so much more better than I would be. Okay, but that's not saying a whole lot.
There you go.
Yeah, let me see if I can get it going.
Kicking off his final season as a player in St. Louis, number 50, Uncle Charlie, Adam Wainwright.
Sing it, Uncle Charlie.
Here we go. Final season, final opening day, he sings the national anthem. Oh, say. I know that's been a dream of Adler's to do that.
You know, I heard Adler perform the national anthem.
I know. But I mean, I'm talking about in a setting like this.
Did a phenomenal job.
I want him, big time.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
You don't think the Bears are big time?
Oh, yeah, but I'm talking about, let's get to the show,
big
baby.
Show.
Yeah, let's go. We're talking about opening day. We're talking about NFL.
Yeah.
Huh?
Picture it.
Well,
let's get him in with the Titans. Say.
I think you can do that. Surely you can pull that off.
Really, he should be able to do the Stallions. He should be able to do that. We've got that connection. That'll be his next stage step up.
That's right.
Stallions, yeah. I think I can do UAB football.
That's another step up.
I'm stepping out. Yeah, really stepping out on that. But
sure.
I think I can. I'm not really sure.
I know we can do it at the Blazers baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Casey Dunn would love that.
Oh, yeah.
I think the next time I do it, I need to not sing it. I need to do just guitar.
Oh, with that.
Really?
How about this?
Instrumental.
What about
you
this?
Remember us all being there.
Hey.
It would be tight. It'd be tight.
What about this, Adler? You sing, picture it, mic up front, and the three of us are in the back, and we're swaying and we're just humming.
Oh, just humming. Okay.
And we're kind of like a back.
Greg likes to hum.
Right. Almost like a tuner. You know what I mean? Like we're just a solid noise in the background.
Yeah. Greg
like when you start, it's like
Oh yeah.
And then you're singing, but the whole time we're swaying together.
Oh yeah. And you're in robes.
Right, and we're wearing what we're wearing right now.
And you're wearing a wig, so people aren't scared by your bald head.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sorry. These are the first words I've said all day.
That's okay.
I'm off my game. I'm sorry.
Rick and Bubba.
$84, or was it a point something?
No, it was 84.
Gary, that's exceptional.
Isn't that exceptional?
Of course, my friends outside the show, they aren't missing an opportunity. One of them just texted me, you better start on your bucket list before it's too late.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to have a swallow laugh.
Speedy, it's fine.
I'm injured.
Speedy, here's
At
the
least
thing.
I'm an open book. I'm telling y'all about it.
How many seconds you going to stay on Fu Manchu?
That's why I tell everybody.
Speedy, it's better than 160.
Hey, go to the doctor, get a physical.
Let me tell you this.
Yeah, Bubba said at least it wasn't 160.
Look, but as we've been saying, that CT heart scan, man, you get it. It's easy. It's non-invasive.
Speedy, here's the good news.
$75.
You want bad news
Then
first?
you know.
You want bad news or good news first?
Bad.
You're on death row. Good news?
Yeah.
The governor called, not now. And they may be able to get you on out of this after all.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. Number 12 on his jersey. Number 1 across your heart. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, how about it?
He got his calcium score back in it. I'll just tell you this way what the score was.
Everybody, one clap.
Pull your 84 jerseys out. I'm back home. Pull
84.
your 84 jerseys out. This is going to be a fun ride.
Fun ride.
This is going to be a fun ride.
Everybody,
gonna play when I wanna play, do what I wanna do. I'm gonna say what I wanna say. Did I say anything stupid today? Marlboro was to take the ball deep, take the top off the defense. Take the ball deep, take the top off the defense.
If I can't get to it, nobody can get to it.
I don't shine shoes, I don't tape ankles, I don't cut checks.
Great cash, homie.
I don't shine shoes, I don't tape ankles, I don't cut checks.
Great cash, homie. Everybody, one clap, one clap, one clap, one clap.
Pull your 84 jerseys
You know,
out.
music affects everything. It can be negative or positive, but if this is underneath my discussion of going, hey man, I got an 84, it sounds.
Play when I
I'm okay.
Play.
I'm gonna eat what I wanna eat.
Do what I wanna do.
Next smoke what I wanna smoke. How you never smoke?
You look at this opportunity to revitalize your career. I don't need to revitalize nothing.
I don't need to change the way I'm living.
Everybody know who I am.
Everybody know who I am.
This probably will be my last year here. Okay.
This turned bad. This is probably my last year on Rick and Bubba.
Come out today, Moss.
This small step, Moss this small step, Moss this small step, Moss this small step.
Pull your 84 jerseys out.
I want to hear that again. Y'all do that again.
Moss this small step, Moss this small step, Moss this small step.
I need speedy this, speedy that.
This is gonna be a fun ride.
Fun ride.
This is gonna be a
High
fun
cholesterol.
ride.
Fun ride.
I'm gonna play when I wanna play.
I'm on tape one statin now.
Got some heart disease, that's okay.
Do what I wanna do.
Moderate risk.
I am human. I do have emotions like everybody else.
Oh, see, I need to hear. We need to play that again.
This is one
I am
thing.
human. I do have emotions like everybody else.
Nobody on the show believes that to be true about any other person.
I know.
Gosh.
That's fine, guys.
Well, and Bubba's got the chart out because we always, anytime someone has a calcium score, we go to the chart and see what the chart says.
Well, I'm just reading this.
This is off the
and
chart.
This is general. This is an 11 to 100.
Right.
Okay. Which Speedy would fall in that.
Thank
Plaque is present. You have mild heart disease. Your chance of having a heart attack is moderate. Talk with your doctor about quitting smoking, eating better, beginning an exercise program, and any other treatment you may need.
Not that you smoke, but if you were a smoking person, it says then you should
Rick.
stop.
Thank you. I don't smoke.
I know. I didn't say you did.
As my kids listen.
I did not say that. I did sing it with a song.
I think it's good news. There's no mystery. There's no booger bear under the bed now. You know what you do.
Right. Pull your 84 score out.
Come on.
Pull your 84.
Eat what you want to eat.
That's not true.
Work out when you want to work out.
Oh, my goodness.
Get yourself a little pull.
Get your statin drug in your hand.
If Greg can't get to me, can't nobody get to me.
Let's go to Planet Fitness.
Look, it's fine, Speedy. I mean, really, it's not a bad. It's not great news, but it's not bad news.
Yeah, that's kind of what my wife was saying.
84 for 49 is in the 70 between the 75th and 90th percentile. But once you jump to 50, it goes down to 50%. So. See, I'm counting you as a 50-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, just
so
months
it's really
away.
good for a 50.
Just months
It's
away.
not really good for a 49, but for a 50, it's excellent.
is.
One clap.
And all right, so right now, Greg, you don't remember. You don't remember your last calcium score.
He said 0.
I
thought.
How long ago was that?
That was about 3 years.
So, yeah, it was mine. I was 3 years ago.
You need to have another one.
Well,
a lot happened 3 years, can't it? That's the big scary part of this.
Yeah.
So what was your progression, Speedy? Mine was 10, 40, 160.
Mine was 0, 30, 84.
Mine was a 0 to a 5.
Thanks. We just keep saying that. I'm happy for you. That's a score you want to win.
Yeah, I thought you'd be.
You do.
Do you want me to be as near death as you? What
no,
kind of attitude is that?
No. Part of me does.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. It is another edition. We're wrapping up another week. We'll unpack that baby for you. But first, National Anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour, Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, if you are catching us live or on the same day. And we'll unpack all the stories that have happened from the last time that we were together. That's within the show, across our country, and around the world. And then whatever you're bringing to the table, America, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's our number for you to be a part of what's going on. Hello to all of you that are listening on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, watching on our YouTube channel, or listening on our TuneIn app. That's the live audience. And hello if you are archiving on our YouTube channel, our podcast channel. However you're getting the program, we are glad that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All in the mix and ready to go. We be missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome into the little back porch discussion called Rick and Bubba.
Uh-huh. Had a great big heart and had a laid-back mind. That you hold his guitar if you broke a string. If you thought he looked country, you ought to heard him sing. Yeah, from Alabama, from the Rio Grande, he beat the black top down with the 5-piece band. Yeah, he did that too, but he did it, man, 'cause that was what he's born to do. Everybody sing. Some people calculate moves, never had a thing to prove. No. Like the wind take him where it may, yeah. It's a damn shame the way things go. It's too bad we have to lose the good folks, but the king of Alabama has gone home. There it is. Brent Cobb, king of Alabama. So,
you bet it.
You know, every time I show up here at this place, really probably in my current stage of life, 8 out of 10 times, this is where I'm updated on what's happening in the world from the last time I was here. Right. Normally, when I leave here, I pay no attention to it. I just, you know, and I know that
by
really,
design.
Well, when you think about what I do for a living, that's probably not a great thing. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. I probably should inform myself more, but, you know, I have this, I guess it's a flaw. At times, I think it's my self protecting me so I can be mentally healthy. And if I look at something and I think things become predictable and I don't see anybody really desiring to take on the solutions to resolve it, I really am no fan of just looking at the same old problem over and over again. and what I do is I just move on, and I'm like, well, I'll just I know who I am, I know why I'm here, and I know what I'm doing, so I'm just going to roll on. But we do have some pretty intriguing updates as far as the world today, and we'll drop in a little fun too. And even when we look at things going on in the world, I hope, and this is kind of the feedback that we get, so that's good. I hope even when we're walking through the way things are, the way we do it is still at times calming, even funny at times.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, it's our way of dealing with it.
Right. Because like we said, it is a coping mechanism for us, and that is to have something to say that just makes us laugh.
Yeah. I mean, you have an emotional buildup like we were talking about yesterday. You have to drain it somehow.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And you can decide what form it takes, but you got to get rid of it.
Yeah, and I'm even learning with people in my life. I talked to a young man yesterday to kind of prepare him for this. I'm here to help you I really am. If you're willing to be helped.
Yeah.
But if you're not, and you're not going to make any changes, then I have people that desire to be helped, and I'm going to move on to them.
Right.
Doesn't mean I don't love you. Doesn't mean I don't care about you. But I'm going to pray.
I can't wallow in it.
Well, and this is the one thing I think some of you today probably need to hear this. I know that I have to remind myself of this. I don't care who they are. You and I do not have the ability to change someone's heart.
Right.
We just don't. But we can pray to the one who can.
Yep.
And we can speak on his behalf. But if they reject it, you just go, okay. And
we have examples of that.
Yeah.
In the Bible.
So
some of it's a little brutal, honestly.
It really, really
from
is.
Jesus himself.
Yeah. I keep waiting on him to run after the young rich ruler, but he just doesn't.
A couple of times he told them dust their sandals off and head the other way.
Well, that was the instruction. Those who take care of you, they'll be blessed. Those who reject you, dust your feet and move on.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty harsh, really, when you think about who said it.
There's also a scripture that tells
it's not
us
very hippie-like, is it, for Jesus?
Yeah. There's also a God-inspired scripture that says, "Do not throw your pearls at the feet of pigs."
Yes.
If somebody don't want it, then it's move on. Doesn't mean you don't care. That's the part I think's misunderstood. It's being effective is what it is. And
I think
don't waste time here when there's somebody else out there waiting.
Rick, I'll take it a step further and think about it this way. I'm respecting their free will to make their own choice and set their own path. All I can do is make my case. Then the ball's in your court. But also the repercussions for your choice are in your court too.
There you go. And all I was told is to do what I was told to do. I'm not responsible for your response.
That's it.
So anyway, just kind of remember that. Don't let it get bogged down, and also remember that I promise you, this is not God's final plan, and this is not the way things will always be. Now, his getting it all resolved is going to be it's not going to be pleasant. But it's going to get done.
Yep.
I promise you that.
Going through the planer is not going to be pleasant.
Right. As I said,
or the chipper in this case.
As I said Wednesday, I'm begging you. You don't want to be part of this.
I've got to watch a chipper a lot the last few days, and that's
quite a piece of equipment.
Let me tell you, there's some things you don't want to make a mistake on, like leaving the pizza in the oven too long.
Yeah.
You don't want to make a mistake with a chipper.
No, you don't get. Sometimes you don't get a second chance at it.
No.
Yeah, that's it. So that's there. So we've got. I think there was some sort of insurrection in Nashville. We have Trump being indicted. We've got DeSantis saying I'm not going to send him to you from Florida.
How about that? He's going to block extradition.
Yeah.
I love it, man.
Yeah. So those are biggies.
This is good stuff.
Gwyneth Paltrow in entertainment finally won her 7-year case about some guy claiming she ran into him on a ski slope. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But then I start thinking about it, and that wouldn't be good to think that way.
No, it isn't. To wish bad things on others is not good.
It does seem like he's rubbing your nose. To have people join my misery.
Yours is going to be any better. It's not mutually exclusive. I mean, everybody can be good or everybody can be bad. It's not somebody's getting it, somebody ain't.
But now 5 is lower than 84.
That's a whole lot lower.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it is.
Especially considering you're 53.
Yeah, since I'm older than you and have high cholesterol.
I'm just saying. We brought the chart.
My concern is that my concern for you is this.
Have you ever thought about a pre-need plan? Have that in place?
Here's my concern for you if I was just being honest, okay?
I got to get one, too.
And, it's not in my nature to try to scare people or raise
Can I hear this underneath it? Because I'm nervous.
What is this?
Pull your 84 jerseys
You
out.
and I are very...
Pull your 84 jerseys out.
You look at us. I'm older than you. Your cholesterol's a little higher than mine, but not much.
Oh, that's being nice.
Okay, it's like I'm 240, you're 290, so we're right in the same deal.
Yeah.
I have been struggling with weight. You really haven't.
I do.
Okay, and
got to watch what I eat.
Right, and so here we are moving along. I'm 0 to 5. And with really the same issues, you've jumped all the way to 84.
Right.
That's my only concern.
Right. How many times are you going to say that?
Everybody, one clap, one clap, one clap, one clap.
Pull your 84 jerseys out.
You know what I'd like? I'd like for anybody that has above an 84 to call a show.
I'm right here talking to you.
There's one right
You have
there.
to go
Of
forward.
course, he just had a stamp.
Play I'm gonna say what I want to say.
But look how good he feels now.
Greg, we got to get after it so hard.
No,
Yeah,
you hear me?
We're on medicine, so let's go.
Yeah, but I heard Lipitor like messes with your muscles and stuff. Is there anything else I should?
I had to.
If you hadn't took a lot of creatine, you'll be fine.
I was like you. I wait.
Actually, my creatine score was really low. He liked that.
I started. They finally put me on a statin after the last calcium score. Said, look, you went from 0 to 5 at this low number. Let's start this, and at your age, you should be okay. We should keep it from getting worse. We think we can. And I had the same issues back before. I couldn't. They had to get to a third one that I finally stopped having leg cramps about. I couldn't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're on the same one now.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. So you probably just want to jump to this one.
Well, I texted him about that, and Brandon and was wondering why he was Lipitor. Is that like the Mac Daddy to get things going?
Speedy's worried him to death this morning, by the way, already.
I didn't see
Speedy, the good news
Doc is awesome.
Bubba's being released today, so he's going to be able to join you and Greg at PF and really help with motivation.
We got to really hold each other
Today's your
accountable.
doctor appointment, right, to get released to physical activity, right?
Yeah, well, we'll see.
He keeps pushing it back. Have you noticed that?
It wasn't my fault, really. It was just,
well, you know, I haven't been
unavoidable.
released yet.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I bet Betty's waiting on that result.
Oh, boy.
So
I think he likes not being released.
Get the wine out.
Well, it's,
not a bad thing.
Been able to rest a lot.
Lucky Bailey's waiting on as well.
Oh gosh, I don't even want to be in. I don't even want to see Lucky Bailey while I'm working.
I'm telling you,
I don't want any of him.
That's like looking up and seeing
I don't want any of him.
Arlie Ermy back from the dead.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
It is.
Or
Or who's that guy that was like so old and he was doing all those?
Jack LaLanne?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lucky Bailey's like that. He's 70 years old.
Does he wear a jumpsuit?
Greg, put it this way. I saw him day before yesterday at 70 coming in to work out with a sleeveless shirt on.
That's funny.
Well, obviously he's getting an endorphin rush from that. I never got to that point. And I know you didn't either.
No, I work out because I'm trying to do better. I never go to a workout going, man, this is awesome.
No. I've got to get back on the tennis court. That's my deal.
But how?
And I don't know how with the knee in the back. But anyway, we'll work through it.
Well, so you get your deal today.
We'll find out. Yeah, we'll have our follow-up today.
Right.
All right, look, we really got to hold each other accountable.
But it's okay.
On working out. Look at me, no days off.
No, that's too much. Now you're going too far. You're going to be that other guy.
I still don't understand why we give.
We can at least do cardio.
Can I say this to
when
you
we say
again?
days off and cheat days, we don't do that in any other aspect of our life. I don't understand why we give that a pass.
Or what?
What you talking about? You went to your wife and said today's a cheat day. She probably wouldn't go for it.
No.
Yeah, I know what you meant.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what you
why,
meant. Yeah, right.
In any aspect of our life, we don't say it in school. I tell you what, today when I go to school, I'm not doing anything. I'm just taking a day off.
Well, it's part of the moderation of trying to wean off bad habits.
Well, we really shouldn't.
You shouldn't call it. You should call it freedom.
Because we really take it to a level we don't need to take it to.
But yeah, I agree with that. Speedy, I don't know how you ever had leg cramps from these things. You have to have muscles in your legs to have cramp.
Oh my gosh!
You talking about the kill D?
Y'all let me up, man.
There he is.
Old matchstick.
Y'all leave Speedy alone.
My three boys make fun of him, and then I start throwing them around.
Sure. Yeah, they're powerful.
Yeah, they're.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so let's get started with the Trump indictment. So what I know that that we've heard all week that Donald Trump was going to be arrested and
for about 2 weeks.
So what does all this mean? And we've got both stories here today. Both the DeSantis response. We've even got a Nancy Pelosi response, but what are we dealing with?
Here's the thing, and I think this is what we need to remember. No one is above the law.
That's
okay?
correct, yeah.
Donald Trump's not, Joe Biden's not, Hunter Biden's not, Nancy Pelosi's not, Rick and Bubba are not. No one is above the law.
I was told that in 1988.
If it is
right.
If it is legitimate.
Animals.
Okay. And what they have done here, and I'll give you the read down the explanation from a legal expert on this. What they have done and what they're trying to knit together to come up with anything to convict a former president and current person running for office. Okay, he is campaigning. He is a candidate for office of President of the United States.
Right.
This is unprecedented. It has never been done before. And what this is what the goofy left in our country never get.
Right.
Once they open this door, what do you think's going to happen? It's going to be done right back to Democrats.
Oh, sure.
Because now you've paved the way. It's been done before. They can go in there and go, well, this has been done in the Trump case, so we can do it now in the Biden case. We can do it now in the whoever case.
Right.
So, you know, I think in the past, you remember when Bill Clinton was impeached, the Republican Senate voted not to remove him. They said enough has been done. Attention has been brought to this. The taxpayers, the voters know about it. And when we start removing people from office, we're setting a dangerous precedent. And they decided not to cross that bridge. Now, many of us at the time thought Clinton ought to be walked out in handcuffs.
Right.
But they thought it was better for the country and for future presidents for that not to happen.
Right.
Well, now the shoe is on the other foot, so to speak, and the left liberals in this country do not have the ability to take their foot off the gas on this. So, again, I've always said, too, if Trump was guilty, charge him. You've been investigating him for the better part of 8 years now on everything.
Yep.
You had the 4 he was in, the 2.5 Biden, and then some before he was president.
Right.
To bring the indictment. There's no telling how much money has been spent in all this. So we'll have the response to several people on this. But a story by Greg Jarrett with Fox News said the indictment of the former president reportedly handed down by a Manhattan grand jury is sealed, so we don't know the precise legal charges yet against the former president. However, based on leaks to the media from sources within the district attorney's office, we can draw some reasoned conclusions. The Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, has cobbled together a novel, if not bizarre, legal theory of intertwining offenses. It is doubtful that this case can withstand judicial scrutiny, assuming a judge who presides over the matter is objective and neutral. The defense will surely file a motion to dismiss this immediately, arguing that the case is not supported by the law and that the alleged facts do not amount to a crime. The district attorney is accusing Trump of falsifying business records in the accounting of a payment made to porn actress Stormy Daniels. By taking that dubious misdemeanor and coupling it with a purported campaign finance violation, Bragg seeks to elevate it to felony status. The law does not permit such manipulation of charges. Okay, and now I'll skip over some of the minutiae of this, but the Department of Justice, okay, the Department of Justice has previously examined the Daniels payments and concluded there was no crime. The Federal Election Commission also did that. Why? Because the law does not regard such transactions as campaign donations, even in the absence of a personal or business purpose, which Trump asserts does, and he's asserting that it does not count as a contribution. Bragg's attempt to criminalize the Stormy Daniels episode is simply not supported by any credible evidence. His disgraced former lawyer, Michael Cohen, and who arranged the payment. So what and I'm not an expert on New York law or campaign finance law, but what they are arguing in this is he's basically taking what at best could be a misdemeanor charge and what at best has already been investigated by the groups who oversee this, and he's trying to turn this into a felony charge, which is just not going to stand up. I mean, he's a Soros-backed district attorney. The record crime is going on in New York, and he's worried about Donald Trump.
Right. Yeah.
Now, even again, you get in this gray area, say Donald Trump did or did not or whatever, you still have this overriding thing to look at. Am I doing what's best for the country in this? Because now I am playing politics with someone who's running for office. And all it is going to do, people, all it's going to do is the next Democrat is going to be indicted on crimes, and that means Joe Biden. He will be indicted by somebody. There'll be a get back on this. We got to keep get-backs out of the court system. Okay, and we can't keep playing politics with the law. It's got to end. Politics should be politics. It shouldn't be in science or in the courtroom.
Right. Yeah. So, and the case here seems to be so questionable, and that as you said earlier, Ron DeSantis says he will refuse any extradition request after the Trump incident because he calls it questionable circumstances.
Yeah, he said, this is his whole quote, he said, the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan district attorney has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and to excuse criminal misconduct. Yet now he's decided to stretch the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in the extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with his Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda.
But
Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, but good news, Bubba, and by the way, DeSantis, that's really, you're doing the right thing. That's smart. Also, Nancy Pelosi wants everyone to know that she says no one is above the law, except for her and her husband. And everyone has the right to a trial to prove innocence. Hopefully the former president will peacefully respect the system, which grants him that right, meaning I hope you'll let us make a mockery of this.
Yeah, and she got ate up on social media because you're not supposed to prove you're innocent. You're innocent till proven guilty.
Well, correct.
But so she
you
had
would
that
think
a little
the
backward.
Speaker of the House, third in line in power, would know that basic 8th grade civic rule.
Yeah,
you'd think that.
And Trump did announce since DeSantis' statement that he is voluntarily going to go to New York next week.
Okay. So we'll see.
Well, he'll be arraigned where he'll be presented with those charges.
Right, but he'll go up to do that.
But then he will get out of there quickly.
Yeah, there you go. So there's your update on the Trump indictment today.
Well, we have the response from various leading Republicans on it. Some of it is pretty entertaining.
Okay. We'll run that down when we come back. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out tomorrow. We'll tell you more about that when the show continues as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Daddy legs.
Yeah, they are. They got
daddy legs can do anything.
They got daddy power. That's what they got. My legs went to cramping, and it was like a shutdown. We'll be back.
What was your score, Rick? I hadn't heard.
5.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. We peer into the world. They are, the old Stones.
How about the Stones?
The old, let's get out and strut. He did, didn't he? Still strutting, as we said many times.
I swung by Apple TV yesterday, and I was thinking about the Rolling Stones. Matter of fact, I started out by watching Toby Mac's video for his new song, which is awesome, by the way.
I told you it was good.
I think that's one of his best ones, and he does great videos anyway.
Yep.
But I flipped over and I just started checking out some live footage of things, different groups. And I got to the Rolling Stones and was looking at some of their early stuff and then some of their later stuff. It's pretty funny. I mean, they do a great job. You got to give them that.
Yeah.
Still around. Yeah, they've done what they're supposed to do,
Speaking of age, I heard you going up and down the hall today talking about Shatner being 86 years old.
I know.
87 now.
87.
So, and he's on Twitter.
Yeah,
at 87, ranting and raving with people.
Yeah, somebody went on Twitter and dogged him for being rude about autographs. He got in an argument with people on how he should handle autographs.
I know that's a difficult topic for a lot of people, and I've seen both sides of it. And I don't know what your policy should be or how to handle it, but I know we were in the Phoenix airport one time. And, Rick, I don't know if we were on a Rick and Bubba trip or it was a family trip. I can't remember. But do you remember the guy who played Mr. Sulu?
Yep.
He's off the chart now. Mr. Sulu on Star Trek.
Oh, I didn't watch Star Trek.
He was a character. He was one of the cast members, the main ones of Star Trek.
Is he the deep talking Asian?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
And he became a captain on his own in the last one.
Yeah. My goodness.
He was the helmsman.
I didn't know that.
Yes. But Rick, he got mobbed in the Phoenix airport to the point it was about to shut the airport down.
Yeah, well.
There were hundreds of people gathering, blocking the entire jetway up and down through their concourse. I don't know how in the world Shatner or when he was still with us, Leonard Nimoy, Mr. Spock, could go out in public and not be mobbed because they were rock stars to the sci-fi world.
These
and other people have had to, I don't
Could
know
it
how
be,
they
well,
can do that.
Shatner, I think, has alluded a few times, and I don't mean to upset any Trekkies, but that the Trekkies don't know how to act.
They can't call themselves.
I mean, he has alluded to that before.
We were talking
Remember one
about-
time he told him to go get a life. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
See, Hams knows him from the
Shatner?
TV show.
Boston Legal.
Well,
That's-
we're
that's
talking about
when
the different
Shatner
generation.
came into my life.
You're right.
Denny
You got-
Crane.
you
A lot
got
of
the
people-
trackies.
A lot of people just know him as a pitch guy for who was that?
Priceline.
Priceline.
See, that's what I was thinking. So when he started doing that, he'd do them silly songs and
Yeah.
stuff. Well, that gave him a whole new celebrity. And so he's got different groups, but I guarantee you it's the trackies that are the ones that are
No,
hard
I
to
think
deal
that's absolutely right. I don't think the Boston legal people hound him.
It's the trackies.
You know, it's the
Probably
trackies.
not. Rick, Denny Crane was a man.
Oh, Denny Crane.
Now
I mean,
we called him, may have been exaggerating, but he claims, and he was used to make an example, that if I'm at an airport and one person comes up, and then that turns into 50, I'm going to have to tell like number 21, I can't. I'm going to be a jerk when I tell him. I might as well just be a jerk and tell the first one and call the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because
He
I
claimed
can't
to
sign
lie.
them all. I'm not going to be able to.
He claimed a line of 50 forms.
So he said, like at number 21, I'm going to have to say no, I'm done. And then I'm a jerk either way, so I might as well just be a jerk with the first one and be done with it.
Yeah, he said that he actually learned that from Bo Jackson.
Well, even at the Pro-Am golf tournament, you have to keep everything moving,
Exactly.
and it can get jammed up. So you get in this awkward situation because if I'm Shatner or anybody else, I don't want to disappoint anybody.
Mm-hmm.
We've all talked about when we were kids being disappointed at some celebrity at some point that you met personally where, you got cut off. I mean, I got cut off in line right when I was next one time.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I told you about that.
Yeah, but I forget who it was.
Gary Lee Love.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And
You
that's
couldn't
just,
believe it, Bubba.
And that just kills you.
Yeah. I bet you were excited too.
Yeah. Well,
minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. And so we work our way back by raycon.com/Bubba. Look, listening to the Rick and Bubba show live or archived is always a cool experience, I hope. But if you want to really feel like you're in here with us, listen on buyraycon.com/Bubba earbuds. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands, so that's good news. But the quality is there. They've got different sound profiles based on whether you're listening to us or listening to music or however you want it to work. Choose those. It's got the isolation choices as well. Do I want to be completely isolated? Do I want to have awareness? I want to know what's going on around me. They fit so much more comfortably. They look great. They won't fall out if you're trying to do just a little bit better or working in the yard or doing whatever you're doing. So go to get yours now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Get 15% off on top of the fact that they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. They also have some buy now, pay later options if you'd like to do that. Free and easy return guarantees on every purchase. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and get yours now. All right, so Bubba, you said some people are weighing in on Trump's indictment.
and let me share an email with you. I won't use this gentleman's name, but
Oh,
he says,
go ahead.
I was an officer of the law and officer of the court for 26 years. So he has courtroom experience.
Yes, he does, and thank you, sir.
He said
Or
it
ma'am.
has long been said that if a DA wants to, he can open a grand jury and instruct them in a way so that the DA can get an indictment on a ham sandwich. So the district attorney has a lot to do with the way they handle these things. And you have this Soros-based guy who's
I was
been
about
after
to say,
Trump
yeah.
from day one. So not totally surprising how this came out. Josh Hawley, Senator of Missouri, one of my favorites in the Senate. He is a bulldog.
Mm-hmm.
He simply said they will regret this.
Okay. To your point.
Glenn Youngkin, Governor, Virginia. It is beyond belief that the District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, has indicted a former president and current presidential candidate for pure political gain. Arresting a presidential candidate on a manufactured basis should not happen in America. We already read what Ron DeSantis said. He said that this is a weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda. It turns the rule of law on its head. And he said he will not, in the state of Florida, help in the extradition request given the questionable circumstances with this district attorney. Marjorie Greene, she a little more straightforward in some of this, impeach Biden. He's given us every reason, and the family banking records and more are giving us receipts. But now the gloves are off. Prosecute any and all crimes. Enough of this witch hunt BS. And she used the barnyard term for that.
Yes, okay.
Greg Abbott, Texas. Weaponization of our courts for political grievance is an abhorrent abuse of power. The George Soros-supported New York City DA is only furthering the radical liberal agenda to have elections determined at the jury box rather than the ballot box. America deserves better. Ted Cruz. The Democrat Party's hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. The substance, in quotations, of this political persecution is utter garbage. This is a complete, unprecedented, and is a catastrophic. It's catastrophic in the way we are weaponizing the justice system. Carly Lake, she said, this is a dark moment in the history of our nation. The radical left and their weaponization of the criminal justice system have crossed all legal and ethical lines in an attempt to destroy the 45th and 47th President of the United States, and Donald J. Trump.
That's funny.
It only makes him stronger. And I'll give you one more here, but you kind of see where this is going as far as how the Republicans are reacting to this. Tommy Tuberville, U.S. Senator, indicting a former president is an unprecedented step and is a threat to our democracy. Stop the witch hunt now. That's the key, guys. This is bigger than Donald Trump. We have opened a floodgate now that, and trust me,
yeah,
it's going to come around. It will come back around. Matter of fact, a lot of the Trump impeachment was get back for Bill Clinton being impeached.
Yeah.
But at least and again, there was a lot of disagreement at the time, but at least the senators who were Republican had what I'm going to call now probably the common sense and wisdom to not remove Clinton from office, even though he had been impeached, because you would just start again a revolving door situation. So now, if we have anybody running for president we don't like, we find a DA somewhere that can find some questionable activity, maybe criminal, maybe not, and we prosecute. That's how we work now. We've turned into a banana republic. I mean, really, this is. And I say that if Trump had done this and it was a solid thing, hey, you arrest him, charge him, have his day in court.
Right.
But the Department of Justice has already looked at this and concluded there was no crime.
Right.
The Federal Election Commission looked at this and concluded there was no violation. So how can a DA in New York with a political agenda go now and charge a former president? See, you see how this just doesn't look right. It doesn't smell good. It doesn't pass the what do they call it in basketball or football when you have the eye test? It doesn't pass the eye test.
Right. Well, this is what happens though when someone who opposes you, because there's sometimes people may be your enemy, politically or whatever it may be, and when it's just like, I just don't like this person, I'm against what they stand for. We have plans we think are better. And it all kind of goes back and forth, and it has kind of a level-headed competition. But what you're seeing now is what happens when some group becomes maniacal. Maniacal's different. When you're maniacal, as you're pointing out, Bubba, clearly, you don't even remotely think about the consequences of the way you're acting long-term. You just completely I mean, you're crazed, and you must. This person is so under your crawl and owns you and is in your mind. You know that you have to do away with them, no matter the cost to the country, no matter really the cost to your own party, because it's maniacal. You know, when you're maniacal, you're not thinking about it. You just want destruction. And the problem with that is, let's say like when I was in school, let's say that somebody, you know, in my group was against somebody else, and they said, hey, we're really going to start getting rid of everybody in this school that talks too much in class. And all of a sudden I was like, y'all know who I am, right?
Yeah.
That's not going to bode well for me.
No.
So if I started all this, we're going to clean up politics, and I'm in Biden's camp, what are we talking about? Biden, Clinton, Hillary, you're going to, Pelosi, you want these people to have a giant spotlight on every little thing they have going on or have had going on in their lives? Do you really, to the point you're making and all these Republicans are making, do we really want to go down this road with your candidates and with your administration and your group? I'm telling you, if I was...
There's an old saying about glass houses, isn't it?
If I was some of the dirty politicians on both sides of the fence, I would just like, hey, let's be careful what we're doing here. Are y'all familiar with the term Pandora's box? I mean, I don't know that we want to go here.
And now you're taking the court,
we all gonna
you're
go to
taking
jail.
the court system
Right.
and making it part of your
Right.
political game.
Right.
And so what happens? They get Trump. Then we're going to get somebody else, probably Biden, if he's still alive at that point.
Well, if you want to go after one, the Biden family's got plenty. It'll make Stormy Daniels look like a
warm-up act. Right. And then, well, we're going to go after the next guy. We're going to go after the next guy. And before long, people who are actually qualified candidates go, you know, I'm not going to run for office. I'm not going to run for president because I'm just going to be prosecuted the entire time. I'm going to be investigated the whole time. I'm going to have my house raided. I'm going to have my business raided. I'm going to have my lawyers raided. And so I really don't want to run with it. So we all lose then because we have the best and the brightest that actually could lead this country on either party won't run for office. What you'll end up with is a bunch of leftover losers.
Right, and I think that we're mostly already there.
I hate to say it, but that's it.
But we're mostly already there.
Well, we're real close, Rick,
now,
honestly.
I mean, I think I couldn't name – I wouldn't need two hands to name the ones I think that are serving right now that are quality people. So, and I know a lot of quality people that they will not do it for what you've already said. That's already happened. So it's just if we do this, that what maybe – handful that we do have, they don't want to be part of it either. You know, and you're right. We're going to end up with nothing but a bunch of compromised, loose people that are on the take. I mean, nobody else would want to do it. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Still more to cover on the program today, including your phone calls. As the show moves on. Also, the Elite Eight coming up later.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And, you know, but there has to be an end of the line. And
at least Bob Seger didn't tell you he wasn't Bob Seger.
But like even at the Pro-Am.
That one hurt.
In the
year. Shoney's off I-20.
The year that Joe Namath.
Forgot about that.
That Joe Namath and Bart Starr were in the same group. You know, Bart Starr had agreed that he would only sign autographs for a charity, which was very nice of him to do that, to help them out. But Joe Namath was being mobbed, and then when they would try to mob Bart Starr, he would say, I can't do it, because and try to explain this 100,000 times.
I'm committed to the
charity.
And
it just, you could see it was just such a terrible situation.
Oh, yeah.
People, you know, Joe's loving on us, well, it's not Bart. Well, Bart's already made a deal to help somebody else, and it was just, just a mess.
Usually if you're in a group of everybody could be uniform, it would be helpful. But when people start being individual, different policies, it really
let me tell you,
really gets
Broadway Joe's gonna sign everything and take every picture that's there. I mean, it's a whole nother level.
Sure. Anytime you're dealing with the television program called The View, somebody said let's put a panel of ladies together and then have them interview other people, which is on top of the conversations about the stories of the day they have about themselves. Bubba, this was one that if somebody walked up and said, "Hey, I got an idea. I'm going to have The View interview Judge Janine from Fox."
Yeah, Judge Janine
You would
Pyro, isn't that her name?
You would also, you know what you would say? Whoa, now. I don't know about that.
Well, she's a Spitfire.
Boy.
And she loves Trump, and The View, or as it's now being nicknamed, the Distorted View,
right?
Is may not be warm to that. Now they'll badger somebody on the show because they got them outnumbered, but Judge Janine was going to have none of that.
Well, let me tell you, Judge Janine. There's monologues, and then there's ranting and raving. She's the kind of person like, if you're real passionate about something, that you may believe in politically or you think's wrong with the world, and there's the speech you would give publicly to try to, be wise, and not that you're being, not being genuine, but you're just trying to be wise about there's certain things you might share in a group of 3, and then there's another presentation you'd make into a group of, say 10,000, just because that Judge Janine is no different. She gets on the mic on her show and says the same thing she'd say to you by the water cooler.
Yes,
I mean the exact same thing. Yep. And so she's quite combative, and so she went on to The View, and she and Whoopi Goldberg. It is the story today. They went at it.
Yeah, they did, and it's about a 5-minute segment, and the panel is they're all kind of talking, and she went into what kind of syndrome, this Trump derangement syndrome. That some have, and then they're all kind of talking over each other. But then she points at Whoopi, and then Whoopi responds like this. Take a listen.
Did you just point at me?
Yes.
Listen, I don't have Trump derangement. Let me tell you what I have. Okay. I have I'm tired of people starting a conversation with Mexicans or liars and rapists. I'm tired of people starting a conversation about this country. Listen. I'm 62 years old. There have been a lot of people in office that I didn't agree with, but I have never, ever seen anything like this. I've never seen anybody whip up such hate. I've never seen anybody be so dismissive. And clearly you don't watch the show, so you don't know that I don't suffer from that. What I suffer from is the inability to figure out how to fix this. That's my issue. But one of the things that you talk about a lot, and I'm curious about it, is the deep state. How long has the deep state been there, and who's running it?
Well, I want to answer your question because you had
you a question.
You had your opening statement, which was how horrible it is that Donald Trump is talking about
that's
all
what you,
of these
I'm
people.
sorry,
you know
baby,
what
that's
I think
what you
is
said.
horrible?
You said,
Whoopi, you know
you
what's
said
horrible?
that
when
it
people
was
who
it's okay.
shouldn't
Look at the
be
one on the
here
right,
are
get a drink.
murdering the children of American citizens.
You know what's horrible?
What's horrible
when the president
is
of the United States whips up people to beat the hell out of people.
No.
Say goodbye.
Let me bye. I'm done.
Thank you to Judge Janine Pirro, her book, Liars.
And then they go to break. Kicked her off.
Out now. We will be right back.
I love how they throw her book up real quick.
On the way out.
She was supposed to go on, excuse me, and talk about her new book, Judge Janine's book, Liars and Leakers, and I forget the rest of it. But anyway, she has a new book out. And
well, it was
that's
quite
what,
an interview.
That's
Just
what she
Whoopi
thought she was going
screaming
on
at
to
her.
talk about. But then they go to break, and then so now that she comes and they want to escort her out the building. And then Whoopi starts screaming to get the blank out of the building and using cuss words and all this kind of stuff to kick her out. She said she's never been treated like that, that she's like.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Greg, are you in Birmingham today? You gripping and grinning today?
Yes, I am.
Thanks for letting us know
11
that.
to 1.
11 to 1 if you're in Birmingham
Hoover,
today.
Ottawa.
And the Elite 8 are coming up later in the program. So if you are traveling from other markets and you're in the home market of Birmingham, Alabama today, 11 to 1, spend some additional time with the real Greg Burgess at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Test drive a truck while you're there.
Yeah, test drive a truck, eat some pizza with Greg, and let him, of course, pontificate on whatever topic you want to toss his way. All right, so Bubba and I finished yesterday recording this weekend's podcast. And, boy, our season this year, we've got some dealies. So Dr. Travis Taylor's back. and this Skinwalker Ranch thing. So we've interviewed Dr. Travis Taylor on other podcasts. He's been on the Big Show. Season 4 of the Secrets of Skinwalker, or The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, is coming to History Channel on April the 18th. Season 4, we tried to dig in with Dr. Travis Taylor for him to give us something about Season 4. The things we talked about in the podcast will be there. Some things that we couldn't put in the podcast. All I'm saying is, well, there's going to be some very interesting things that will be part of Season 4. I'll just say that. I mean, I know.
Well, if we can quote him, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, you ain't seen nothing yet. So, this Skinwalker Ranch thing, I don't, we were concerned, about some of the things we've seen the last time we visited, and why we decided to visit with him again, I don't understand. But,
well, it's been somewhat dangerous for the show, Rick, and we talked about
we
that.
know he's walking around with radiation all over him. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even up for debate. So we'll just let somebody with radiation come by and hang out. And we
I wish we'd have scanned him with our Geiger counter.
Right.
yesterday.
I mean, he's in here, and the thing, we're trying to find out. He has to know what's going on there. I mean, he can't let it go. And and then they've got a tour where they go out and we asked him some pretty pointed questions that some of you are questioning. We asked about, what's your real motivation for this? Talk to me about, Brandon Fugel. Is this just some way for him to make a lot of money?
I asked him about it.
Yeah, that question was asked, and he responded to that. So, some theories of what he thinks might be going on, and he's very, understand that he has PhDs in optical science and engineering, aerospace systems engineering, and master's degrees in physics and astronomy. He's worked with the Department of Defense. He's worked with NASA. We even get into these latest things that have been released by our government on these aircraft and what we're seeing. So all that will be in this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So
if you shake somebody's hand, can you get the radiation that quick? If you just shook their hand,
we'll see.
Well,
I thought about that.
Are we dealing with normal radiation? That's a good question.
First thing I thought of yesterday when he walked in the door,
Yeah.
and y'all were cutting that commercial, and I'd have it,
I
reach
know.
my hand out and
I
shook
know.
it. It's the
I
first
know.
thing I thought. I thought, what did he just give me?
Dadgummit, I know.
I didn't shake his hand.
Thought I was going to have a wreck on my next trip. My visit. What's going to happen with
That's
my car?
why your eyes red.
Maybe.
I think it's we've had Travis on before, and him and David Politis, they're always very popular with the people that watch it, and I think it's one of the best podcasts we've had yet.
Yeah, it's and I will tell you off the air, we had all kinds of conversations going on, and I'm just going to tell all of you this. At one point, we were talking about the Nephilim. We even got into the Nephilim.
We've covered a wide topic.
Yeah,
really.
Well, this is just the way that I have always operated. Bubba has always operated. When I'm trying to solve a problem, okay, and then I always go back to the foundation of what I already know. Here's what we do know. So, like I said, I don't know about space people and I don't know about ghosts, but I do know that, or I'm walking around as a scam. I absolutely 100% believe that the Holy Bible is God inspired, and I believe it tells us who is the one and only living God. Mm-hmm. That's what I 100% believe.
I'm all in on that.
Completely.
Yeah.
So,
I'm all in.
So in that word of God, I have been told that there are supernatural forces that are waging war
around us
in a dimension that I can't see.
So
I know that
does mean there's other dimensions.
Right.
So I'm going to start there.
Right.
Yeah. Because that's not up for debate.
Yeah. If we believe what we say we believe,
Right.
we have to accept that there are things going around that we cannot sense with our five senses, or what was it, 5 or 6? Well, we got 5, right? And we can't see it. The Bible says us if we did, we'd be scared to death.
Right.
Yeah,
and as the Apostle Paul tells us, the battle we're waging is not with flesh and blood. In Ephesians 6.
how much clearer can that be?
So here's the thing: So pardon me, okay, if there are angels that you can't even number, there's a third of them that were part of an attempted overthrow of the one and only living God with Lucifer.
Went south.
And now there is a war raging in the spiritual realm to the end of this earth, and a new heaven and new earth will be established. There is a God that created all this, took on human flesh, walked among us, would touch people and heal them. They killed his body, and he walked out of the grave alive 3 days later. And you want me intrigued with Bigfoot? you want me worrying about Bigfoot? Are you serious? You want me worried about space people? Have y'all lost your minds? I mean, this is a really, really. Do you hear what I just said?
That's a good line.
Yeah, and so I guess so. I'm going to always be there. So that's how we got in the conversation about the Nephilim and the attempt for. See, Satan is trying to do his own version always of what God's doing because he wants to be God. He's on record that he wants to be God, okay? And, of course, he's going to set himself up to get worship there right at the end, and it's not going to be pretty. But I will say this, so we know that. And one of the things that he attempted was to create his own God-men because, and that was the Nephilim. And, of course, God frowned on that in a big way. And so I'm going to start there and build out.
Right.
Okay, so I believe all this is spiritual. Any of this kind of stuff, always, unless you can find that it was something. Of course, it's all created by God anyway. But if
when you say that, the next step is how is it manifesting itself?
Correct.
Because we also see various examples of that. So then you start. That's where you have the spiritual world move into our present
correct
world of physics, and then you see all these bizarre things going on. So that it's a very interesting topic.
Yeah. Every time in Scripture that an angel is allowed to appear to human beings, what's the first thing that human being does? Drop down and try to worship.
Fear. Fear.
And what does the angel always have to say? Get back up. Yeah. Don't fear. I'll tell you why I'm here, and please don't worship me.
Yeah, they basically flash their badge.
There's only one that never corrects people, and that's the angel of the Lord. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is amazing where we've gone, where you can't just disagree anymore and have a civil conversation about it. The left just gets vile. And she said, I can't believe I was treated that way, but that's kind of what happened.
It is funny for her.
And Whoopi's claiming victim today?
Yeah. She basically is saying, "Hey, I've never been led to just stop the show and kick somebody off." But it gets to the when you can't debate facts, then you get emotional, and then you claim somebody's just being mean, and that's kind of
and you're right, Bubba. You said this, and sadly, we can't do this anymore. See, we when they start running these lists, that became the new thing, the list. I run a list, and you're needing to respond to the very first thing somebody said, and they don't let you to respond to it. And by the time you're ready to respond, there's a list in front of you now, and you try to go back and go, I wanted to respond to the very first thing you said to me, and I didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that is that she says that back again that conversations start out that Mexicans are murderers and rapists.
Nobody ever said that.
No one's ever.
I know.
There's never been a conversation that started
and so
that way.
you got to be honest with that.
You're right.
Now, are some of those people slipping through our borders? Yes.
Which was his
point.
He
didn't call everybody that.
That was his point.
Yeah.
But for her to say he starts out a conversation saying Mexicans are rapists and murderers is not true.
No, what he said is rapists and murderers are bad people, and some of those come across the Mexican border who may be Mexican or any other nationality. And if you don't think that's true, then just go look at the story that came out of our state just the last week, where we have part of a Mexican drug cartel that came into our country illegally across the border through Georgia into Alabama and just ended up killing a grandmother and cutting the head off of her 13-year-old granddaughter because they were afraid the granddaughter saw them kill her and she might tell on them. So
beheaded her.
Yeah, cut the head off of a 13-year-old little girl.
In Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, So if you don't think those things are real, they are real, which is why he said you might want to vet the border because not everybody coming from Mexico is a wonderful person looking for a better life. That's really what he said. And he said sometimes we're not getting the best of the best. That's what he said. Now, if you have a problem with that and you think everybody should come in and to you it's worth it because you want those that are just looking for a better life to get here, and if that means that some drug cartel and rapists and murderers come in too, then at least you'd be consistent. You would go, yeah, I believe it's worth it. Okay, I don't. I think that there's a security reason to kind of vet the border, but that's a civil. Just two different worldviews. But when you start saying that the people you disagree with said things they didn't say, that's not genuine. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, talking about some other items that are out there today, would you like to own the Brady Bunch house?
You know, I saw that. And, Rick, did we not see the Brady Bunch house when we were on tour of the studios there?
In my mind, we did.
I think you did. I remember y'all saying that.
Was it the Bewitched house?
I think you said Bewitched.
Was it?
Seems like when you told
I do
me.
not.
One of them is just a facade.
It's one.
And so it was one of those famous houses. I can't remember which one. I would say those are two of the most famous, though.
Well, this one is a full functioning house. It is the house where they shot the Brady Bunch episodes. And I'm looking at the different.
It's just the front.
It's just from the outside.
Actually, the inside was studio.
And we all are disappointed with that.
We were disappointed in that.
Well, I'm not buying it then. So this room right here is just studio room?
Yeah. Just from the outside is all they use.
That staircase and the brick fireplace, studio.
Right. Well, that doesn't even count. Who wants it then?
I know.
It's just the outside.
Apparently a lot.
And
I ain't paying 1.9 for some 70s house.
Yeah, and the fact that a lot of folks,
the property where it's at, that's why it's so high.
A lot of folks are going to be coming by because it's it's a famous lot. We were on a tour,
how many
Hollywood
a day, Greg? Did you say
30 to 50?
Yeah, so you got that. But so what happens is in 1973, I think, a family bought it for $60-something thousand.
Right.
They have since died, the parents have. So the kids are thinking of selling it again. And so the realtor said that it's just started an avalanche of bids for the house, and it's as much as $1.9 million.
Yeah, I see that they've changed it a little bit, even on the front. They're showing that like there used to be a window there that's not there anymore, and they've put up this gate that wasn't there when you'd see it roll by on the TV show. But I mean, it's still obviously mostly the house in the look of that front. But again, do I want to pay this? I know the lot. I think you're right. The lot is probably what makes it most.
Well, there's developers that want to buy and tear it down.
Right.
But they're trying. They say they want to take offers from people who don't want to do that first, and then of course, if it gets good enough, I'm sure they'll give in.
Well, I'm just saying, do you want to pay that kind of money? Because the value is going up because it is the Brady Bunch house, only the front. Thanks, guys, for ruining that for me.
Yeah.
But the Brady Bunch house. But
I wanted that staircase and fireplace.
I would want to live there so bad.
Where Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house," and they busted that thing. It come flying down the sea.
But here's the bottom line: the style of the house is not. It's a very outdated style.
It is,
and I'm gonna pay 1.9 for a style that has me trapped in the 70s.
Which probably tells you they're going to tear it down.
It's the lot it's sitting.
I don't think they're. Do you think they're going to find somebody to the point you're both making?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you can find somebody that'd pay 1.9 and leave the house as it is?
And plus,
I don't know about
got to have people gawking, riding by all the time.
You don't like that?
Some people
I don't like gawking.
Yeah, some people would love that.
Anti-gawking.
Remember, this is the social media people that have grown up. They would love that.
I'm not big on gawking.
I had that happen the other day. You don't know how many times people have come by my house, and I come to the door, and they're so disappointed because I think it's Bubba's house. And they're like, "Hey, are you Bubba?" No, I'm the other one. Oh, okay. You know where Bubba lives? I said, I do not.
I have no idea. I've never been there.
How about this? I have kids that knock on my door and ask if Rick and Bubba's in there.
Right. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, the gang all here today. We're going phone calls to start the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the real Greg Burgess, ready to take your phone calls. We've opened all 10 lines, so 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you dial now, you can get in and comment on all the things maybe you've already heard on today's show, something you want to bring to the table. All that available to you as we turn the show over to you. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Really glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining.
All right, so we mentioned earlier, we were talking about, opening Pandora's box on this indictment of Donald Trump. Babylon B has wasted zero time on totally agreeing with us. Here is the headline. Joe Biden relieved after learning the president being indicted for shady financial dealings is just Trump. Well, that's exactly what we were just talking about. So 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number if you want to join us now. We mentioned also Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, Season 4. We talked to Dr. Travis Taylor about that. So let's get started, and that'll be dropped sometime tomorrow, wherever you get podcasts. Marcus, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I was going to make a comment. I enjoyed all the letters from the politicians, but no one's talking about the disbarment of this district attorney, and that disturbs me because a politically driven motive should call for disbarment. Another thing is I spent a big part of my life in submarine force war dosimetry. You can't catch radiation from shaking hands, or it's not contagious. Anyway, thanks. Bye.
What about shaking hands with danger? Okay. No,
yeah, we were kind of joking.
Yeah,
about
that was just a joke. Yeah. Of course, we did think about it. I mean, I do remember
it ran across my mind several times throughout the day.
You talking about the last
when things would go not my way, when they'd go the way I didn't want them to go.
Right.
I immediately thought of Travis.
Does anybody remember what happened to Bubba last time he was here?
I know.
Did anybody?
Gallbladder too.
Look, let's face it. Travis has cost me more than anybody here, so I should be the most concerned. Or maybe y'all should be concerned you're next.
Right. Let's go to Jesse.
Did somebody say bad weather tonight?
I know. Out of
Did I just hear that?
So wait a minute. Let me be clear. We've got more storms coming in tonight, and Travis was here yesterday.
Yes.
Who are you? Evil Knievel? All right. So Jesse, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah.
No. I just wish you would say that.
No, you sound great.
But I'm so excited that I hear the calls good. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I was want to talk about. I saw a video of a guy, and he was talking about the Nashville shooting stuff, and they want to get rid of masculinity, but who do they call when something like that goes down? They want masculine men to come in there and take care of the situation. We're trying to push feminism on everybody. But who do they call when something goes down? They call masculine men. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's a great point. Everybody wants to get rid of the big strong image of a male, and we're certainly not talking about toxic masculinity. We're talking about masculinity as God intended it, and of course we want to get rid of that because we think that's all bad for society until there's trouble. Then you really want some masculine guys to show up. Yeah. Let's go to Buckethead out of Oxford. Buckethead, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good, guys. Glad to be here. I just thought it was funny watching this craziness over the indictment of Trump. I'm sitting there watching the news. DeSantis comes out and stands up for him and says he's not going to extradite him if they come after him. And then immediately following that, the commercial that comes on is Trump's campaign destroying DeSantis. And I just thought, man, that speaks volumes. That's so crazy.
DeSantis. Well, you're going to have that.
Yeah.
I mean, but that also goes back, and I know Bubba's about to get teary-eyed because right now he's looking for anything that makes him feel great. And memories of Ronald Reagan are one of those.
Oh, no.
Reagan tried to tell everybody in the Republican Party, do not, you can't attack each other because there's going to come a time where you're going to have to work together and it's going to look weird. Okay, and now you had Buckethead giving an example of that right there.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that I'm not going to give Trump up to y'all because that's crazy, and then you go into a commercial break and Trump's campaign's dogging DeSantis.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just this dogging of DeSantis by the Trump campaign is a big mistake. Let's go to Derek out of Illinois. Derek, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, so this year I did meat bundles with the Rick and Bubba's crew, and I need to apologize to Michael Helms because I called it the Helmsy, and everybody who comes to pick one up says the Hemsley, and it drives me crazy. And so I can't imagine what he has to go through on a daily basis.
All right, so you're in the grocery business, right?
Yes.
And you came up with meat bundles named after members of the show?
It's funny.
Yes, this is the second time I've done it. First time went very well. Second time went very well. Greg had everything chicken because he loves chicken. Adler had all our unique products because he's a bit unique.
Yep.
Right. Rick had everything ready for the grill. Right. Bubba had all pork. Speedy was everything to do with smoking.
Oh, thank you.
And Yeah, and Helms had like the lean because he's more the athletic.
Yeah.
You know, not that you guys aren't,
Go
big
ahead.
into
We can take it, Derek.
athletics.
Yeah, we can take it.
I mean, back in the day, you were a baller.
Well, I
but,
played a little ball, Derek. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I called it the Helmsy, and everybody who comes to pick it up says, I need a Hemsley. And I'm like, oh, my goodness.
See, now y'all know.
It got so old so fast.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
I love it got old so fast.
So basically, you have people asking for a product now that's named after a slumlord queen in New York.
That's funny. Now you got to be our age. You got to be our age to know that
Leona?
one. Yeah.
Leona Helmsley.
Yeah, a little. That one had a little bit of an end date on it, but people our age are dying laughing right now.
Yeah, go look it up.
Right. Hey, Derek, thanks for always supporting everything we do, man. That's awesome.
Absolutely, guys. Love the show.
Thanks,
Take care.
man. Thank you, man. Wow, that's funny. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, some people can't quite dial in Helmsy.
Yeah,
I get Helmsley.
Get that a lot. That's the one that most people go to.
Let's go.
I never correct them anymore.
Richard, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
So, Bubba, I just wanted to reach out, give my condolences about your house. And I know it's a big handle dealing with insurance people and water people and tree people. But when it comes to fixing your house, I was just wondering if you ever thought about a little topaz.
He walked it perfectly. He didn't rush it. He didn't rush it.
did.
Have you ever thought about a topaz? Let's go to Freddie. Freddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Break 19, radio check. Can y'all hear me loud and clear?
Got it.
Yep. Wish we didn't.
Hey, Rick, you solved the Bigfoot thing for me. You were talking about the creatures around the throne of God, and you said one of them was a creature with a man face. Well, nobody has Bigfoot on a trail camera, and nobody's ever been able to shoot him. I believe that's the creature by the throne of God. What do you think?
I do not think that. I think you're completely wrong. Trust me, if the creatures that are around the throne are anywhere, you won't be wondering what that is.
No.
And you won't be wondering whether they're here or not.
They don't get a coffee break and leave that post.
Yeah.
No.
I also don't think it's Esau's descendants either. Any of that ridiculous stuff. No. Let me tell you something. I want to be perfectly clear. When this thing is resolved and the Lord God Almighty comes back for the second time, there won't be, I wonder what that was.
Yeah, they won't be
okay.
confusion.
There'll be none of this. Isn't that Joseph's son? But none of that. No, it's going to be him in his glorified state, and what is coming is there's going to be no mistaking it. So no, none of those four creatures are Bigfoot, and running around.
I feel pretty solid on that one.
Yeah, if Patterson got footage of one of those creatures, we had much bigger problems than whether it was Bigfoot or not.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes past 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming your way. When we continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't have to.
Rick and Bubba in there?
Right.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, I've told you that many times. There's the only thing worse than what y'all go through is our wives. Sherry said you should be asked if you're married to Rick and Bubba. Mm-hmm. She said I've had that one about 5 times. Are you Rick and Bubba's wife? No, just one.
See, the little kids trick or treating was always the fun. They go, "Is this where Rick and Bubba live?"
Right, absolutely. Yeah. No, just one. Or Speedy. So anyway, I think they're gonna. I understand everybody wanting for kind of a nostalgia reasons.
Yeah.
They want somebody to pay this money and keep the house like it is. But I have a feeling anybody that's going to invest in that lot is probably going to try to put their own thing there.
They will. Yeah. Now, I think somebody will buy it. That will become their Twitter picture. They will embrace it. They will be all about it.
I tell you who's looking at it.
Small house.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house itself's not very big.
Just what, 2 bedrooms or 3? What was it?
Two bedroom, 3 bath.
Yeah. But again, they just
trying to sell a house in general that's 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
It must have been. It had to be the Bewitched house that we saw because if you look at it, it's been the house in several shows.
Oh, yeah.
They'll paint it a little different and they'll put I tell you, the most interesting thing about that trip was seeing all the sets, to me, at ABC on their lot, where they used to do Love American Style and Bandstand and all that. It was like in a giant Sam's Club, and it was just room after room after room built facing the same way, open on one side, and cameras moved up and down the aisle.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
As we start the hour, much to do going forward. The old Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, very, very packed out
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. So, we are excited about, you know, if you have Blaze TV, and of course we're part of the Blaze TV team too. You are familiar with Jason Whitlock and all the things he's been doing. We were talking about even the event he's got coming up with men in Nashville, which we certainly draft with him on that and share his concern. So tell me about this cut 5 where we've got from Adler, this commentary from Jason Whitlock on Tucker Carlson's show. What is this all about?
He was on Tucker Carlson last night talking about the indictment coming from the DA in New York and what this is, how it's all transpiring. And he's like, man,
I haven't even voted before, and I can tell you what I'm going to do now because this is unbelievable where the country's gone, the politicization of all the stuff. And so that's kind of the basis of what him being on's about.
Right. Okay. All right. So here is.
You can see protests in the back.
Mhm.
I think there was some protest outside Mar-a-Lago and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
all of it was going on at that time last night.
And there is an edit in here because he really gets passionate and uses a term that every coach we ever played for used. And so here is Jason.
It's a pastor term.
Yeah, right. And we don't mean pulpit. So Jason Whitlock on Tucker, and he is furious about this indictment and what's happening with Trump. So here we go.
Tucker, I don't say this with pride. I really don't. I'm just being factual. I've never voted. And so I'm not saying that with pride. I'm hardcore MAGA tonight. I will be voting. I am hardcore MAGA. I've never voted. I did, I observed Trump. I'm somewhat supportive of Trump, but they have made me MAGA. And they have made me ready for whatever is next because what they are building for young people, I can't sit by and just let it happen without raising my voice and without being willing to sacrifice whatever so that kids don't live in a communist Marxist society. These people that think the government is going to take care of them don't understand history, that they've never studied history. They don't understand how tyrannical a government is. If they have their way, if they have their way, we're all catching hell except for the elites. And yes, I have a very good bank account and perhaps I'm an elite, but my heart is working class. My parents were factory workers. I came from nothing in this country. I'm black. They're telling everybody black here, oh, you can't come from nothing and make it in this country. This country is the greatest country in the history of the planet. It's the safest, most prosperous place for black people and all people. That's why people are beating down the doors to get here. And they've demonized the whole thing, and they've turned Trump into this devilish, Luciferian character when they are the devils. They're the ones that don't believe in God.
Jason Whitlock.
Yeah.
Jason Strong.
Yeah. Well, and he's going to be on Rick and Bubba University next week, correct? Speaking? Yeah. And so I'm thankful for him for finding time to be on with us and look forward to that conversation next week. But you see, and you've heard us say similar things over the years here. It's as if our founding fathers warned us about everything that Jason Whitlock said. And we have a generation that is being indoctrinated into thinking that the government is the answer to your problems. And as we have been taught by many great Americans over time, the government is not the answer to the problem. The government is the problem. And tyrannical governments throughout history, back to what we said last hour, we always start with things we already know. It's factual that tyrannical governments have done evil all over the world throughout time. Why would we think that if you give your government tyrannical power, they won't abuse it?
Yeah, it's human nature. It's human nature,
Right.
and the founding fathers saw that, and they saw how things had gone in England, how they got out of hand, and they tried to set up a place that could not be done. But you see, even in our own history, very shortly after this country became a country, we already started trying to use the government to pay for things it wasn't meant to pay for, and all of this. And the slide toward exactly what we tried to get away from started. And it's just been a slow chipping away at that. And you see what we've got today. I mean, our founding fathers, I think, would absolutely come unhinged if they walked into America today. Even though we still have a lot of opportunity, even though we're still way ahead of the game, I think we have really gotten all. You talking about train derailment? This is one of them.
Well, I would say, and I understand what you're saying, and I agree with it. I think at one time we were way ahead of the game. I think now we're just ahead of the game.
Right.
I don't think we're way ahead.
Right.
because, hey, buddy, it's closing. This tyrannical government thing is closing, and we're allowing it to happen. That's the thing. We had to allow it to happen because the way we were set up, if we had not compromised the way the Constitution was set up, we would be protected from it. Now, you think about this, and I know it's been said before, but it's got to be said again. If you don't believe us, look at every single weapon that we have of our own. We gave it up. Every single weapon that we've given the government, they always abuse it.
Yep.
And that's why the Founding Fathers said, well, don't give them a lot of power. They're going to abuse whatever power you give them, so don't give them much. And what we've done, we said, oh, yeah, APA, you go right ahead. Department of Education, go right ahead. And all these, the IRS, all these different weapons that the government has, if they don't like you or they think you're problematic, which is a tyrannical attitude, by the way, then we're going to get you. And we're going to get you with whatever you allow us to use against you. And if y'all don't see that, I don't know how you don't see it. Your best shot out there, no matter what political leanings you may have emotionally, okay? And you can go out and do that in your private life. You can be an activist. You can work through the private sector and do all kinds of good and do all the kind of things you think ought to be done the way you see the world. But all of us need to be joined in the same thought that the government cannot be allowed to get outside the bounds of the Constitution because that's not good for any of us. And as he said correctly, and we've told you, the elite, the ones in the government, they're going to be fine. You go to Cuba, Castro's family is doing great. But everybody else?
Yeah.
And that's the thing you're missing. And history will tell you that's exactly the way it's going to go. So especially you young people out there, don't be fooled by this. Look, some of us are going to be dead and gone when this happens, but you're going to have to deal with it if the Lord tarries.
Yep.
Okay? So you need to be more concerned about this than even I am.
Yeah. You need to find your 1980s.
We
enjoyed ours.
Right. Your best shot, as our founding fathers always intended, your best shot, you listen to me, is for you to have maximum freedom and maximum liberty for you then to reach your God-given potential through that maximum liberty to pursue it. That's your best shot. And we all got different roads. Some of you got harder roads than others, but that's your best shot. That's the best shot for all of us. Mm-hmm. And history also shows you that's true. These are facts. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Got a scene here for you. It's probably been a month to 6 weeks ago that because of, social media and all the things, you find out what's going on in people's lives that you normally wouldn't have known.
Mm-hmm.
So, because it's all out there. And so my wife comes in there and she goes, well, that's really kind of emotional. And I said, what are you talking about? Speedy. She goes, that's got to be emotional. and I said, honey, I don't have any idea because, guys don't work this way.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I just saw Terry's post. And I said, what about, honey? Speedy's coached his last team. She said, now that Reese is going to be moving on to school ball, Speedy won't be coaching, a team anymore with one of his boys on it. She goes, that's got to be emotional. And of course, me being very emotional as well, I haven't thought about it again.
Right.
But the
until right now.
Yeah, until right now, because Helmsy came to all of us and said that there was going to be something special that was going to happen on the show today.
Y'all are in so much trouble.
Right. And this is that it is an end of an era for you.
Yeah.
And you want to tell everybody what's going on in here?
Well, I just found out about it. So, but Reese's age group of his team, it's been, I think, 17 years that I've been you start with Tyler, and then you go JC, and then you go Reese. And we kind of had our own little group of Sidewinders. That was our name, Shelby Sidewinders. Stephen Poplin and I kind of created that team when Tyler started. And we really, to be honest with you, we kind of used it like a ministry because it was faith-based and trying to teach these boys how to become young men and just about life in general as well. And it just so happened that his kids and mine matched up with ages. So when his oldest son, who was also Stephen, when he and Tyler moved on, JC and Harrison, his son, we kind of picked it up with them, and then Reese. Being the youngest, and now he has a daughter, Madison. So we kind of no, Stefan does.
I was about to say, that's going to be a different story.
So I kind of branched off on my own with Reese, and then but these boys right here, all these boys I've been coaching since they've been tiny.
So there it is.
And you and Stefan actually taught us a lot too about GLMs.
Yeah, you
yes,
did.
and as you can see, I have all good-looking moms here.
Yeah, I mean, y'all really worked that system through every generation.
Yeah,
but you're done coaching. So you're done coaching Reese. This is it.
Yeah.
That explains the relieved look on Reese's face.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He's finally Reese. You're the end of an era. How's it feel? Do it.
Feels pretty good to be the last one. The most
right.
important, probably.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
You talking about the one he'll remember because the other's so far away, the older we get, we can't remember it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the beauty of being the youngest son.
Right.
It is because you're the last one, so they're the last one you see.
Right. Do you
hang on.
Do you feel like because, and we all admit this, that our older kids were younger dads then, and we don't have the wisdom, we hope, that we develop going along. Do you feel like that possibly you probably got the most mellow coach versus your two brothers?
Yes, I do feel like that.
Yeah, I bet that's right.
That's probably true. And I mean,
because everything slows down.
I think we'd all
Well, he's
say that.
closer to being a granddad.
Yeah. Right. Well, if you think about it, the first one, it's like it's real to me, and then you think it's the most important thing in the world, and then the second one you've learned from your mistakes, and then the third one. You're like, wow, so I see the importance of what I need to be doing.
Is this emotional for you today?
Oh, well, no, yeah, it is that they all think so much to do something like this.
that?
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Okay. Thank y'all for that. But it's in the old travel ball, y'all are so bad. Y'all are in so much trouble. Y'all, I will be on y'all for a long time about this.
No, I think we all. You know how sometimes you have like you can just pull a flag up and say, I can't be punished for this.
Yes.
Anytime any member of the show's wife is involved with trying to do something for her husband, we can't get in the way of it.
I agree with that.
We tried to mess it up.
So there's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
We're not gonna mess it up for her because that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, I think that and all the ladies that are here representing each player today. The travel ball world has gotten a really bad rap. I mean, you have a lot of people ruining that
Sure.
genre.
Absolutely.
And we really tried hard to be different. And from the years of starting to finishing, most teams don't stay together. They're it's all about my son, and I played with you for a year, then you for a year, and then you hop around, and we've seen it all. At least I have, being he's my third. But one thing we love is that we're a family, and this has been cool. It's been.
How
neat.
about you guys will forever be Coach Speedy's last team?
How about that?
$35 past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Been teaming with the Rick and Bubba Show for a long time, and we've talked about they've now released the MyPillow 2.0, and it has that fabric that dissipates heat and humidity and creates a cool sensation that maintains a cooler surface. Man, I'm sleeping on mine last night, and I was like, man, I got it just like I like it. And they're buy one, get one free right now. But also, they've got you covered head to toe. They've got men's athletic T-shirts as low as $9.99. The Pima cotton cargo pants, $26.99. Men's athletic shorts are just $17.99. For all the ladies out there, they've got you covered head to toe too. The Pima cotton pants are $17.49. Women's button-down long-sleeve shirts, $13.99. Two-piece rib tank set, $29.99. And also a new great selection of smooth toe socks. Look at those, and they've got them in the no-show, the low-cut, the knee-high, the quarter, the crew, seamless toe, fitted, durable construction. They don't bunch up like ordinary socks, and they're all 30% off. So just go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for all this, MyPillow.com/Bubba, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we got a couple of other stories. Man, there's a lot happening today as far as the world and the country is concerned. So here is new House Speaker McCarthy. He's been saying that since he's become the speaker, he can't get the president to sit down with him. And you're going to hear a comment that he makes that he's been asking the president to sit down with him for months. And here we go.
We have been reasonable, responsible, asked to sit down with the president for months. He is making the decision that he wants to put the economy in jeopardy. I don't know what more I can do and how easy. I would bring the lunch to the White House. I would make it soft food if that's what he wants. It doesn't matter. Whatever it takes to meet. I just don't know what's changed from his comments before when he says it's not right if people don't sit down and meet together.
What about hard hat? What about hard hat in the background?
I don't know, but he loved it.
He did.
He loved it. It's like Greg standing back there. Look, there's Greg going,
What does it say on it? Can you get
Proud American something?
Proud American energy worker.
Yeah, I guess.
And there he is.
Wow.
Look at him.
That is hilarious.
Soft food.
I'll bring soft food if that's
Whatever
what
it
you want.
takes.
Whatever it takes. Here's our president versus the teleprompter. This is our next cut. God love it. What am I talking about?
Maybe that's what we need to name this feature every day.
Yeah. So here's
Biden versus the teleprompter.
Here's Biden versus the teleprompter. Here we go.
Across our country have framed the flame of liberty and fanned it, and started to flicker in Athens 1,000 years ago, and now it burns brightly here.
Did he go to sleep while he
At
was
the
talking?
end, he fell off in the world.
I think he did. Have you ever
Across our country have framed the flame of liberty and fanned it, and started to flicker in Athens 1,000 years ago, and now it burns brightly here.
I think he went to sleep holding the microphone.
The flicker of it was either that or you ever had this happen before? You ever been on a project and you just give up on it?
Yeah.
Forget it.
Rick, I know exactly how you feel.
You know when you start out with something, you're like, this is going nowhere. I'm out.
They stopped listening.
It's not. Rick is not that important. Good night. And he's still got this voice that he keeps telling us is just a cold. I mean,
speaking of Speaker McCarthy, he caught some heat when he released a lot of that footage from inside the Capitol on January the 6th.
Oh, yeah.
And did you see that the Jacob Chansley, also known as the shaman, the QAnon shaman,
shaman.
He got the most harsh sentence of anybody so far.
Yes, he did.
And now a judge has released him 14 months early because of the January 6th footage that was released by Speaker McCarthy showing that he had committed no crime. I think the best you can get him on is trespassing, and that's about it.
Can you right?
Looked like he was getting a guided tour.
I was about to say, can you be trespassing if everybody lets you in and walks you around?
I'm just saying. I think that's the biggest stretch you could get is trespassing.
Well,
not all this where they were putting him in jail for years here. This is crazy.
I think anybody who calls himself the QAnon shaman is odd.
Is that not a great picture of him there?
Yeah, but he was not dangerous to the country once we saw the footage.
Yeah,
that was not an insurrection. That was a tour. And so I think you're right. I mean, that footage, you can talk about it all you want to, but you think that's not tied to him getting out early? It absolutely is.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
it is.
So I mean,
I haven't heard Nancy Pelosi make a statement on it yet.
By the way, no offense to the QAnon shaman, but he looks way different without his face paint on and his helmet or his buffalo head. He does look a lot different than I thought.
He looks so passive, so timid in the picture on the left versus scary on the right.
My goodness, I didn't realize the QAnon shaman was Paul Thorne.
Rick, see, he was probably coming around.
That
was Rick. You can blame me.
Everybody remember my comment earlier in the show? Sometimes I just walk away when I think there's nothing I can do.
There's only so much you can do when you walk away.
In one hand, he looks like Mel Gibson in Braveheart, and then the other is just like, oh, here's the IT guy. Or no, I didn't mean that. Like Helm, sorry.
Wow.
Well,
no. He looks like the IT guy that teaches Sunday school.
There you go.
He doesn't look like the shaman.
That's right.
I just play one on the radio.
Right.
Really have no clue what's going on in the IT world.
Yeah, all of us. Yeah. We just
that explains some things.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
All right, the next
it takes
good
me
news.
much longer to fix things than others.
The good news, Ham. The good news, you ain't the only one.
Hey, you know what? I've pulled it off.
Hey, we wouldn't know the difference.
Nobody here has figured it out in 15 years. It's amazing.
That's good.
Technically, your only experience, you were a headhunter coming in.
You're right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I did work with an IT company, but I had them fooled too.
Yeah.
Plus, my brother was working there, and he helped me get hired.
Right.
What's wrong with really getting honest here?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, Greg.
Anything else you want to share?
Did you hear Greg? Greg said,
Should've
"What's
been
wrong with
coaching
that?"
my entire life.
What's the deal?
Period.
Yeah. All right, so let's go to. This is the tone deaf thing. Yeah, I don't know how to break it to, and I understand. I guess I've never heard of this before, but today is some sort of. Is there some kind of trans day that we're having today or something?
We'll have a day, won't we?
But anyway,
a lot of days.
Let's say you're sitting in a room, okay? And I love when we do the famous, we go into the room, where, and somebody says, hey, I understand you want to say something about the trans community president, but I think right now, after the Nashville shooting, we just need to stay with hey, this was a horrible event. And as I said the first day back, this really doesn't reflect on the all trans people. And that is true, but we got to be real careful that we don't make the trans person the victim here, and go too far with this. We just need to say this person, what they did was evil and wicked, and our heart is broken for these families whose children are dead, whose loved ones are dead, and for the family of the shooter who also is dead. Because it's hard on all these people. Let's just stay right there. But oh no, just 2 days after this happens, we're going to get lectured about the treatment of trans people, not only by the president but by the press secretary. But here's the president first. Here we go.
And all women deserve to be represented. Moreover, when we advance equality and racial justice, and invest in young people, protect the LGBTQ plus individuals, our societies are not only fairer, but they're stronger and more successful. Democracy demands full and equal participation of all of our citizens. That's how we unleash the human potential and put ourselves in the strongest possible position to take on the shared challenges.
Is Biden's eyes open at all? I mean, they look like they've been stitched shut.
Right.
How can he see out squinting? I squint too. I got it. I'm a squinter. But I'm telling you, I don't even see how he's getting light in there.
I don't either.
Rick, look at the close-up. Do that again, Adler. Go to close-up.
Does he ever look more like the puppet than he does right now?
No, Walter, the puppet. And at the end of it, I think they're completely shut. I think he's asleep again.
Yeah. Yeah,
whatever little creatures are keeping him alive.
That's
it's almost
what I'm
like
saying.
there's little ones that are holding his eyes open. They're like, I can't hold them anymore.
Right.
Help me.
Yes.
They're heavy.
Yeah. But
Sorry.
But the
was that you kicking the bench?
Yeah, it's just me trying to get my bearings.
He nearly fell out of his chair.
What was he kicking?
Yeah. Do you think? And I've seen something, and I don't want to. I'm going to say that I don't trust everything I'm sent, even if it has logos and stuff on it. But I also was sent something that shows his picture and the quote underneath that he was saying that the trans community is the soul of America. Now, I don't know that he really said that, but so we'll look and see if we can confirm that. But I will say this: when was the last time? Now, back in our history, you would get this. When was the last time that anybody on the left looked into a camera and said, we got to stand up for Christians, and we got to stand up against Christians being attacked or persecuted,
or their schools being shot,
or their schools being shot
by trans terrorists.
Has there been anybody who in the government other than on the left that has said, and you know what, if we've read this manifesto and our heart breaks for the family of this person who even did this terrible thing, however, we cannot live in a country where people think the way they should attack people who disagree with them is to go slaughter their children and to kill the people who run the Christian school. It's okay to give both speeches, but I notice we don't get the other one.
No,
I mean it's so we'll come back. There's more, and we'll hit those. And there has been some sort of insurrection in Nashville and Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll hit that too when the Rick and Bubba show continues. And more of your phone calls coming up later in the program too. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yell at him
Y'all
one
don't get
time.
emotional.
Until he starts helping with the high school team.
Right, until he starts helping with the high school team and ruins this moment for us.
And Reese thinks he's done with him, and he's back.
Right.
Hey, by the way, a lot of really good ball players standing here right now.
I bet. So,
They've got it.
Oh, you had to stack your team, yeah.
Well, really, to be honest with you, it's really a testament to them because I really recruited the parents first.
Well,
that's a good idea because if you
know,
have bad parents, it is miserable.
And they just happen to have really awesome kids. But I really,
as the parents go, so goes the whole experience.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and even it doesn't stop. Right. Even when you get to getting recruited for college ball, one of the first questions they ask you is how's his parents?
Yeah.
Are they a handle? You know.
I feel bad for like some kid that wanted.
And they're not. They got great.
Do you feel bad for some kid who wanted to be on the Sidewinders whose mom was a little homely?
Yeah.
Rick. Y'all stop.
You know you did, Rick. I'm sorry you have to address that.
Right.
Y'all don't laugh and encourage them.
Well, if he was really good, Rick, he might have made it. But if he was
it
borderline,
depends on
no
how
hope.
good he was.
No hope.
Well, no, what he has to hope for, there's not a player that can play his same position better with a better looking mom.
Right.
You know. You know, you better hope you're the better player.
Yeah. But I mean, whenever we would get in really big tournaments, and I think you know what I'm talking about, being that you've had a number that have played and y'all is all the same. You get in these really big tournaments, these huge World Series where they pick the best from each county or even different states, and they put a team together. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we would hit the wall a little bit because we all go to one school, but they surprisingly would win more than they lost, and so that's these boys are good.
Well, that's credit. Congratulations, you guys.
These boys are something else. But it's been fun, and we are family. It's kind of cool because even Tyler's parents and JC's parents, we all still talk and hang out, and it'll be the same with all
so
these
Reese,
boys.
I want to tell you this because my oldest son came to
Go ahead and stand up, big
he
guy.
came to a game that I was coaching one of his younger brothers, and he literally said this after the game was over. He asked me to go find his father because he just saw a guy coaching his brother they didn't recognize. Do your older brothers say that when they see your dad coaching you? Do they say this is not the guy we dealt with?
I don't think I've ever heard him say that, but they probably have.
Oh, Tyler does to me. Who are you?
Right.
You know,
Who's soft on you?
Yeah. My oldest son would say, I saw something happen in the game, and I thought, get ready for this, and you didn't do anything. And I thought, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Well, we get older and wiser.
The guys know my mad walk too. They I see y'all talking about it. They know when I launch and what gets on my nerves.
Do y'all any of y'all do an impression of Coach Speedy? Anybody?
Yeah, gotta be.
Gibbs.
Yeah, I was looking for Gibbs. I didn't see him.
All right,
But
Gibbs.
he's got me.
Yeah.
Gibbs isn't here. He couldn't make it.
Okay.
But whenever he pitches and whenever he can say he can tell when I walk to the mound if he's coming out or not by the way I'm walking.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
If
it's a mad walk or if I'm just coming out to talk.
Does anybody know the mad walk? Is not as good as Gibbs, but maybe knows it at all.
Only Gibbs.
Only Gibbs
He's
has
got it down.
He's got it down.
What makes me mad? Because I've heard y'all talk about.
Yeah. What are the things you don't do with
The
Coach?
little things when we don't do it right, like errors, stuff like that gets you going.
If you get a bunch of errors, it's over.
Yeah.
So, well, you hate an error, don't you?
Well, if you make an error trying,
Well, you
but
can't
if we're lazy about it, oh boy.
He'll launch. There it is. Yeah. See a little smoke coming out the bottom of his. He's gone.
He's been lit.
Wow.
Yeah. So how does he work? The umpire's pretty good.
I mean,
Not anymore.
Not see. That's what those things have changed. That's what those things have
That's
changed.
when they started calling in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We all had that, didn't we? There's nothing worse when you get in the game, get in the car, and get to drive and go, well, we got a show tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of these kids took the Houston trip too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Raise
Yeah,
your
they
hand.
look very sleepy.
Yeah, raise your hand if you're on the Houston trip.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That was a long ride right there.
Yeah. Did y'all just want to leave the shoe and go on with the escalator? Are you the shoe guy?
He's the escalator kid
Are
right
you the
there.
shoe guy?
Yeah, that's me.
Did you just want to leave it and say I'm done with it?
Yeah, I just wouldn't do that. Walk home without a shoe.
Yeah.
Hey,
I found a pair of homeless people's shoes on the side of the road.
Could have put the right size if it's right size.
Well, his dad, y'all would love him. He at one point said, "Forget it. Let's just go with one shoe. Let's get out of here." But you know, normally, and I love Ryan, but he is my little Tasmanian devil. He will go nonstop. And when he first lost his shoe, everybody would go, "What'd Ryan do?" But in this case, I was standing in front of him. He didn't do anything.
Did you run your shoe over in there a little bit? We can talk about it now.
The people actually said I didn't do anything.
Yeah, they looked at the security footage. He didn't.
Wait a minute, hold up. That sounds like what I would have said. When the people said I didn't do anything.
The people said I was clear. Rick, no more questions.
The people have looked at it. The people say I'm clear.
Let's move on.
But I had to tell his dad, hey, in this case, he didn't do anything.
Right.
He was just
Well,
riding
what
down
could
the
you be
escalator.
doing that causes you shooting at stuff?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
running your foot over there on the edge or something.
Yeah, but and he was just kind of going on.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. The real Greg Burgess today, Birmingham, Alabama, 11 to 1 local time. He'll be hanging out at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. We're all Hendrick drivers. And if you want to go see Greg there in Birmingham, the home of 104.7 WZZK, see him today. And go by and do a little grip and grin. He's got lunch for you. Also, looking ahead, April 1st is tomorrow. I'm looking forward to heading to Omaha, Nebraska on April the 14th, Westside Church for their men's conference that weekend. If you want to find out more about that, go to rickandbubba.com and their upcoming events. And then Sherry and I are doing a marriage conference, and we're going to do that down around Tampa in Brandon, Florida at Bell Shows Church. It'll be a one-day marriage conference. They got a lot of cool things planned for all of you that attend. And if you'd like to, go to rickandbubba.com. Look for April 21st, and all the information is there. We've also put that out on some of the social media for Burgess Ministries. The link's there, too. All right, so let's go through some other things. Here is the press secretary. We were talking about that. Where's the balance on this horrible thing that happened in Nashville, and then we'll get to some of these insurrections that are now following some of this. So now here's the press secretary. Now keep in mind about what just happened. And trying to say that our heart breaks for everybody involved, certainly okay with that. But here is what the press secretary says from representing our government as well. Here we go.
And one of the things that we saw during the midterm elections is that people don't want their freedoms to be taken. They want us to fight for their freedoms. And so it is shameful, it is disturbing, and our hearts go out to the trans community as they are under attack right now. But
take a note of that. I don't think I've ever heard her say our hearts goes out to people of faith who are under attack right now. All right, so here's the thing. Now, she just said that midterms, people made it clear that they want us to protect their freedoms, right? Now, she's only talking about
trying to take the freedom.
Yeah. Well, listen to this. Did she not just say that she hears from Americans that they don't want the government to take their freedoms? Now listen to this next statement about semi-automatic firearms.
The last presidential campaign, one of the Democratic contenders said that what he would do is come for AR-15s. Does the president support not just banning the sale and manufacture of semi-automatic weapons, but further than that, confiscation?
let me just be very clear. What we're talking about, AR-15s, these assault weapons ban, they are weapons of war, and they should not be on the streets across the country, in our communities. They should not be in schools. They should not be in grocery stores. They should not be in churches. That's what the president believes.
Well, we were just asked, are you going to rule out confiscating these things from Americans? She should have just said, well, no, we're not going to do that. But she didn't say that.
No, absolutely. If they could, they would.
So if you are transgender,
all the more reason to have one.
This government is here to protect all your freedoms. If you believe in the Second Amendment, we may not protect that.
Yeah.
Okay. So just keep in mind about how tone deaf some of this is. And to tell you this, I went and got the exact quote, and I've looked at multiple news sources. Okay, multiple, both conservative and liberal. And the statement from the president was, transgender people shape our nation's soul. And that was in his proclamation.
Wow.
Shape our country's soul. That's the exact quote. And it has been confirmed by multiple sources. So now there was a time that we said the church shaped America's soul, and that we were a country that wanted to honor the one and only living God. God bless America, and in God we trust, and that the church was the backbone of our society. But now, transgender people shape our nation's soul. Everybody take a note on that. Hey, how about this? I'm all for being compassionate and allowing people to live out their lives the way they want to, as long as it doesn't break any laws and it doesn't harm other people. But that's not what we're seeing right now. What we're seeing now is, and we've said this before, we are picking winners and losers. We are picking groups that we elevate and others we downgrade.
Yeah, depending on how they vote.
Depending on how they vote. Or, if your faith says that God created them male and female and there's two genders, we do not applaud you beholden to that. We do not applaud your commitment to that,
right,
your devotion to that, because it's mean to these people because they don't like you saying that. Now, you could say, well, I don't like them saying otherwise because that's blaspheming what I believe.
Right, but you don't matter.
But you don't matter.
Right. Because you're not the one who's been picked to be a winner, because we don't think your block's going to vote for us consistently.
They can offend you, but you cannot offend them.
Right.
That's not... Guys, this statement about shaping the soul, that's just that statement. Oh, if somebody could have just said, let's say it different than that. But sometimes people say exactly what they mean. All right, so now we have now I notice you have the Georgia Tech head coach.
Yeah, he
in this today, and he's talking about the Nashville shootings.
Yeah, he's
what
just talking about how something has to be done, and it doesn't need to be political, and he's never really politics don't need to be in football, and so he's uncomfortable even saying anything, but he's got kids. I think his wife's a teacher. He got kind of emotional about the state of the country.
Okay, I don't think we have time. It says 2 minutes, 16 seconds, so we don't really have time for that.
No.
But anyway, so that we may get to that. But we also want to get in. We'll do some of your phone calls when we come back. Let's let you talk about anything you want to talk about now. But we'll also get into this other thing that's happened at the Kentucky State Capitol and the Tennessee Capitol because
I mean the insurrection.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I have to ask, the uncomfortable question: are we as upset about this as they were on January 6th? Because January 6th, I was told that was just the worst attack on our democracy
since the Civil War.
Yeah, since the Civil War. Is this going after these state capitals? Now, I know they're going after their state capital on things that the left loves to coddle.
Mm-hmm.
So is this bad form too, or is this okay because these people are just passionate?
Well, again, we saw the summer of all the protesting and burning. That was okay. January 6th is insurrection. Now this will be okay again.
I guess it will because these are just people who are passionate about their freedoms. Right. Now, the people on January 6th, they were bad.
Right. But they were also, if you look at what they were saying, they were also concerned about their freedom and their vote.
Right. Back to picking winners and losers again. Yeah. So we'll get to that a little bit later on. But next we'll do phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Speedy will be on the phones, and we'll chat with you when we come back. If you leave us right now, doggone, don't leave. You can catch an archive of what you missed today. And don't forget, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I tell you this, it shut the Minute Maid Park down.
It did.
I mean,
I
good
thought we were gonna
night.
get to meet like Jose Altuve or something.
Walk into his car. Oh yeah, I was trying to think what your motivation could have been. Stay there, then finally the players are walking out. Yeah. That's good. Well, there they are. Speedy's final Sidewinder team.
This is y'all mean the world to me.
The Sidewinder era ends right there with this team.
That's
Speedy,
it.
How many years, Speedy, start to finish?
17 years, but in the 17 years it was multiple sports, and then sometimes it required a couple of seasons like spring and fall. But you add all that together, and we're on up there. But
a lot.
It really means a lot to me that y'all did this. And honey, you're in trouble for keeping this from me.
Got all kinds of pictures and photo albums, and they brought him some. He didn't have the sugar, so they brought him some cookies.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Be able to tell you we did that because we're also good at keeping a secret. I think we forgot about it.
Yeah, well, you did. You did. I noticed your faces when I reminded you this morning.
Yeah, it was mentioned a while back, and then I forgot about it till Helms mentioned it maybe 10 minutes ago.
And just so how you know our mind works, a while back was Tuesday.
I know. got Tuesday. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's a lifetime in this sport.
Yeah.
Well, and I think Terry did a good job, by the way, because y'all don't even know this. She actually stayed out of it because she knows that he doesn't like surprise.
Oh, right.
No communication with her. I think this was as much of a surprise for her being developed as it was for Speedy. So Stacy's story was the one that you can blame on this, or thank, whichever one you'd like.
I had to turn my 360. What is that? The Live 360 off, so he wouldn't track me. So
That's funny. That is.
Well, I didn't talk to them. I didn't get a notification you turned it off.
Which is good. Which is good because we passed by here one day and he goes, "Oh, look, you're at work," because it shows you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's
like at Rick and Bubba off studio.
Yeah.
So I was like, that won't work because he'll know we're there.
That's true.
That's true.
I know. So you were completely surprised.
I was. This is probably. I mean, this is the top three most surprised moments. I had no idea. I turned around. That's the last thing I was expecting. It was
when Stacy first reached out, I told Greg, and I was concerned because I figured he would spoil it. I knew telling Rick and Bubba it would not matter because they would forget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bubba would have spoiled it, but I completely forgot.
By the way, just so you know, we've got about 13, 14 boys loose in the back. I just want y'all to know while we're talking.
Sure.
Yeah, and I've opened Bubba's door and let him in. So no.
Somebody said
Maybe
that.
I'll take something out of there with it.
Yeah, somebody said that. I saw him touching your stuff.
Yeah. So Stacy, you're in trouble. So you're the one. Yes. Now this is Ryan. My shoe got stuck in the escalator.
Oh, sure it is.
Oh boy.
It was no surprise to me when I got that
I bet
picture.
it was. That explains your
I
tattoo.
kind of thought I would be bailing my husband out of jail later on.
Oh wow. Yeah.
But we just got a new air conditioning unit, so he was going to stay in jail as long as
Right.
as long as they would.
No
let
bail.
him.
No bail.
No bail. No.
So you put all this together?
I did. Yeah. Well, me and the other moms. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what has it been like?
Except
to
for
be,
Terry.
What's it like to have been a teen mom with Coach Speedy?
I have to say this, that I did not like Speedy when I first met him.
Ma'am, a lot of people say that.
I didn't.
You got a great moment, Stacy.
I didn't. I mean, we played at the park, and we never played on his team before.
Oh,
and
no wonder you
so-
didn't like.
Yeah, he was
tired of getting beat.
That's it.
Yeah, really, we were. But when my husband approached me and said that, I've listened to the show for years and years, so I knew who he was. But when my husband approached me, when the boys were in second grade, and said that, Speedy has come and asked Ryan to be part of this team, and we want to meet. And I was like, no, I do not want him playing for that guy. He is just loud. He is all over the place on the field. And
he's hot-headed.
I was hot-headed. I was very
Helena
anti.
speaks.
That's right.
I was anti-Speedy.
Cusses
but,
like a sailor.
Yeah.
I made that up.
But yeah, so we went to the meeting, and I saw a whole the other side, and it has just been, from a parent standpoint, it has been unbelievable. It truly is family. Like, these are like my best friends, these women here, and Speedy has been there for Ryan and all the boys, and it has been just a true God-given blessing. I truly mean what we put in that book, that God really knew what he was doing when he put us all together, because these boys' lives, and it sounds cliche, but it's not, they're forever changed because of him.
Well, we talk about this a lot on the show, and to your earlier point, you have to think about it both ways. It can be a good thing or a bad thing. Most young men who participate in athletics, if they have a dad that's really involved in their life, the coach still's number 2. Mm-hmm. If they don't have a dad, he becomes number 1. The influence of coaches on young men who play sports is paramount.
Absolutely.
And you can either ruin them or you can, you can be a positive.
Yeah, and we've seen it both ways, and we've been very, very fortunate that all of the dads have been there was 3 other coaches, Jason Green and Pete Bryan and Scott Gibbs, that helped coach with Speedy, and then plus all the other dads. They have been phenomenal, but Speedy really, he prayed with the boys, he taught them. I can remember on Sundays, he always used to tell them, look, hey, just because we're at the ballpark doesn't mean we're not going to have a little bit of church. And so he would do a devotional with the boys, and those kind of things, just, win, lose, whatever. But you can't get that kind of stuff every day. So, yes, we've been very, very blessed.
Well, thank you. In a very emotional look. I saw it.
No,
A little water.
Yeah.
Now you got a little water.
I'm good.
I saw it.
I'm fine. My mistake was I looked over at Bubba.
I know, Bubba. 6 minutes now past the hour. Yeah. And I need you. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. We have much to do. Your phone calls start the hour as we reach out and hear from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to dial now. You will get in. And Bubba, we as our callers are coming in, we got to welcome the Elite Eight. The
Elite Eight.
The Great Eight. It looks like it might be the
Super Six.
Super Seven. Super Seven. We're missing one, but you know what? We'll take it. What a good looking bunch we have from all over.
We're missing two, right? Two empty seats.
One may have gone to the bathroom. Oh, it is 6. Okay, Super 6. Okay, you're right. I didn't know because I thought we had 7 a minute ago, and I can't see the other seat for Helms. And, ma'am, you did say 7. I was watching you, and I thought you probably count better than all of us here. But anyway, so Super 6 is here, ready to go in our golden ticket seat. So welcome to you from all over, and we hope you have a pleasant time here. And we look forward to rolling through the next couple hours with you. All right, so to the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start with April. April is out of Guntersville, Alabama. April, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi, Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Glad you're working. So what's on your mind?
I just want to say, Lord, please help us. That song was perfect, coming back. For the soul of America to be from the transgender people, that's just very saddening, but I know it's a complete narrative for them, for the Democrats, and for us to get on that side. But does that not just spark something in you that tells you maybe the time's near, that things are getting worse and worse by the day as we hear these things from our government?
Well, I don't know whether you are participating in our Wednesday Bible study right now. You know, we spent last year talking about the beginning, because you don't really understand the end if you don't understand the beginning. Sherry was the one who said that and told me that, and we talked about it, and she was absolutely right. But now we are talking about what Scripture says about the end. And, of course, this chapter 6, another great narrative on Revelation 6 is Jesus in Matthew 24. Because the guys walking with him were kind of wanting to know too, and he lays out, hey, here's some things you'll notice, so you can't help but think that, because we do know that the people are going to, as Jesus said, we're going to return to as of the days of Noah, as in the days of Noah. And in the days of Noah, people got to the point that God said, I'm done. And I'm going to, but he also, which was beautiful, and we talked about this Wednesday, he allowed those people 120 years to repent. Get on the ark. 120 years. So he's gracious and he's merciful. But I do think, because we love the term slow to anger, but that doesn't mean never anger. God is grace, God is love, but he is also judgment, and he is wrath. He can't help but be. That's who he is. But he has said, the wrath is coming. I'm giving you plenty of warning. Get on the ark. And now what we're looking at in the new covenant is repent and be forgiven by my son. He's the ark. All who are redeemed will not see the wrath of God. And he's giving us plenty of time to do it. But that time will end. But it's not like he hasn't told us that. And he's told us everything we need to know. And if we decide to reject it, we'll be just like the people in the days of Noah that laughed at Noah, thought there was no need for the ark, and we'll be just fine. And so it's so clearly laid out. But again, he loves you enough to say, if you want to reject the ark, you can, but it's there. Let's go to, I don't know, is that You think that's an attempt to spell Joanne or
Rick, I can't
Joanne?
see it. I don't.
Joanne. It's Joanne. Okay. Hey, Joanne. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I have 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. 2 of my children are in the LGBTQ community. My youngest son lives in Nashville and has for 3 years. And it scares me to death every day. I'm just sick for the fear of something happening to him. And with all this hate that is being spread, it just infuriates me, because the Lord that I love and worship preaches love one another. Don't pass judgment. It's not our place to do that. And it just infuriates me. I love my children just as well as every parent loves their heterosexual children.
Of course.
And I worry. I mean, I constantly worry that my child is going to end up suffering at the hands of someone that has been taught from birth to hate them. It's wrong. It is wrong. And it infuriates me to hear people quote the Bible and then just spew hatred from their lips. It is unfathomable to me.
Well, let me ask you this, because I certainly understand where you come from. I have children who are in all different phases of this, including where you are, and I love them all equally. However,
yes,
I will say that, first of all, how familiar are you with the Bible?
Well, I mean, I read it every day, or I try to. I have Bible apps on my phone that I listen to every night before I go to sleep. And the main thing that I know about Jesus is to love one another.
Right. But you know, love each other. But you know, he said a lot more than that. That you know,
most definitely.
Most definitely. And the correct definition of love is real important to get that in Scripture. What I just said a minute ago is God's love. He says, my wrath is going to come down on all who do not repent. However, I call you to repentance, and I will forgive you, and I will make you fully righteous. However, when you said this thing about God said not to judge, what Jesus actually said is not to judge incorrectly, not to be hypocrites. Don't tell people that they're in sin and then you be in the same sin, because you're judged by the same standard. Remove the log from your own eye so then you can correctly point out the speck in your brother or sister's eye. See, that means there is a time, especially, and I don't know the state of your children, especially if they claim that they are part of the church and they claim that they're in the church, however, they do not adhere to God's standard, and they want to live in what Scripture would say would be open sin. And I certainly was that guy. I don't think that the LGBT community has some special sin that needs extra redemption that my sin didn't require. But they also don't have a special. They also don't have a special sin and get a pass. You know,
exactly.
It would be like me telling you that I was born a fornicator and an adulterer, and you say, "Well, you're my son and I love you. You just keep on going with that." See, that would not really be loving me. So I just want to make that clear. And I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. Trust me, I know more than anybody in this room how hard that is. But be careful that you don't enact a definition of love that may do your children more harm than good. And I would say, yes, they might be in danger in the times we're living in, but my children who are devout followers of Christ, I would say, based on what I'm seeing, they're in danger too.
Yeah, I would say everybody, because a lot of the rhetoric, and you know, we talk about Jesus being the Savior. Would you agree, ma'am?
No, she's gone. Yeah.
Oh, is she?
Yeah,
okay. Well, if you, the point being that if you have a Savior, you need saving from something.
Correct.
So there's something coming down the road that we need help to avoid, and that would be the wrath of God for sin, which sin is incorrect. It is a mistake. It is going against His word, and He gets to set the standard. Mm-hmm. So, and you know, it can't just be, and you know, and again, my heart goes out to you, ma'am. I understand what you're saying.
I really understand.
But it can't be, I just love and anything goes. Mm-hmm. There is a standard.
Yep.
There is right. There is wrong. and wrong should be pointed out and try to correct that.
You gotta-
if you don't, it's just anything goes. And if it's anything goes, there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Jesus is saying, don't deny grace to people that I didn't deny to you. Now, to Bubba's point, why did he have to give me grace? Because, and what did he say? Everybody forgets that when Jesus hit the ground, John the Baptist already been saying it, and when he hit the ground, you can find it today in Luke 13, he said, repent or perish.
Yep.
And everybody just acts like he didn't say that. I mean,
Well, it doesn't fit.
Right.
Jesus says love, love, love.
Right.
He does say love. He does say turn the other cheek, but yet the same guy turned over the temple tables, called people vipers, and said you're going to spend eternity in hell if you don't change your ways.
Correct.
So you can't just have one part of that message.
Mhm.
That's cherry picking.
Right.
That's not the message.
Yeah,
that's not the gospel.
And then
the
if you-
gospel is about love, but it's also about wrath and being saved from that wrath.
Right.
And if you don't have that part of it, you don't have the whole message.
Right.
I mean, I wish it was. I wish we could just be love, 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 but it ain't. It ain't a
Well,
love, love, love universe.
Based on how sinful I am, I think that is love, love, love.
Yeah, really. The fact he sent a Savior is love, love, love.
God's grace and mercy is what I find a hard time understanding. His wrath and judgment makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. Amen.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. It's still real to me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah, that's good.
But it is real. We weren't trophy hunting. It was real.
Right.
And we won a lot of trophies.
Right. Sure.
But thank you. You're sweet. Thank you to all of them. Thank you. Thank you. And there's no telling what those boys are doing in your office, Bubba. You need to go check.
But
Adler's got them on that electric scooter thing. Watch out.
So they'll all be injured.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I went out for a ride.
Is all that finally?
He was still saying that there's a lot of misinformation out there. I saw a quote this morning. I don't know if he's still giving out information on it or what. But
Yeah, I was talking to somebody, I forget the other day, that said that they had at one time, worked with the company or whatever, and they said that he was a little bit of a bird, a little bit. So they said that this way he's going back and forth, the way he's saying things and changing. I said that that's it's not as surprising to them. You know what I mean? It's like it's that he could.
Well, I think a lot of these entrepreneurs,
right? Yeah, Yeah, I mean, they weren't being negative. They just said they could see how he could get himself in this situation. Yeah. With not the racial stuff, just the way this. Hey, I said I'm out, now I'm back, and but all that. So I don't know how that's going to work, but it continues to go on. Now we have been watching this interesting piece of footage, and this was like early when we all sat down. There was there's the thing with security cameras and smartphones and all that. Now the beauty is just about anything that happens, somebody's captured it on video. I mean, think about it. There was a time if an FBI guy got into the sauce and got to dancing on the dance floor at just some local place and tried to do a forward flip, his gun fell out and he picked it up and fired and shot somebody in the leg. Nobody would have had footage of that.
Rick, you probably would not have heard of it, and if you did hear about it, there certainly would not be a picture, and no way there would be video of it.
I mean, they got the entire thing. Yeah. So now we have this waitress that is
wow.
It's caught on a security camera now. There's a customer, of course. The headline, the Daily Mail, is really. And I'm sure he loves this, referring to him as a father of two customer, meaning this is somebody's dad, who gropes the backside of the waitress. He says without thinking. What? I mean, but anyway.
So it just naturally happened.
I'm not sure you'd want to say that because now that sounds like you're the kind of guy that just goes around doing that all the time.
I have no control of my arm.
Right. This was not abnormal for me. Well, But anyway, there's security footage inside is this one of these like bar and grill kind of thing? It's
Yeah,
an
I think
eatery.
so. Yeah.
But anyway, and the waitress, after he does it, goes after him and slams him down.
Oh yeah, and it looks like it's kind of on a little patio area because you can see traffic at the
Rick.
top of the camera.
Right.
Now keep in mind he's with the his as they say his partner, whoever he's been dating for a while. He's with her having dinner when he does this.
I mean, guys, that's not a. You almost want to give
uncontrollable.
you almost want to give that guy benefit of the doubt that he did a brush by, but this is not a brush.
No, he's got a little tickle. He's got a little tickle going.
He does the backhand backhand cup.
Right.
And how about she's not going to have it, guys? I'm going to tell you what. It's one thing for you to be this kind of guy. It's one thing for everybody to have this footage and the woman slaps you. Okay,
Right, yeah.
That's bad, and it's still bad, and you're getting a lot of grief by your buddies and all that. But for the waitress to throw you down, I'm talking about
right.
he gets thrown down.
I mean, she handled him pretty well.
She handled him pretty well, by the way.
She sure
I
did.
told him to.
She claims she didn't know her own strength, but when it happened, it just sent her in such a rage that
Well, this is a slime ball. I mean, look at him. This guy. Got my sunglasses on top of my head.
Is this a
and
picture of
slam.
him here?
At the end, she throws him pretty good.
Yeah.
He looks a little bit like Joey Buttafuoco.
Yeah, and she said to him that I don't care. I don't know why is he supposed to be somebody. She's just making the point. Nobody has the right to disrespect me and do that. Well, she's right about that. But I mean, she says I don't care who you are. I guess she just means it doesn't. No one's excuse. Is what she's right. But think he's somebody?
I don't know.
Supposed to get a pass for this or anything?
Right.
But
talking about Joey?
Look, all right. Now think about this. Let's talk about the world we live in.
Here's
now.
an outside shot of the
Let's
place.
look here. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today as we roll through the stories. All right, so Bubba, Insurrectionist is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, it is.
It is. So we got a couple of other things going on. We mentioned these. Here's a group of insurrectionists that occupied the Kentucky state capitol today to protest kids not being able to get sex change surgeries anymore. The Kentucky is so outlandish, they think that maybe small children should not be making these kind of decisions like of changing their gender and having surgeries. And some people who think that should be available and they're mad at their state government, they are.
Well, Rick,
they've gone into the Capitol. Here they are.
Let me ask you this before we get into the video of this.
Okay.
I thought we had decided that if you were underage, you were not able to do certain things because you were underage.
Right, which makes sense.
And there was an age where we actually allowed you to do other things, and the government has decided some of these long ago. Like you can't drive a car on the highway under 16. You have to actually be 16 years of age and show some ability to do that to be allowed that privilege to drive on the public highway. You can't vote until you're 18. You can't, in many states, you can't serve in the military till you're 18.
Right.
And in many states, you can't consume alcohol till you're age 21. Now, that we can debate those. But there's age of accountability in all of these things.
Well, I would say, which is really close to home on this, and you may have mentioned, I apologize because I looked at some of the signs. And did you mention also you can't get married at just any age?
Well, yeah, I mean that I did not, but that's another point too.
Yeah.
And I'm sure
Wouldn't that kind of drift into this a little bit?
Yeah, I mean there's an age that you can run for president in this country. I mean there's ages to be a senator in this country. There's many cities you probably have to have a certain age to be mayor. I don't know.
Is there something called statutory rape?
Yes, there is.
And why is that?
That is underage.
Yeah, that's because
when someone underage.
Even if it's
raped by
consensual,
somebody over age.
even if it's consensual.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so
because you say the underage person has not developed enough to make that decision.
And I agree with that.
On an adult level.
And I agree with that.
So I don't know, I don't know why in this discussion that this is supposed to get a special pass when it is something I think way more impactful than most everything we've mentioned here that you have to have an age for.
And so, but now the bigger question, is this insurrection or is this just people in Kentucky going to their capital and demanding that they get their way. Which one is it? They think their freedoms are being violated. So does the left applaud this and say this is the way you get something done? They're in the Capitol, by the way.
Yeah.
They're in Kentucky, and they're saying that they disagree with what the government's done, and they think they have the right to go into this Capitol. You see the security guy there. It looks very similar. They're just kind of letting people stand there in the Capitol and protest what they think is wrong, okay? So is this insurrection, or is this just people using their right to protest and peacefully?
Yeah, I don't see any of them with weapons.
No,
nobody's dressed like a buffalo.
But are they illegally protesting? I guess is the question.
So at least 11
so does
states
it fall under insurrection?
Have enacted laws restricting or banning transgender medical procedures for minors. Kentucky, West Virginia enacted bans on transgender medical treatments for minors, and that's what they were protesting.
Now, in Tennessee, the next one, it's happening too.
There's rules, too, about terminating pregnancies.
Yes, there
in
is.
various states to a certain age. You
Right.
have to have parental consent.
All right, so now in Tennessee...
Which is somebody over that age
Right.
that is speaking on your behalf.
Yeah.
Something very similar is happening in Tennessee. We've got some Democrat lawmakers there in the state that have joined these protesters, and the word here in the headline is invading the Tennessee state capitol. Chance of no justice, no peace.
There they are in the Capitol.
They're in the Capitol, and they're in the House of Representatives chamber. Does that sound familiar? Now, this is a mix. We have LGBTQ trans, which I guess the plus includes trans. They're there about the same thing you just talked about, Bubba, about laws about minors, but also some pro-gun control people are mixed in Tennessee, and they want all our guns to be taken from us from private citizens. But look, they're inside the chamber,
all up in the face.
and there's the representatives of Tennessee in there. They're in there with them. Is this insurrection? Is this the kind of stuff that the Democrats just were crying on TV about on January the 6th?
And they've got a guy there with a bullhorn. At
Bullhorn
the
guy?
podium.
All that's missing are buffalo horns.
I think I think he's out of order, Rick.
Yeah.
Right.
I
So-
know we're PA sensitive. I will say the bullhorn is a good move.
It is.
But it's not a very good bullhorn.
No, it's not. It's not big.
But do y'all see, and maybe they're out there, are Democrats on TV screaming that this is insurrection in these two states?
I doubt you'll see it, Rick.
Has anybody seen? Maybe
I
I missed it. I mean, are they talking about it?
Did you see? It was funny that they're there to protest violence, but yet they were a little violent out in the lobby. Did you see them trying to get in?
But remember their anger is righteous. Yours isn't.
Right.
And that's what you have to understand. It's all about I pick and choose what they define as righteous
Look at that
anger,
here.
and what they define as being devoted to your worldview. It all gets. It gets its own definition. So there you go. So that's happened today in Tennessee and Kentucky. So there you go. And we'll see if the left gets upset about this like they did January 6th. I don't think it's going to happen. I'll try not to hold my breath on that.
Yeah,
one.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
Right.
Rick. I think that would be a mistake.
A little bit.
What's Murdoch doing there?
That's not like him. That's not like him. All right, we'll come back. Got some interesting celebrity news today. Major League Baseball had opening day. Adam Wainwright stuns his teammates by trying to sing the national anthem.
Yeah. Greg leaned in on that one.
I bet he did, man. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We live in now. I want y'all to really think about this, because here's this show right now. Listen to this. We're talking about it. We're showing it. This is going on everywhere today. This is a guy who decided to do a backhanded, inappropriate touch of a waitress. He got slammed by it. The footage is everywhere. Your name. I'm looking at his first and last name.
Yes.
Everybody's talking about you all over the country today.
All over the world. Yeah, they would have never known.
And probably all over the country. All around the world.
There'd been a day
You
when
think
just
if
the people there.
if this happened in England, we'd be talking about it, wouldn't we? We'd be showing the footage, whatever.
Absolutely.
Oh, they're showing it in Russia today.
Yeah, I mean,
just to get them out of the headlines.
You talk about, and then here's the saddest part. What if that's your daddy?
That's what
I'm
he's.
sorry.
Oh,
I
come on.
hated it.
What about when his buddies say it?
And where is this at? In Savannah?
Yeah, it looks like it's in that
Savannah,
part.
Georgia?
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, how about that? Boy,
What
you
if it
said,
set that bomb off?
when you said a little backhanded cub, you weren't lying.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to claim it was just a brush.
Oh, he
fire.
can't. Oh, no, he can. I mean, he went.
Because he had actually cleared the area and went back into the area.
He went from base to top.
Yeah, what he did, Greg. You think I'm by you up, coming back?
Oh, wait a minute.
So he's
dropped something.
She's 21. He's 31.
Boy,
and as Speedy said, he's in some sort of relationship of some kind for 11 years. So undoubtedly, this woman must not be concerned about ever being married. I don't know. 11 years dating. They're calling.
She threw him in.
I mean, guys, look, and I see this.
Look at him cold.
See bald right here. See Speedy sitting right here.
Hey, what?
All right. See, if he just.
I'm not in this.
Listen, if he was just turned around, he would have got a great. But look, right now he's sleepy. And, whoa, my gosh,
and
the
cart
slams into him.
Yeah, slams
And,
into
and
him.
the guy that comes in with the drink, is that his table that he slammed him on? Because it looks like he's coming in to put his drink down, like he's coming to sit down.
Or was that his buddy? Was he with his girlfriend or whatever when this happened?
Yeah, so we're slowing it down here.
I think she's there, but I guess he's going back to his table.
I bet she was happy with the situation.
Oh yeah, well, we'll see how that 11 years can stick this time. Because if this guy just did this walking past, I mean, it says a lot.
Her reaction time was really quick.
It really was. Now he's got a stretch collar.
Yeah, he
I
does.
don't know what he's going to do with that shirt.
Really, this is the Pawpaw roughneck move, where you grab him by the shirt and throw. I'm sorry, Speedy, and throw him down. Look right there.
This is
She's got him
Speedy's
right
big day,
here.
Rick. Don't bring
Y'all,
him
I mean, she takes him off his feet.
Yeah.
And then
I bet he'd had him a few.
Yeah, that is his table, by the way. The guy's coming back, Speedy, because he put.
so.
Now, is there any indication that he'd gotten into a few?
No, that's ridiculous.
A few. you think he'd gotten into a few Savannah drinks, maybe?
I think he
I
might have
guess
had
so.
one.
So
Yeah, I was
I
out
don't
in the
know.
patio there. Good night.
I mean,
look at that.
Yeah, she said at first she thought it was one of her buddies messing with her,
Mm-hmm.
and she looked up and she's like, "What?"
How about that?
I love how he claims he pulled kind of a Greg Burgess, just deny.
What did I do?
And he claims, when the cops came, he just kept insisting, no,
That's
man,
where he saw the footage.
I wasn't doing that. I was just trying to move her out of the way.
Guys,
Okay.
guys, there's a part of this story I don't know if y'all read it or not.
Oh no, I didn't.
Oh, Rick.
Have you seen what she's doing with her newfound fame?
The cat shelter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
She wants to bring awareness to cat shelters.
Okay, thank you.
She's got a GoFundMe going.
Wow,
Wait a minute. Now, just
raised a little
because
bit of
somebody
money.
look, you handled it as far as I'm concerned.
No,
I don't have to
she
give you
handled-
any money.
She
It's
handled
good.
it-
It's done.
Right. Now I will tell
Rick,
you
she's
this.
already raised over $7,000.
I know,
Wait a
and
minute.
just had a $5,000 goal.
So I
this
I
country's
watched that,
flowing with money.
Rick. So I watched that
5,000.
video and I go, I tell you what, she's got this charity that she's wanting to support. I think I'm gonna give it to it because this guy touched her hiney and she slammed him.
Thank you, Greg.
What'd he touch?
Her hiney.
I will say this. I think she handled herself well. I think the guy's a lowlife.
Yeah.
It does not inspire me to help cats.
No, at all. I don't even see the tie. To be honest with you, do you? I don't see how you tie that.
To cats?
Go to break quick. Greg just gave his mic up.
That's gross.
That's
It's called the Hemingway factor.
That's right. Yeah, Ernest, and it's down there in that area, isn't it? Rick, that's Key West, buddy. Top of the hour, buddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. So as we work our way back, we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. How'd you sleep last night? How'd you do? If you are not sleeping well, might be the mattress. What if you had a mattress that was customized for you. And, well, you could do that at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Greg and Lisa, they have theirs, and they still love it so much, sleeping so good.
Oh, yeah.
Little baby brother all snuggled up. But you answer a few questions. Spring's here, and maybe today's the day you want to celebrate and get a mattress that works better. Right now, you can save 20%. All you need is our sleep, code, and you go. Here's how you go. You go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Use that URL. 20% off a helixsleep.com mattress. Truly amazing sleep. They got 10 or 15-year warranties depending on the model. And how about this? They were voted the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. They're also recommended by multiple leading chiropractors and doctors and of sleep medicine. It's the go-to solution. They customize it. They ask how you sleep. You tell them on the side, on your back, on your tummy, or you do a combination of all that, and that you want it to be firm, you want it to be medium, you want it to be soft. They work all that, and they've even got some of their models available for big folk that maybe need a little more room. So you'll find that at helixsleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and they ship it right to the door, and you have 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure you love it. All right, so let's get into a little bit of celebrity news.
Well, we're big rock singers.
We got golden fingers, and we love everywhere we go. Paltrow wins her case. Bubba, anytime someone tries to have a frivolous lawsuit against somebody in the entertainment business just because they think it's a money grab, I love when I see the celebrity win.
Well, it does make you pause and pay attention to what's going on.
Yep.
This was probably the most traumatic thing for Gwyneth Paltrow since she had to follow me into the bathroom of an airplane.
Yeah.
We all know that.
That one.
And I promise you, the guy in there before me is the one that did the damage.
Bubba.
Right.
All right. Come on, you've changed the story.
Yeah, it was rough. When
Somebody brings up Rick and Bubba to Gwyneth Paltrow, she goes, "Well, they stink."
Yeah. Watch that Bubba guy.
Yeah. Well,
I will never forget when I went in that bathroom. I thought, "Good night."
Good night.
Somebody has peeled the paint off this thing.
Somebody has.
And you're in there gagging, trying to get done, and I open that door, and there's Gwyneth Paltrow standing there 6 inches from my face, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh."
My bad.
Yeah,
and Betty is laughing and jumping up and down
Loving
in my peripheral view over here.
So good. You know it's bad when the commode flushes itself.
Yeah.
But
at 30,000 feet.
But anyway, so Gwyneth Paltrow apparently was a novice snow skier, took her family and boyfriend at the time to Park City or somewhere in Utah. And she had a instructor with her on one of the beginner slopes. And the guy who sued her, Terry Sanderson, in his 70s, was a black. Does black diamond mean you're like really good skier?
Yeah, that's the hard one.
That's the slope.
Yeah.
Slope. Yeah, but that means you're really good.
You
right?
get on one of those if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and Greg, also a good song by Kiss. But
it is.
But anyway,
one of my favorites.
But anyway,
Peter Chris on vocals.
I shouldn't answer that, Rick. I've never been snow skiing.
Right.
It's one of the things I wish I could go back and do.
But you're right. Factually, you're correct.
Yeah, the slopes have different colors and names based on how hard they are.
The advanced skiers ski on the black diamond.
Right, and he was an expert. She was not, and they had a collision. Well, he sues her, saying that she caused the collision in 2016 and left him with lasting brain damage and just ruined his whole life. And at one point, he was suing her for over $3 million. Then he reduced that to $300,000. And then she is defending herself, countersued for the symbolic $1 in damages, because she said, "I'm not going to sit here." Many people were trying to tell her to settle. Yeah. She said, "You don't want to have to go spend 2 weeks where you can't even look at your phone during a trial and go back and deal with all this. Just give the guy a payoff and he'll go away." And she said, I'm not going to allow people to do this as a money grab. Well, when they got to the courtroom, Terry did not did not fare well. And
are you saying the facts that came out in this case
Yeah.
did not support the claim?
Bubba, the jury, this was their quote, they found Terry to be 100% to blame for the crash at the Upmarket, Utah ski resort 7 years ago. It took them only 2 hours and 20 minutes. And they said, you are 100% responsible, not Gwyneth Paltrow. And one of the things that really killed him when he talked about how this crash had just destroyed his life, well, apparently in his 70s, he's like in tremendous shape.
Right.
And her lawyer kept showing the pictures of the last 7 years of him going all over the world, climbing mountains, riding bikes, skiing. And they're like, he doesn't look, his life was destroyed by this, and that it was that traumatic of a collision. And so he lost his case. And people are asking about her going over and saying something to him. And she said, I wish you well. And he responded to her, thank you, dear.
Yeah, if you've not seen the footage, she walks over to him in the courtroom and bends
Punches
over
him.
and says something to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, some people said she whispered to him, never follow Bill Bussey into the bathroom.
Tell Bubba to light a match.
Do not go in there.
You can't light a match on there.
Dang it, Greg. I hate that, Greg. They just
You can't.
All right, so another thing is, Bubba, you'll have to help us with
Used
this
to
one. 'cause
smoke on it.
I didn't see this other story. But you know how presentism, which has become a new word, and this is when you drag people from the past into the way the society operates today, and you judge them by the new standards. Well, I never thought that the all-loving leftist Friends cast would be victims of presentism, but now the reruns of Friends have people upset with the show.
Yeah, Jennifer Aniston is in Paris right now on something. I don't even know what she's doing, but you remember Friends? It was a sitcom. It was cutting edge comedy for the time in the 1990s. And it was very successful, had a long run, made stars out of all the members of the cast. She said that she was in an interview in Paris, and she was sharing her thoughts on the comic culture and how has it changed since the days of Friends.
Oh, man.
She says comedy has evolved, movies have evolved. She said, and the actual headline of the story says, Jennifer Aniston says, entire generation is finding Friends offensive.
Yep.
And that was the name of the story. The 54-year-old actress was interviewed while promoting her new Netflix film, Murder Mystery 2. That's why she was there.
Okay.
She said it's now tricky because you have to be very careful, which makes it really hard for comedians, because the beauty of comedy is that we make fun of ourselves.
Yep.
We make fun of life.
That's right.
She also touched on how much the culture has changed since Friends and other comedies aired in the 1990s. She says there's a whole generation of people, kids, that are now going back to episodes of Friends and find them highly offensive. She said these were the things that were never intentional, and we should maybe have thought about it. But I don't think there was sensitivity like there is now. I will say, Jennifer, you cannot predict the future.
You don't
what
have
it's
to
gonna
apologize
be.
for
When you're talking about presentism and the way that it affects people, there's no way to predict it.
No, you can't.
Because you don't know today what word, what group, what saying, what color, what phrase may be offensive to the next, that someone stays awake at night trying to find out a way to have their feelings hurt. CNN reports that the show's lack of diversity has long been a topic with the series co-founder Marta Kaufman, expressing remorse about it after the show aired. Admitting and accepting guilt is not easy, Kaufman told the LA Times. It's painful looking at yourself in a mirror. I'm embarrassed that I didn't know better 25 years ago. So, again, that's kind of the whole catch here of this. I'm embarrassed I didn't know better 25 years ago.
Well, yeah.
I can't help. Look, there's no way I can be educated to the whims of society 25 years from now.
Look, I've listened to best of bits, and I'm embarrassed of me in that time, but I can't go change it.
No.
But here's the deal. In this particular situation, that's a stretch. I mean, we got a group of friends that are all the same nationality. That's real.
That never happens.
You know, what is the problem?
Well, and Greg, remember this. Remember the only thing.
The Jeffersons in Good Times were good shows. They weren't very diverse.
Right. Well,
Right.
Maybe it was set
I
up.
love Good Times.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite. Well, Jefferson's too. I watched
Cosby
that.
Show.
Yeah, you
Show's good.
you never see people go to church at a
George
church.
Lopez.
Great. I hear this all the time. People they get upset when the church isn't diverse enough, and I said, well, people can go wherever they want.
Yeah, nobody's keeping people out. People just sometimes gravitate.
Yeah, sometimes they gravitate to people they have more in common with, or whatever, and it really doesn't have anything to do with skin color.
If you're banning
People
someone,
have always done that.
Now, banning someone, that's different.
That's totally different.
Yeah. People always gravitate to people that have like issues. They live they have a commonality with that. There's nothing inherently evil about that.
I hate to break this to everybody. Even when you find people of different ethnicities all in a friend group, when you go into the friend group, you'll find out they're all really alike.
Yeah.
to be honest,
a lot of them are very similar.
It's more offensive today because the shows are pushing agendas. Back then, they weren't.
Well, remember, Greg,
they were just entertaining people.
Great statement. It may have been said by others. Adrian Rogers is the one I said it. He said the only thing worse than arrogance is false humility. Yeah. and let me tell you,
we got a bucket full.
And let me tell you what
this
is. This is a false apology.
Exactly.
She don't mean this. I mean, she thinks she's supposed to say that.
You gonna give all that money back y'all made off?
That's her way to get to go to a banquet
and maybe get a little award from somebody.
Right. She's gonna get put out of a cocktail party if she doesn't apologize. We'll come back. Opening day for Major League Baseball. Adam Wainwright decides to stun his teammates by singing the national anthem. Greg's had a field day with this. What are you chewing on over there?
Is that another straw?
Are you chewing on straw?
Floss.
Rick and Bubba. Ride till there ain't no more to go.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to stop.
It's the reason why the Lord didn't allow certain people certain things because they can't handle it.
Yeah.
See, if you could sing, you'd drive us nuts with it.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
We go. I wish he'd quit.
But
singing.
I can
just think if Speedy overgreeted with song all the time.
Oh, I'd be at every event too. I'd sing all the time. Oh, Speedy's there at another event.
What if you incorporated dance in it?
Yeah. It's the reason why I wasn't made handsome. I would have taken over the world.
Okay.
Well,
But
we were talking
stop
about
right there.
the Rolling Stones and their ability to continue the other day and their ages.
And they get breeding.
Yeah,
They having kids. They're
get
70.
This, Rod Stewart is about to hit a tour again, and he's talking about how it will bring his family together because they do it around the children's school days off. He is 73 years old. And he's gushing in this interview about his wife, Penny Lancaster, who is 47.
Good gosh.
Is that not unbelievable?
Still got young kids.
The rock legend, who has been with her just shy of 20 years, married 11 of those.
Well, we
Gushes-
didn't want to rush into it.
Gushes that she is just the best, as he spoke about planning his world tour around Penny and their children.
Oh.
I think now it seems like the last time I heard him though, his voice getting a little weak.
I mean, how many children? How many total children does he have? He got
Rick.
adult children.
Oh yeah, right.
He's 8 children altogether. Total.
So is he saying that he's just going to take the little ones out on the road with him? Because
I guess so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's got a bunch.
May the good Lord be with you down every road you roll.
If you could sing, what
Very
voice would you go with? Like, if you wish you had.
Oh, if I'm going to sing, I'm going to go with Steve Perry.
You are?
Yeah.
I mean, do I get to pick any voice I want?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I got mine.
What?
Brad Delp from Boston.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
To be proud.
Either that.
You're Freddie Mercury, Speedy.
Greg, either that, or I might go. What's his name? Mickey Thomas.
Oh yeah,
Jefferson Starship. Food Around Fell in Love.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it can't be.
I like Lionel Richie.
I thought you were Lenny Kravitz.
I thought you.
Well, Lenny Kravitz from a cool
Is that or
standpoint.
Gangnam Style guy? Who's that?
We're just talking about voice, though. We're just talking about voice.
If I'm just going rock singer, I'm going Paul Rogers.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't know we was doing that.
Adler said.
I thought I was
Paula
gonna
Abdul.
have one of them voices like every time I sang, everybody raved about it.
That's true. Well, you could be. What's the blind guy, Bocelli or something?
Paparazzi.
Oh yeah, I do like him. I mean, he just
Rico
goes nuts.
Paparazzi.
Yeah.
He does. I mean, I like him a little too much, by the way. I actually saw a documentary on his.
What about
family.
James Knupp? Anybody want that one?
Adler said he wants to Paula Abdul.
Look, I was Paula Abdul fan. Let's
Yeah,
not
but it
knock
wasn't
her.
for singing. That ain't why you like it.
I did like her. I liked the whole presentation. She put on a good show.
That's what we want right there. So that's
Well,
best
this
dinner.
next song,
Greg, pretty much. I mean,
wore him out.
But that's just what happened.
So y'all kind of want high. Y'all want.
Well, when you think about people's voices, Steve Perry's and the people like that, you go, wow.
But what I'm saying is that's not particularly the type of voice that I enjoy listening to the most. I like a style guy better than. But you asked me if I wanted to be able to sing.
Yeah.
Because you think about it. You sitting in church and somebody keeps saying, "I wish they'd let Burgess sing again."
Mm-hmm.
He sounds
Well,
just
you
like Steve Perry.
I appreciate Steve Perry and his range, but I mean, I just always like Lionel Richie. You know, kind of.
I love Lionel Richie.
He didn't have this extreme range, but it was just a comfortable, enjoyable sound.
I was just going for extreme range.
Yeah, I was going one of those things where people say,
Speedy, you could be the Filipino Steve Perry. What's his name?
Oh, yeah.
Arnell?
Yeah.
Won't you be Mariah Carey?
What genre would y'all
Yes.
sing? Would it be rock?
What?
Genre?
Genre.
Yeah,
I'd
well, I
probably
said it
be-
right the first time, and you scared me.
Yeah, it'd have to be that. It had to be Stadium Rock.
Stadium rock? You go Stadium rock?
Yeah.
Bubba, I know you're pop, right?
Yeah, all the way.
I'd be Rick James for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully not completely, but I know what you're
We're
doing.
just talking about voice. We're just talking about voice.
Are we talking about lifestyle too? Is that what
You're talking about Lionel Richie. He was very
Well,
popular.
both. I like both.
Right.
Both.
Adler, hold on. He says George Michael.
Adam Lambert. Is that what he said?
Culture Club.
Sam Smith.
Sam
Clay
Smith,
Aiken.
huh? Why you want to? Why you want to?
Clay Aiken.
Why you want to
That's
say?
fine, Adler. Clay Aiken's
Hey,
fine.
Clay.
I never said any of these artists' names.
Well, that's what you were waving
No,
at.
you
That's
mean-
not what I was waving. How can I wave that at you?
Well, we know what you
Something
mean.
like you-
That's right, baby. We pulled it off in our 30th year. 8 minutes now to the top of the hour. And the southern wind. All right, so as we work our way back, Major League Baseball, opening day, Americana at its best. Ballparks everywhere. And so the Cardinals, Adam Wainwright, stuns his teammates and the crowd by singing the national anthem at his final opening day. Now, I'm going to say something. The national anthem is a terrifying song.
It is
I
tough,
mean,
man.
it
Tough
is a
sing.
terrifying song.
Yep.
Now, we're not going to hear a Carl Lewis here, so don't nobody expect
Yeah, it
that.
ain't a complete meltdown.
But if you're going to sing the national anthem, you have to be an excellent singer. I mean, excellent. Or you can do something, of course, I think he is an excellent singer, do something like Chris Stapleton did and shape it into something your voice does very well.
A different, slightly different arrangement.
And I would prefer to hear the Chris Stapleton. I know that doesn't go over well. I really want to hear something like that or Whitney Houston. Anything else is kind of, you know.
I like the very traditional version, military band feel to it.
Well, you love our new one. I've gone to one. That's all I do now.
Yeah.
I like the one off Naked Gun.
Because the other gets into too many people's opinions, and I just got tired of it. Okay, so I'm going with one that honors the anthem, and it's done well, and we're done with it. Okay.
And Fergie's.
Yeah.
Fergie's version.
Oh,
is
my
real
God. I
good.
forgot about that one.
Wow.
But-
say.
But you know,
And don't forget Aretha's.
you can't be a guy who people think you're good at the karaoke club. You know, everybody's like, I'm telling you, he does karaoke pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not, and I think that's what's about to happen here. Adam's probably a decent singer.
Yeah.
He's probably got a great version of Amarillo by Morning.
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
he can probably carry a tune.
That and Wagon Wheel.
But we're talking about the national anthem here. Okay? So,
And this is his last opening day for him.
and if he has friends like us, they knew he wasn't up to it, and they told him to do it.
Probably exactly.
yes.
Hey,
you
go out
sound
there
great.
and do it.
Absolutely, you should sing it.
And I think
All right.
there's a girl standing behind him. Does that look like his hair? Or
It
what?
does.
Yeah.
It does. I was
that's not his
debating
hair?
whether it was or not.
Yeah.
I thought he had a mullet.
I did too.
I did too. I thought
did
he
too.
did.
Really wish
Look
you
at old
did.
Uncle Salty.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right. So,
All right, here we go. It's all going to be uncomfortable for me.
You okay?
I don't know
You
where
okay?
to look.
Do you want to get out of here?
I haven't.
Warning to Andy Blanks. If you're listening, take a break.
Yeah, yeah. He's nervous. You can tell.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Well, yes,
okay.
a
Boy, he's about to do something he's
anthem.
never done
Yeah.
before.
You realize how hard this song is in a stadium?
Yeah.
Okay.
The echo will get you. All right.
Oh, well.
Kicking off his final season as a player in St. Louis, number 50, Uncle Charlie.
Oh, Charlie.
Wainwright.
right.
Tall dude.
Okay. Right now, he's regretting he said he would do this.
Look at the players.
It looked good on paper, Greg.
It did. I even thought I sounded good in the bathroom.
Don't we all?
Nervous, so nervous.
You hear that? Got him a band.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly hailed
Such a hard song.
at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
Like to speed it up a little bit.
fight.
Yes, agreed.
O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
Pick it up.
Not bad.
And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night.
Little flat.
Sure. Yeah, he's a pitcher.
Yeah.
He's in a
baseball
picture.
uniform, y'all.
Yeah.
It's a player.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Big pal.
O'er the land of the free.
Ooh, that hurt.
And
Got too comfortable.
Thought he had it.
Yeah.
of the brave.
So glad it's over.
Hello.
I thought he did a good job.
I did
wasn't
too.
he?
I'm
thought
going
it
to be
was
honest with
good.
you. I changed my thought on this.
Play ball.
What an unreal situation to put yourself in. When you
Calm
watch
down.
it and you see how big the crowd is,
Easy.
the moment, the opening day, I've pitched all my life. I've never sang anything.
Yeah.
And now I do this. I commend him for it.
I
Didn't say it was good. I'm just saying.
I've heard-
It takes
I
a lot
thought
of
it was all
takes
right.
a lot of courage.
I've
right
heard
there.
worse.
absolutely.
I've
I
heard
thought
worse
to
from people who are considered professionals.
Yeah.
I thought to begin with the echo was
Not many.
bothering, but I think he just slowed it down. I mean, it was a very slow pace.
It was.
It was as
and
if
he was like driving on ice.
It was
and
a bip
he
to me,
took
and I
it
don't know
slow.
It was like he was.
I
he'd been
liked
handed,
it. I thought it was good.
It's like
Now,
he'd
calm
been
down.
handed nitroglycerin.
Put it in a rotation.
All right, who's
I
that
liked
on? The guitar players or him? Could they have sped it up for him, or were they going off of him?
I don't know.
I think
They were
the whole
probably-
plan. I think the plan was
Slow
to
it
slow
down.
The whole
Yeah.
plan should have
Easy.
been different.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, bring it in.
Yeah.
Try to stay in
How
your
about
in
he
your
pulled
lane.
it off though? He
If-
did it.
He really did.
If
least
you
he got the
put
lyrics right.
if you put him over in the category of current players in uniform that tried to sing it, he's done. He did fine.
Let me ask you this: how did he do? Did he start the game?
No, he's got a growing injury, so he's hurt. Right
It's
now.
been bad if he'd have come in and got lit up.
Now nobody's
They
going
say,
to.
hey, maybe you need to sing more.
Yeah, it will not be on those reels that they keep going of where
Bad.
people are expecting somebody. Two things. It won't be on the bad ones. But it also won't be on the one. Hey, wait, wait! This is gonna blow your mind.
Right?
Yeah, you're not gonna
You know what
believe
it falls under?
You're not gonna believe how good he sings it. It's not gonna be that either.
You know what it falls under? I didn't embarrass himself.
Right? He
Yeah,
did
that's
okay.
it.
He did okay.
He's got a heck of a curveball, and he also can sing the anthem.
Yeah.
It's me walking into my mom and handing her my math test, and it's 73.
Yeah.
And she looked at it and she goes, "Okay, that was."
I'd have liked the 95.
It wasn't a disaster. Now it's not a B or an A.
Oh, Jose.
By the way, Uncle Charlie, we found out, is his curveball's name.
Nasty. Really?
Yeah, that's what they call his curveball.
Well, how about
Uncle
that?
Charlie.
How about that?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. That our flag was still there. Oh, say that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star
keep Clay Aiken in. Signed him.
No, seriously, I know, Boy George, what you wanted.
That's not.
Do you?
Although Karma Chameleon is a very catchy song, who doesn't like that?
No, I don't like it. I've never liked it.
If I had to choose,
I always think of that behind the music.
Yeah.
The guy trying to talk the drummer and he
I
can't
don't
even
know what
hold
they're
that
talking about,
cigarette,
yeah.
his hand shaking. too much.
Changing the subject. Play it now.
I always thought Milli Vanilli was really talented.
That's a good singer.
You know what? I think I love their songs. I don't know what the people that actually sung them look like.
I don't know who that
Oh,
was.
you hadn't
seen them?
Yeah. Not recently.
Yeah, they're old. I see what it looks like. It looks like somebody's daddy.
Yeah, behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Two bankers.
You feel like
you know.
you feel like Jerry Wayne said, "You want to meet my dad?" Yeah, he's
Sing.
He's the one that sings at the middle of a new song. All right.
Girl, you know it's true. Ooh, 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 I love you.
Yeah. There's him, Eagles.
How about it?
So funny when I got to see them on tour this last time and watching Glenn Fry's son sing that. That was weird. I mean, it really, it was kind of cool, but it was kind of weird. All right, so we do have a lot to talk about looking back over the weekend. As you can imagine, if I've spent any time with my dad, I've heard the Eagles. So we that's kind of got that stirred up today. We do have a lot to talk about. And then I have no idea what happened in the world. Didn't pay attention to that. Don't think I had the TV on one time over the entire weekend. So I don't know that I've seen anything, heard anything. So if there's anything that's happened, has Trump gotten in trouble? I don't know. We'll talk about that on the program today. I do have a recap of a day that I spent Saturday that spawned a lot of stories, including a couple of good ones. I'll pass that along to you as I rolled over to where my parents are from, and I picked up my dad bright and early there on Saturday morning and then returned him back to my mom about 12, 13 hours later. So I had spoonfuls of Coach. I'm talking about all day long, baby. And good night, y'all. Just good night. So I put out a few pictures of that, and of course the audience has been anticipating that recap, especially at one point when I was in a fishing boat with Gary and my dad.
Yeah, people are saying they can't wait to
Please picture that.
You fetched your dad and drove quite a ways, and then delivered him back.
Huh? Yeah. And that's the time of life we're in now.
Yep.
You know it. So, but it was fine. I mean, it wasn't any big deal. So, matter of fact, I found a much better way, Greg, to get to the farm from where my parents live.
I saw that Gary put that out too.
Well, that was a little different thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Gary having a little fun. Of course, Gary got paid back. Yeah, I got Gary in a prank last night, and he has declared. I said, now Gary, he said, well, how he said, you got that gun for treaty? I said, well, you ain't in the treaty. Mm-hmm. He said, yeah, I couldn't be in. He said, if I couldn't do practical jokes, I'd just soon cut my arms off.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do
and he admitted, he said, hey, you got me. I mean, you did, and it was good. So anyway, I'll share that with you as well, which ties to all that. But yeah, I actually left from where you and I grew up, Greg. I wasn't up in Jayville, so I met Mom and him over there.
So you went through Talladega?
But there was one way I found when I looked and I was on the county road that you turn off of. I mean, when Dad and I realized when we landed on the county road that the farm was on, he looked at me and said, "How in the world did we end up here?" I said, "I don't know. Isn't that cool?"
I think I know the way you went. That's the way when me and Kate's went hunting down there last year. I think that's the way we went.
Yeah. I mean, now you gonna turn a lot.
Yeah, you done through Wilsonville and all that.
Yeah.
Oh,
and all of a sudden you
look. Now here's you don't mess up because I got to look at the map. There's I think it's County Road 42.
Yeah,
but make sure you're in the right county.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that took the wrong one.
Did you do Shelby?
Yeah,
there's a Shelby 42.
Next time I got the right one.
Yeah, there's a Shelby 42.
Yeah,
and there's the right. Then
make sure you get the right
Then there's
one.
the county you're supposed to be in.
Yeah,
but
when
when
it takes you right to the farm.
When you get on that one, you can't believe you're there. You're like, how did all I just do it put me right here? Boy, it trims a lot of time.
Oh, if you're coming from the Oxford area,
it takes you around Birmingham,
especially once they finally finish that road that bypasses Talladega. For years you had to go through downtown.
Yeah, that's a big help.
Well, when they fix
that's
that,
a big help.
I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
that's a big help. So
That's
so,
life-changing.
Yeah, so that helped a lot.
Where have we been without that?
They didn't work on it, but like my entire life.
Right.
But for me to be able to go all the way where I went, all the way to where I was going, and never have to go to Birmingham, and never have to and never have to go down 65. Yeah,
And it's a beautiful ride.
Yeah, it is. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Yeah, let's go. On the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We'll get more of your phone calls in this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. The Elite 8, the Grade 8, all 8 seats are now full in the Golden Ticket seats. They're here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you joining us here in the studio today for the little show we call Rick and Bubba.
Do not miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. He's back, Dr. Travis Taylor, The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, Season 4. We talk about the latest discoveries in this really weird place. So that's coming up this week.
It was good. I enjoyed that podcast. It went by extremely fast.
And I will compliment the audience again, and I think we do know our audience. You know, there was some concern, and you and I, we had the merch meeting, and, you know, about the price of our cast iron skillet. Everybody's like, well, man, you know, those things are expensive, and then to ship it, it's expensive to ship it. I don't know if we can do it. And you and I felt deep in our hearts, as did our merchandise team, that the Rick and Bubba audience would love to cook cornbread in a Rick and Bubba logoed skillet. Well, they've sold out. Now that doesn't mean you can't get one. It just means that now we've reordered.
Well,
so you can still keep ordering them.
Still get it.
Still get it. But
orange guy.
yeah,
Rick, we had somebody too that was worried when you hang it up that the logo is upside down. There's actually a hanger built into it on the top side.
Yeah, it's top side.
So you hang it so you have the handle hanging down, so when you pick it up off,
you grab it.
Yeah. And we've had that in the kitchen before, where you had hanging things over the stove.
Yeah.
So that that takes care of it. It's engineered for that. Yeah, right there.
So it hangs just fine, and the logo is hanging correctly. So,
boy, it would hurt to get hit by that in the head.
Well, trust me, it does hurt. It does hurt.
Greg.
Yeah. So anyway, so those when you see quantity, and we had somebody who actually thought about putting this out for her wedding. You know the bride, and she was like, "Well, it doesn't like there's many left," but that just means we've run out of with the first order, and we'll
I never thought I would hear, I want to add this to my registry for the wedding.
That may be
actually happened this week.
That may be the first time a bride has added the Rick and Bubba store to her registry.
Yeah,
maybe the first time ever.
And it was a skillet,
right? Now, if there were other times I didn't know it. And so anyway,
there may have been some for the spatula.
So the new items are out, and that one has been a hit with the audience. All right, so Bubba, you are going to absolutely love this video. I know you pretty well, and this is what you're looking for, my friend. You know the famous "I'm gonna propose at a public place," and you know we love those. A guy is going to unfortunately make the wrong decision to try to not let anybody in on it and just storm the field during Major League Baseball's opening day Dodgers game. He thinks he's just going to run out there and kneel and ask a woman to marry him. Unfortunately, to security, this is just a person running on the field. So he gets absolutely jacked right when he's proposing.
No.
So take a look. We got two angles on it. So here's angle number one. So here
did
he
he
is.
think they were just going to let him run on the field?
Look, so he runs out there, look, and he's going to kneel down. And he's gonna propose, and look, he's just about ready to go, and she's up here somewhere in the stands, and it all looks like it's gonna be great.
What a hit.
Look, now they're cuffing him.
I'm talking about knocked his hat off.
And it looks like
y'all
he's
are
resisting.
And the ring, too.
Picture them remembering this forever. I don't know if she said yes. Maybe that's the worst no I've ever seen. But
Maybe she sent him out there.
I mean, that was Terry Tate office linebacker hit.
We got another angle.
Yeah,
we got another
even
angle.
better.
Look at the player. The player is cheering on the crowd that's cheering for him doing it.
Watch the player. Look, he's covering his head
Oh
up.
no! What happened? Look.
And of course,
and look, he puts his hand like, what happened? Wait a minute.
Well, I hate to say this, when you're at the Dodger Stadium, people get killed in the parking lot. I mean, the security there, where they've been told, how y'all keep letting this happen?
See the ring box go bounce over there. To the side.
Bubba.
Watch it again. Watch the ring box bounce.
Oh, I see it on the ground.
Watch it.
Yeah,
Watch
let me
it.
see it again, Al. I want to see
Watch
it.
how far it goes.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, it was a D-ringer. You've heard of a D-cleater. He D-ringed him.
Do you think he's saying, "Hey guys, let me get my ring, man, straight up.
Let me get my ring.
Let me get my
Let
ring,
me get my ring."
The player, I can't believe the player's going, yay, yay. He's oh no!
Look,
What
the player's
happened?
still rubbing his hand.
You're right, Rick. Get off me, man.
And you said he pointed, get the ring.
Yeah.
Watch him, Rick. Stay with the player. He's like, oh no, what happened? He goes, wait, don't forget the ring.
Yeah. He's like, oh man,
That's hilarious.
oh
Watch. See if he doesn't point right
If
here.
that's your buddy laying out there, how funny is that?
Look, see, he can point, get the ring.
Go get the ring, man.
Oh,
Wow.
Y'all, the ring is floating in the air where he once was.
That's true.
The ring just
But I will
stays.
say this. The technique by the guy tackling.
Fantastic.
But look, head up.
Yep.
He sees what he's hitting.
He's driving through his legs.
And he drove right through him. And that is
That'd be targeting in today's rules, but still.
That's a classic tackle.
Oh,
that's
that's
good. He locked up
He
and
locked
everything.
up. A really good guy. Outstanding work.
The outfielder can't believe what he's saying.
Well,
he went from, hey, a guy's on the field. Oh, wait a minute. He's doing a proposal to, wow, he just got decleated.
Yeah, they got a
Hey,
story,
somebody
though.
grab
yeah,
his
they
ring.
got a great story. I do have an update on the story. The guy who was tackled has today sued Gwyneth Paltrow. and so that's unfortunate. Back to court we go.
Yeah.
It's a little. That's funny. A little bit ironic that on the loudspeaker is DMX's stop, drop, shut him down,
Oh,
open
that's
up.
not on the PA.
Yes, I
It
just
is.
heard
No,
it.
it's not.
It is. Listen.
Stop, drop is right.
I do hear it. Yeah. Of course, that's going to get us canceled on YouTube.
Thanks, Adler. With the crowd noise, we should be okay.
Get ready, though. He's going to sue him because he's got a head injury. Watch.
Right.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
and then
don't be in center
You
field.
watch.
well, here's where security gets put in a terrible situation
maybe
again.
you should have got on the rail with the game behind you. And done
Right.
it, you know.
Yeah.
You can't get on the field.
No.
Not in today's
I agree.
climate.
I
You
agree.
can't.
We
I
had
mean,
somebody-
I hate it for the guy, but you
Yeah.
can't. you know.
There was a little bit of secondhand when first pitches were thrown yesterday. We had one first pitch where I guess it was an artist. She went to the mound and turned towards second base and didn't know where to throw the
You
ball.
talking about Megan? You talking about Megan the Stallion?
No,
Yes.
she did
Yeah.
not.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see her. She's on the
please
mound. She's
tell
like,
me
who
we
do
have
I
video."
throw it to?
Yeah,
and
we
the
did.
catcher's behind her.
It's
Wow.
it's video 8.
Let's see that.
So
Seen much baseball, Megan?
yeah, I guess not.
I don't know if she was pretending or what, but she's walking out. And
Oh my-
Megan the Stallion.
yeah, this
the
was
Stallion.
like the ESPN game.
The last 40 minutes with the teams.
Right. She's facing second base.
No, she really don't know.
Lineups
Wrong
and
direction.
their entire
Yeah. Does
rosters.
she really not know what to do?
I kind of think
Or
that
she's
maybe
wanting
on
the crowd to
purpose.
look at her.
Or maybe,
I think it's on purpose.
for a minute, maybe her rear end's going to throw out the first pitch.
Yeah.
I think that may be the
Right,
whole
did
thing
y'all
there.
missed it? Y'all missed the whole thing. Hey,
she
go back
said-
a few seconds. She said, "Who do I throw it to?"
Oh, okay.
She's not messing around.
No, she hadn't seen a lot of baseball.
This kind of goes
Megan
to
the Stallion is
our
being
point on
told
baseball.
The pitch clock, which is something that we're going to see this year, is now running.
Okay.
She was practicing beneath the stadium just a few
She
minutes
throws
ago.
it much better than Fauci.
and
I
was
will
throwing
say that.
strikes.
All right.
So
Look,
here
I
we
love
go.
the mascot
She's
behind the
set
plate.
to throw.
I'll take that all day long.
Me too.
I didn't even focus on him.
Look at his face. Look at his face. I love it. You know what? That's better than Fauci.
Much better.
And what's
And
his face?
Fitty.
Yeah.
It's better than Fitty, too.
Did you see the mascot? He did like the umpire does. Go ahead and pick. Yeah, he got game balls in play.
Oh, man.
That's funny.
Rick, check the hug out there.
Yeah.
I think he went a little low with the glove.
Yeah, yeah,
All right now.
Hey, he saw an opportunity.
In this case, Bubba, I think he's just resting. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you about whatever's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pretty.
I had to.
Heard the Eagles a lot.
Just hope you don't get behind a logging truck.
Greg, there's one speech that Dad gave me over the weekend.
Yeah, I normally do.
Greg, there was one speech that Dad gave me this weekend. I thought I'd heard every speech he could possibly
So
ever
he
give.
found one you
Greg,
hadn't
he
heard?
pulled one out this weekend, and I couldn't believe. I was laughing so hard, and I can't wait to tell you about it.
Oh my!
But it was so funny. So we'll.
He's got a lot of them.
Yeah, he does, Greg. So we'll talk about that on the show today, and anything else. Your phone calls, you may have questions and things going on that we don't know about. You always can come in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So we'll let the magic continue. If you've been with the kickoff hour, you know Speedy, Greg, and Hounds are already here. And Adler's got RBTV for you. If you're watching there in HD quality, enjoy that as well. All right, so we'll come back. Also, check those upcoming events. The Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo coming. Man, we're a month away. So if you have not made your plans for that, go to rickandbubbaoutdoorexpo.com. We'll look forward to seeing you at the end of August. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Up trying to gather details as they're made available to us. A mass shooting in Toronto. They're confirming that one person has been killed. About 14 others have been shot in some way, shape, or form. The gunman is dead. It's unclear on whether that was self-inflicted or law enforcement took him down. That's still kind of a gray area, but they're trying to figure out. I mean, there's some talk about whether it's a terrorist attack or not. Then you kind of have the yes, it is, no, it's not. Speedy said the footage that has been made available right now, you see a man dressed in black that just starts opening fire
down the street,
and then just starts opening fire on people. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. There he goes right there. We're looking at that.
He seemed to have a plan. I mean, he walked right up and was on a mission. It looked like. We'll know more about it, Rick. You mentioned we've got different reports. We know one dead, 13, 14 injured. That includes a 9-year-old girl who was in critical condition. Just don't know. A lot of questions here, but a terrible event. The mayor of Toronto, John Tory, admitted that Toronto has a gun problem, adding they are too readily available, was his quote.
Well, now, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Because Canada, I can't figure out, is Canada, I mean, I would be thinking that Canada would be very full of gun laws, wouldn't you? I mean,
well, I know.
Is that just not true? I mean, am I wrong about that?
Well,
I guess I could, obviously.
I think anytime you have a big metropolitan city, you're going to have problems with this to some degree, just because of the number of people there.
Well, I'm just wondering, though, does the guy who has the gun, is he breaking a law by having it in Toronto to begin with?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because this is the first thing that people, anyone who has kind of a, anti-gun point of view, of course, they always, no matter how evil somebody is, they'll always say the only reason why this happened was they had access to too many guns.
Right.
I mean, that's all. It's like that's all they know to say.
And I'm like you too. I'm trying to draw some lines here on this. I remember the Michael Moore movie. What was it? Bowling for Columbine. He had, and he kept pointing to Canada as this perfect scenario. I don't know if you remember that.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm looking. I thought we were supposed to try to be like Canada.
Yeah, and they haven't had a lot of this that I'm aware of. But the mayor also said he urged the public not to draw any conclusions about the shooting, but wait for police to conduct their investigation.
Right. Yeah. So this has happened. It's really, we're getting this information so quick. There's very little that's known other than what happened.
Yeah, exactly. And they're trying to figure out why and what and how this guy just dressed in all black. Why was he targeting this certain restaurant area? And it looks like a pretty cool little neighborhood where you can kind of walk around and eat and shop or whatever. And he just walking by and then all of a sudden just turns and starts shooting.
So anyway, we'll see, as the details come out. But
now, it does show the Toronto police responding in mass, as you would expect, and buddy, they are loaded to the T. So they're fully tactical there. I'll say that.
Yeah, and then they're trying to figure out whether he killed himself or they actually shot him, but we don't know. But you're right. He seems to be. I mean, there's very little footage. I mean, because the person. I mean, when he turns and starts shooting, then it gets mania there. Mm-hmm. But he's on the street, and I'm like you guys are talking about. There were a lot of places he could have gone in, and he seemed to be headed to that one.
He looks very deliberate in his walk up and his shot. I mean, it looked like he knew exactly where he was going. It wasn't random.
No. So anyway, that's out there. This horrible story with the duck boat in Branson, just terrible, terrible, terrible. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. First phone troll of the day. All 10 lines are available. I've had a few phone segments, but nothing troll form. The troll's designed to get a lot of folks in, and we don't mess around. It's our own pitch clock. So at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds, and then we get to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Ask yourself this question. If you were listening to this show or watching it on YouTube, you heard your own phone call, would you be informed, entertained, or annoyed? And so the buzzer will be king. There is a timeout. We do have Bubba with one, and Speedy has one. But remember, Speedy is indecisive. So we start with Ronnie. Ronnie, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hello, guys. Good morning. Much grass and green acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I work right next door to the Lodge Manufacturing Company there where they make the skillets. And did y'all know that them things were sold worldwide, from what I understand?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the Lodge skillet?
The entire world needs to fry things.
You think we were going to put our logo on anything other than a Lodge? Well, no way.
So, no.
Yeah,
no, we've got one made with our company logo on it, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to, because you know what? You mean business.
That's right.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
It's almost like smelling diesel.
866 we be big. Let's go to Carson. Carson, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Some pop, some don't. Ain't that crazy?
Did y'all hear about Donald Trump getting arrested?
No. What? What happened? DUI? What? When did that happen?
In New York, he was making hush payments made to the adult film actress Stormy Daniels.
No.
Well, he's still making them now?
He's not making them anymore. It was before the 2016 election.
Really?
Oh, okay.
That was he was in her last movie. I forgot.
No, Greg, that is not true.
Greg,
you're terrible. You're terrible.
Rick, I want you to know that's your brother.
I know.
And your kinfolk, your blood.
Well, you can't. You can choose your friends.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't.
I've had to use that line many times.
Right. Yeah.
He has.
Why would you say such a thing?
Well, I mean, we had a story going.
Spit the floss out, please.
Oh, we had a story. Greg, enough with the floss.
He has at this time. He has not been arrested.
No,
yet.
no, he has not.
There are lots of.
You
fake
didn't hear
photos.
the last call.
Yeah, this is good.
There are lots of fake photos
That's a
going
good
around.
one, by the way.
I mean,
Just so you know, it's not real yet.
Yeah, he'll turn himself in next Tuesday, be arraigned, officially arrested, and then released on bail.
Yeah. So Carson, he has not been arrested. That's incorrect.
Huh?
Indicted, yes. Arrested, no.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear about it?
Yes.
If Greg hadn't got it off the track, we were going to be able to have a good bit.
I know.
Greg went too
I
far.
thought I was adding to it.
Well, you did add. There's no question about that. But have you ever oversalted something or too much spice? Yeah.
I should have let two more comments and then that one.
Right, you're right. No. Let's go to Scotty in Alabama. Scotty, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Scotty?
Hey, Scotty.
There you go, Scotty. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Double pop.
Wow. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got it now.
I was wondering if y'all have seen these videos where folks are speeding Morgan Wallen songs up and he sounds just like Miley Cyrus.
I have not.
That's funny.
So, Greg, I know for
y'all
some.
check it out. It's good stuff.
Okay, is it wrong? We got to pop out of the board. Now it's like gone nuts.
Yeah, that one, it was just kept popping.
Yeah, some callers will get a pop, some will not.
No, I mean just during the whole conversation.
Well, but I mean, not all the lines sound like that.
I think it's the strangest thing. That's what he sounds. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
just doing him.
Greg, you're the Morgan Wallace expert in here.
No, I'm not. That's Helms.
Is it Helms? Okay, yeah.
I really don't even. I mean, I'm not anti, but I just don't know.
I listened to his latest album. Basically, like 30-something cuts.
That's interesting to me.
Well, it's just country music. He's pretty good.
When did you start being?
I'm a little. You don't know. You can't put me in one.
Yeah, but at one time we did.
Really?
Have
what
you gotten out?
What you got?
Are you out of the box now?
Yeah.
I just don't remember Calvin's Playhouse playing a whole lot of country.
Right.
Do you remember that?
During that one special?
And I've watched
I might
you
mash one together with something.
But when I've watched you too, like when I pick various bed musics,
I like it all.
I've watched the ones that you move on.
Now I do like a beat.
Yeah,
but I like it all.
Yeah.
He's good. I think give him a try.
I didn't say he was bad, good or bad. I don't know more. I mean, I know
Greg really likes him.
Yeah,
I really don't.
But I haven't heard him being sped up, and he sounds like Miley Cyrus.
Well, wasn't anybody if you sped him up?
That's
funny.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it me?
Lines are available. 866 We Be Big. Chris,
did y'all hear about Trump?
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How's it going?
Hey,
Chris, we're good.
Rick, I'm about to get married for my second time coming up tomorrow, and I know that you have had to go through a second marriage. I just wanted to see what kind of advice would you have for somebody like me?
Well, what was is anything changed in you spiritually from the first time?
Pretty much was say the same. I was pretty much saved and pretty much surrendered to the authority of Christ, and just my other marriage, my other spouse, she just kind of her feelings changed, and that's what led to our second divorce.
Oh, okay.
My first divorce.
Yeah. So
I started to say, wait a minute, don't say second. You already divorced again.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Well, then
I can't have nothing.
Yeah. Well,
can't even have a divorce.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to dodge the question, but my situation is very simple. I was lost, and that was a major ordeal in everything in my life, and of course Sherry and I, we sought to be redeemed and enter into holy matrimony under the authority of God, and got involved in the local church like neither one of us never had before, and have been going through the sanctification process. And our devotion to Christ is a game changer for everything. So if that's not the plan, then you may end up with the same result. But I would say that both of you got to make a decision right now that this whole marriage is going to be based on both of you pursuing Christ and meeting at his feet. And you need to be the spiritual leader of the home. And that means that you're going to have your act together spiritually. You need to know the scriptures forward and backward. You need to grow up spiritually and bathe her in the Word of God, as Scripture says, and present her as blameless, and understand that y'all are both equal, but you're not the same, and there is a role that God has given you that can only be accomplished through completely being under His authority and devoted to Him. And if y'all both build it on that, then because of Him, not because of y'all, you'll have a strong marriage. If you build it on anything else, then no guarantees. And
thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and so just hopefully she loves Jesus more than you, and that ought to change it.
Yep.
Let's go to David in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Look, random question. I'm in the shower this morning, and all of a sudden it hits me. Why am I using this fluorescent, frou-frou looking scrunchy thing and body wash and whatever I have to wash right and soap? Do you guys use this stuff? And I don't know why. I need to know.
I would put that scrunchy thing down, sir, if I was you.
Yeah, you're on shaky ground here. Yeah. No man gets in the shower and uses that scrunchy thing in body wash.
Or don't shower and tell.
No.
Yeah. I would say you might get away with the body wash, but not the scrunchy thing.
Not the scrunchy thing.
No, that's a she thing.
Yeah, you better get a washcloth, and I mean now.
Yep.
And a lot of times I just use my hands.
No matter wash rag.
Yeah, wash rag.
And if I was using a scrunchy thing, I wouldn't call a radio talk show and admit it.
No,
I would not.
No, I see now why you were prompted to call, because you needed to be told to stop.
Yeah.
You know what, though? That's your first sign. You admitted you needed help.
Yep.
Until you do, can't nobody help you.
And none of your friends are going to let you forget it.
No. Yeah. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're salvaging the duck boat, trying to get it out and try to figure out. I think it's pretty straightforward what happened. I think the investigation is going to get back to, did the folks who run this company have ample weather warning that you don't need to be out on the water with this type of thunderstorm coming through, and did they ignore that and think it wasn't any big deal? Because it's obvious what happened. The boat could not handle what that storm brought to that lake.
Right.
I mean,
and if you've seen the footage, it is unbelievable. The winds and all. They were saying it was like hurricane force winds that came out of this thunderstorm. I don't know if this is an area that has that kind of weather normally, or whatever. But obviously, you wouldn't want to be out in a boat. I know that they'll be looking to tie blame to this, and maybe there is some. I don't know, but on the surface, it just looks like a really, really bad storm that caught some people out at a bad time.
Well, according to the mechanical inspector, he said he warned the operator and owner of this company a year ago of all these dangers and told him, hey, these are the steps you need to take, and these are the dangers. And he said so.
There's flaw in the design of it. It's a bus/boat.
Right.
I've been in.
I was going to ask, what is a duck boat
have you really?
exactly?
I've ridden in one.
Yeah,
I've been in a duck boat.
It drives on the ground and then goes out in the water. It's like a bus.
I have been there.
Okay, so it's a multi-use deal. Yeah, I didn't know it drove on the land.
Yeah,
they give tours. And
so it's an amphibious type vehicle.
I've been in one. Mm-hmm. I can tell you exactly how it works. So anyway, I've actually been in these before, and you ride around through town and you do these little tours wherever there's a tourist place. They're usually everywhere there's tourists. And all of a sudden, they'll start talking, all right, guys, here we go. Now we're heading into the lake, wherever. And you literally come off the road and go down like a dock, and that thing goes from being a bus into the water and becomes a boat. And then you go on the tour part that's aquatic, and then it comes back out, rides back up on the land, and takes you back where you loaded. And, it can be a lot of fun, and it can be, but you see them, like I say, they're a big company. They're everywhere. But what Speedy was saying, because they designed this fun boat and this fun vehicle, there's as far as when it becomes a vessel, there's not a whole lot it can take, which is why it's always out on lakes and rivers and not ever out in blue.
It's not completely a boat.
No.
And it has probably a lot of extra weight and holes in it that a normal boat wouldn't have.
So what we got to find out, I think, Bubba, from what I've gathered, I told y'all just last week, we had an afternoon thunderstorm, and we get them where we live, and when you get this hot, humid weather, and when they hit for a moment, it feels like you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, for a minute, you think end of time.
Well,
you
just
have
like
these little micro bursts and all around them, or inflow to these thunderstorms that form.
Well, like I had the people come out to my house, when I had water leaking out of the light fixture, and they've really come to the conclusion. Other than one thing they said, as usual, back when the house was built, they said one place they didn't caulk. They should have caulked.
Somebody didn't do it right.
Yeah, but anyway, what they said was this. First of all, Rick, a thunderstorm came out of the east, which it normally doesn't. Your house probably has never had water hit it at this rate from this angle, and you had a place in the house here back when it was built 17 years ago that somebody didn't caulk something. We've searched. The only thing that could have possibly happened, of course, it's all dried now, nothing's happening, is this afternoon thunderstorm just threw so much water at you so fast and so much wind you just had a place where that water could blow in. Yeah. So I think this boat got out on the water, and one of these thunderstorms hit. They said it was near hurricane force winds that just it caused havoc for a short period of time, and that boat can't take that kind of havoc out there on the water. Because another boat, helped rescue the few people that got rescued. Just about everybody was killed. Out of the whole group, and you've seen the woman, God love her, that lost 9 family members. They were all out there, going out there and together.
Yeah,
it looks like the thing would have problems on a normal day, not letting water get in it. It looks like it sits deep in the water. I guess what I'm saying.
Well, the point here made by a former NTSB chairman says basically they're unregulated because they fall between a boat and a vehicle. They're neither one, so they're really unregulated. And these guys have modified them to add more seats, and stuff. So there's you're just kind of out there.
Yeah.
And obviously the way that you're supposed to access the life jackets, that didn't work very well because they couldn't get to them.
Right.
And so it was 17 out of 31 people on the boat died. And now they're going to investigate, is this something that could have been avoided?
Yeah, well, I think they should have been out there because the meteorologists there in Springfield are saying we were forecasting severe weather all morning. And then, so basically, you should have looked at the forecast and not have been gone out.
Well, back to regulations, they probably don't have to answer to the things the other
That's
boats
right.
have to answer to.
It's their
call. Yep. We'll be back.
Got a tiger by
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we make our bang.
Speedy queued up the bed music that time.
Good song. Wind to water. Come on.
By the way, why did
Speed
you
it up, see if it sounds like Miley.
Why didn't you interrupt when the caller was saying Morgan Wallace?
I didn't hear Wallace.
Yeah,
It's Morgan
Wallen.
I spelled it Wallen, though.
Yeah, I probably took that and ran with it. Nobody stopped me.
I wasn't in here. I would have.
I know you would.
You know, I got new found love for this guy.
I know, and I misunderstood it. I thought you were for Rusty Wallace. So there we go.
Hold on just a second,
I
Rick.
got
Hold
about
on.
6 of his songs on my playlist right now.
Sorry, Adler. Just hang on.
Yeah, why are you doing this, Adler?
Just hang on. See? Look at everybody's head right there.
Oh, it's a shocker. It's a country song about alcohol.
I was going to say, you hadn't lived, you've heard Whiskey Friends.
You're right. Well, it's a
dirt road in there.
I'll tell you one that the 98 Braves, y'all are not giving enough to.
Really?
That's a
tried.
pretty
That's
good
the
one.
corniest thing.
What happened on 98 Braves?
Well, I was trying to go with
Helms is
something
off
that
in it.
wasn't
Is that a song?
corny.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It is. And I was trying so desperately not to find something you would make fun of, and then here we are.
Too
Well,
bad.
good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I wrote the book.
Speaking of the
Cowgirls,
Braves,
all good.
Especially on a Friday.
I got the Morgan and Miley thing if you guys want it.
Oh.
Or are you just trying not to
No,
get? You don't want the archive available this
Trying to
weekend?
hurt my feelings.
I think it'll be.
You just want the archive people that love the archive. You don't want them to have it.
I think it'll be short enough so that we don't get stung.
Okay. All right.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
And this is from some radio show that did it. Remy and Casey.
Remy and Casey.
All right.
That is Morgan, and this is Morgan pitched up a little bit.
It does.
Wow, sounds just like
does,
it.
by the way.
It does sound like Miley.
It does,
does.
Remy. I agree with you. Or Casey, whichever one you are.
Right.
How about this? I agree.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
I
There's
agree.
several examples
you,
on
Adler.
the internet you can go to that they've done that, and it is. I have to admit, it is funny, and it does sound like her.
Goodbye, archive.
And that tells you how processed Miley's voice is on the record. Sorry.
Oh.
That's all right, buddy. I mean,
I'm
I ain't worried about all that.
Yeah.
I'm worried about being entertained.
That's right.
Sure. That's good.
Sure.
Ain't that some? Yeah.
Right.
Well, speaking of the
one song.
98 Braves, it was opening day yesterday, and we have a lot of baseball items that were going on. Part of it, Rick, is the new rules that are in play.
Oh, yeah, a lot of them.
And this pitch clock thing is going to be very bizarre.
What's this deal with the pitchers singing national anthem?
Yeah, I know they have
Is that
to.
new
Not
rule?
only are they on a pitch clock, they have to sing before they pitch. And a lot of people are not aware of that.
They just added that to the game.
And so this is a bizarre thing. We have a foul ball, and the runners have to go back to base. Jeff McNeil is at the plate, and he's given a strike because Pete Alonso took too long getting back to first base after a foul ball.
Yeah, we got to figure this out.
There's tons of confusion here because nobody knows what's going on.
So check it out. Here's
We're really going to get canceled today,
What's
Rick.
going on?
Probably. This archive has no hope.
No. It took Alonso time to get back to first base.
Oh, I like the call that...
Did they call a ball because Alonso took his time going back to first?
Maybe they called a strike.
Called it a strike.
Papa Rocks ain't
I
happy.
don't know about that.
Well, how can, how
So foul ball.
They're
So he goes on a foul ball and he walks back.
Oh, here comes Bucky.
Here comes the white-haired manager that is going to give pitch a fit.
Before they reset the clock.
Well, that's a mistake by Vanover and his crew. If they call a strike on him, it's a big mistake.
You can't penalize the hitter. He didn't do anything.
There's no one in position to play.
That's just not right. I don't know if that's indeed what happened. Now they're saying, Stallings saying it's 0-2.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So they did charge a strike because Alonso took too much time going back to first base.
Wow. So Rick, a couple of things
so that's
here
a rule?
that stand out.
Now,
calm down.
This is the irony here. The irony is
Just
incredible because the whole reason you have a pitch clock is to speed the game up.
Correct.
So because the umpire is called this to speed the game up, everybody comes out to argue about it and slows the game down.
Correct.
If they'd have just gone ahead and let him pitch, you would have saved time to begin with. So that's one point. The other thing is, how can you penalize someone who has no control of the situation, that being the batter? Okay? The batter didn't step out. The batter didn't do this. The runner took time getting back, and thus he's charged with a strike. You know, this is kind of like back in that thing where boosters pay
did y'all
players
see the
before
umpire?
NIL.
That's me on Sunday morning.
Yeah. So you can't be responsible if you can't control the situation. So you
Right.
can't penalize them. Right. Penalize the people who are responsible.
Well, you
Throw
are
the
penalizing
base
the
runner
team
out.
overall,
Right.
but I
Or
do.
whatever.
I got
Make him hop on one leg.
I got to start here. Let's go back. Is that a real rule?
Stalling.
Because
it was considered stalling the game.
The announcers seemed to think that this couldn't happen.
What?
So
There's three.
real
You know the three new rules.
I don't know the rules.
Okay. Well, there's
Okay, I
three
don't.
big
I don't
ones,
follow.
and that is a bigger plate. The
Got
pitch
that.
clock. The pitch clock as far
Bigger
as
plate or bigger base?
Bigger base. I'm sorry. Bigger bases. It's
Settle down.
the
Just
batter and the pitcher have clocks where you gotta
Got that.
You gotta be
Yep.
ready and all.
So,
kinds of,
but then this is a new one.
something else. Here's something else. I'm looking at Rick. He's really on me right now.
What's the third one?
I'm trying to remember.
I
It's
know
this
extra
one.
innings,
It's this
they
one.
put a man on second. Extra
Yeah,
innings.
the international tiebreaker rule, whatever, where they put a runner at second in extra innings.
So
and there's
again-
one more I can't think of right now.
The pitch
Four
clock.
fouls, you're out.
The pitch clock designed to speed the game up, but what are we saying? And we saw this in several games. The pitcher is in trouble. He's not going to get the pitch off, so what does he do? He asks for a new baseball. That resets the clock. It delayed the game longer than if they give him an extra second just to make the pitch.
But if that's the rule, which I don't agree with, I think it's stupid. If that's the rule, Bubba, who do you penalize in that point? Like if that is the rule of baseball and that's what we're going by, instead of giving a strike, what do? I think the strike is the only thing you can do.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, the bigger question here is...
I say just call the batter out and get on with it if we're that big a hurry.
But I guess the bigger question is, and I think this is what you're searching for, Hounds.
In the game, right then, call it.
And we all are. And that
Trying to be
is
realistic, Bubba.
is that are they saying now? And I think that's what the announcers are trying to find out. Oh, wait a minute. So the pitch clock counts even if the delay is caused by the runner trying to get back over to first.
Yeah,
so they're
they
just
have
saying,
no other way to.
So the ump's just saying, look, the time's the time.
And honestly, I need to know more about it. Did he go all the way to second? Did he slide? What all happened? We didn't see that.
The announcers made reference to where once you're a certain amount away from the bag, you should be given time to get back. But the defensive shift was the other one, where you have to stay on your side of the field.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, which I actually agree with that.
Yeah,
I like
it takes
that.
away a lot when you shift like that.
There was another clip. We don't have it, but I saw it with the Braves, and I can't remember who the runner was. But he got the pitcher to throw over there twice, and I thought you can only throw twice, right? Or is it what is the rule on throwing to the base now? Do you know? Anyway, the batter flashes to the coach. They're communicating. He's already thrown over there twice, so he can't throw again.
Yeah.
So the guy takes off running. I mean, he steals
But
because
you
he
could
knows
still
he,
do- but
he
you
can't
could do a
hold him
pitch
on.
out. You could do a pitch out.
You could, but he can't hold him on.
I know you only get one step off an inning, so they'll all hold up one. You can't do it again.
So I want to go back to
it's got very complicated
to this. What in the world are we doing?
I don't know. Those announcers were referring to something, because they were trying to figure it out as far as
They didn't like it either.
No. I guess Alonzo hop on one leg? Well, how do you
Yeah, you hurt the team either way,
him.
but what
Make him
is
crawl?
What happened is in a meeting, I always go
If
into
it's
the
the
meeting.
rule.
I love the meeting scenario. Somebody brought this up. We need a pitch clock. Somebody said, we got to speed the game up. We kids are not going to stay with the game this slow of modern day. Kids are not playing baseball as much. Blah, blah, blah. And then our product, we got to get our product. And somebody says pitch clock. Not one person there said, hey, I got one thing I want to ask. What if we got a runner that go in the plate?
And he's holding it.
And all of a sudden the runner's coming back to first base, and that's what causes the time to run out. What do we do about that? And I guess they never talked about it. I guess they said, "Oh wow, we got to figure that out."
And Helms, here's what's strange. I'm looking at it from the.
I guess you
batter
teach your players to
standpoint.
get back to the base quicker.
Well, that's the thing. Did we not do that during spring training? This is the first time I've seen this. Have y'all seen this before?
That never happened in spring training.
No, and they said that Alonzo did walk back to first, but he did not delay the game. He was back and ready by the time things got ready, but the umpire thought he took too long to get back.
Most of the guys do walk back, or maybe a small, slight jog.
Yeah.
That's
a little
it.
out of breath.
Or they have to dust themselves off from sliding.
That's why I
and
asked
get
about
their
the
act
slide.
together back. So Helms, here's the thing too. Okay, so I'm up here batting, and the first pitch is a strike. I don't know if I fouled it off or I don't know if it was a call strike. Okay, they got a strike on me. I get in. Well, then I get this second strike added to me. When you go 0-2, huge advantage to the pitcher.
Sure. No question.
And it just seems like it's too much and unfair to the batter. I don't know how you punish him and make it fair to everybody. Because that guy,
that's what I'm asking.
You know, the stats in baseball are important. His at bat, I mean, to be there, I've swung the bat one time, and now it's 0-2.
You're penalizing the team, though. It's a team sport, so that, I mean, to me, I don't like it either. I'd be furious. First of all, if that's my teammate and he knows about it, I'm mad at him first, not the umpire. Get your butt back to first.
Right, yeah. And that may be what the ump says. You better teach them to get back quicker. 15 minutes to the top of the hour, 866 We Be Big, the number. We'll come back and get any stories you may have missed today right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tiger comeback has been impressive, and we had an update on that this weekend with the U.S. Open. Is that correct? What happened?
No, it's the Open, but it's actually the British
You can call
Open.
it the British Open.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
My wife did the same thing yesterday.
Didn't see it.
There's a lot of things called the Open. It's confusing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
One of y'all mentioned the Open, so I thought
they used to call this the British Open, but then all of a sudden we had to be sharp and say it's really the Open.
So
they upgraded.
Isn't there a U.S. Open too? Didn't I?
Yes,
you're all over.
Yeah. Didn't I see 10 Cup about that or something?
There's one in tennis and in golf, right?
Yeah.
So
it's really confusing.
It gets very confusing.
Very,
you got to know what
opens.
sport, what season, what
the
time.
Brits.
A lot of Opens.
The Brits have always called this the Open Championship because it's their Open.
Yeah, I understand.
However, we called it the British Open because we have the U.S. Open.
Makes
and
sense.
to Greg's point, everybody felt like they needed to be sharp and jump on board with the Brits and call it the Open.
Yeah, this is that thing again where at one time we didn't want to be anything like the Brits or anywhere in Europe. Now we think that somehow they have the high road.
There you go.
But
Well, it is an old tournament. It's been around a while. What was this?
It's an old country.
147.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's an old country.
But the big news was that Tiger was competitive again. Was actually on the leaderboard, and he came within a putt of actually. Tying and forcing some more play. So I was dozing in and out on the last round. So I saw a fan that yelled during one of his swings. He didn't care for that too much, which I understand. But I mean, what are these people? What are they thinking when they're yelling during somebody's swing like that?
I'm tired of them yelling after the swing when they do all that.
Tiger addressed that yesterday, and actually the shot where this happened, it really didn't affect him. He still ripped it down there right.
It was a good
perfect.
shot, but he ended his swing funny and not happy.
He said that guys try to time when they're going to hit the ball so that they can be heard first or post it on their Instagram feed or whatever.
Yeah.
And he said the problem is when you
get
get down to the final couple holes, everybody's been in the sauce. And they can't do the timing right. And that's what Tiger said yesterday.
He didn't mean to do it.
He didn't mean to do it. And Tiger's like, it's just one of those things that happens. And but anyway. Yeah,
did you see, and I don't know his name, he's one of the guys, there was like 6 guys in the hunt at one point.
Oh, yeah.
He was over there by the crowd, and the lady with the little girl in the stroller, and the little girl kept talking.
Yeah.
And he got tickled and backed out, started laughing.
He handled it very well.
Because he'd get up on the ball, and she started going, the little girl started talking. The lady wouldn't move.
She even asked one moment, I thought the same thing, Greg. I don't know where she would have went.
That's true. She was wedged up.
But it was becoming a bip to me because there's this little girl. She even asked out loud, is he going to hit?
That's
because he was
funny.
taking so much time.
That's when he got to laughing.
Yeah, that's so funny.
It was in a stroller.
But I mean, this is one of those things, and I don't know the golf etiquette when it comes to toddlers, but, being someone who's had lots of toddlers, I mean, there's only so much you can do with them. There's certain environments that really are not toddler friendly.
Well,
and people don't seem to.
Two things from this standpoint that I gave them a pass.
Right.
One, there was nowhere for her to go. Two, Xander Schauffele had hit this ball in an area where you're not. It wasn't like he had hit it right next to the fairway. He had hit it way right over into the crowd. Yeah. And so it kind of put her in that situation.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not talking about that. Yeah. I was just wondering, do toddlers and golf tournaments go together at all?
Yeah, I think so. To some extent.
Is it not?
Yeah.
Because it's pretty quiet.
Yeah. Well, not when you're real close to the ropes, yes. But when you're out and about, walking around amongst the crowd, it's not. They're not thinking about
You're
that.
saying that the tournament found them. They didn't find the
Right.
tournament.
She wasn't expecting to be right next to it.
Of course, another fun moment when NBC has live microphones on everybody.
I heard
and
that
it's
one.
coming down the stretch, and a guy hits a shot, and he didn't really care for it,
No, he didn't.
and he yells "OS" just as loud as he could.
That's funny.
And they go, we apologize.
We're watching it. We start looking at each other, going, "I guess that ball drifted a little
We
bit."
apologize.
He's not happy with the shot. I don't know.
So,
but you have a guy. I mean, the technical situation of trying to do a golf tournament with the miles that they walk and stuff,
and they
has to be a nightmare. And they got this guy, and he's wired up. He looks like he's, half cyborg or something, and he's out there with a microphone trying to talk to him, and then they get a live mic, and that's what they get. So it's pretty funny.
And even
I don't know why I
another, did
think
you
it's so
see when
funny, but
Tiger
it is.
hit the guy? And it actually saved his shot.
Yes, it did.
And he goes over and shakes the guy's hands, give him his glove.
Yeah.
Because the ball hits the guy and it knocks it back out into an area that was playable. And if it hadn't have, God knows where.
Now, was that guy video? And I didn't see the story, but I saw a headline that somebody was videoing when they got hit by Tiger Woods. Was that the same guy?
Pass the gravy.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Golden ticket seats. Look at the golden ticket seats today.
They are the Elite Eight now.
Yeah, they're the Elite Eight, baby. Say hello to Daniel Tyler. Daniel's here.
Daniel.
Grant Humphreys is here. Rena McCombs. Keith Williams. Tyler Pridgeon. Jonathan Rachel. John McCombs. And Doug Ballou. All here in the golden ticket seats today. Bubba, can I have a number between 1 and 8?
What about 11?
Number 11 won't work. How about 1 and 8?
I was going to see if you'd catch that right quick. What about lucky number 6?
Lucky number 6, Tyler Pridgeon. Yeah, Tyler. Tyler got a $100 gift card from
$50. You mean?
I mean, 50. I keep saying 100.
You keep saying
$50. I do. You know what? I'm gonna start adding 50 to that. I'd like to see it be 100. $50 gift card, American Express card from Dr. Dudney. Went by on my vacation, see Dudney and the gang over there for my little checkup, and getting caught up on some things on vacation. Love them, and thank you for the $50 gift card. And Tyler, you'll take care of lunch today. What did you just throw?
Oh my goodness!
Make it 100. Make it 100.
Are you serious?
Bubba, no, not rough patch.
Rough patch.
Y'all. He's right there. He's playing with his emotion.
Bubba ain't got 50 to get nobody.
Yeah.
I really hope Eddie's not listening.
Right.
I may need 50 from you, sir.
Is this a weekend more cleaning up?
Oh, Rick, it's a lot going on.
Bubba, I need you to think about the pontoon. Put that back up your wallet.
Bubba, I'm worried about.
I'm taking a bath on that one.
Well, it still runs. What's wrong with running without the top on?
For real.
Well, I usually stay under the cover, for sun. You don't need to be out in a lot of sun.
Well, can't you put another cover on it?
Well, I hope so.
Okay, yeah.
That
Insurance
and
won't
the
pay
boat,
for that, though, will it?
No, and the boat cover. They're going to cover that because it's connected to the facility advice or whatever. It's like the dock.
I got you.
If it's got a dent in the side but floats, you're all right.
Yeah,
On the
it'll be all right.
pontoon.
It's we're gonna get it checked out and be sure because it was picked up and thrown down.
I'm gonna hope they can just put another the cover on it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I hope so too. The initial report I got yesterday, and it is initial, is that is not any longer available. That cover.
Really?
Sorry. Well, you know what that means. We're going to get some 2x4s, and God knows we have a few laying around that we'll build that sucker back.
Can't have a pontoon.
It's got no roof upon it in the sunshine. Yeah, that's a new Morgan Wallen song.
How about when wind just picks up something and throws it? That's something,
that's something else.
Huh? Something you can. I mean,
sunscreen.
you know how hard it is to cut a pine tree down, a big old pine tree.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you got a good saw. You got to work it.
Yeah. Have we
and
played
the wind
that?
just throws it like a toothpick.
We need to play that video. Have we played him
did,
saying "Hey" to us?
Yeah,
okay.
I'll take it again.
You okay?
I didn't hear. I don't. I
You
remember
want me
us
to give you another
talking
one
about
this
it. I just don't
weekend?
remember us
We
playing.
all
it.
laughed.
I just said I
Yeah,
didn't remember.
But
I just remember us
starting to worry
talking
you.
about it.
Don't worry
Well,
about it.
I saw him with the red shirt on. I thought he cut it this morning.
Well,
That's a different red shirt. Isn't that a different red shirt?
It's a different one, but it is like that one.
What you got there?
I was just getting these baggage claim tickets.
Why are
out of
you
my
getting
wallet.
those out?
Well, I don't need to claim my baggage.
Right
anymore.
now.
I might need to claim my roof floating out in the water somewhere. No, my closet at home is a total disaster right now because we're trying to bring stuff and it's just
I got up.
Hey, have we played that?
Yes, we played
it yesterday.
Did we really?
Yeah,
Okay.
that
It's
was-
just,
Hey,
hey,
look,
you know
it was-
what? Right here. on me.
It was 24 hours ago. I understand why you didn't.
You got to start with saying it's
the
on me.
only thing that I hate I didn't do, and I thought about it, but they were really busy working. All the people.
we
I mean,
did
we
play
had
it. I
a
remember
a
now.
crew cutting trees, and there was a crew next door cutting trees, and the power company was all there. I wish I could have got them all to line up and act like my backup singer singing a song, but it would have took time. It would have took time. They were very busy. I thought about it, and I thought, what's a good song to
That
sing?
would have been a good one.
That would have been.
Bubba, a couple of
the way we were.
I know there's a big attack on the Second Amendment going on right now by the left, but let me show you why the Second Amendment sure is number one. 6B, Adler. So we've got an armed thug, there's no other way to say it, who tries to rob a grandmama in Houston at her food truck. Is that right?
That's what it looked like.
That's
to
what
me.
it looks like, some sort of business that she has. It looks like a food truck. But you know what? Grandma has got her own gun, and she knows how to use it, and she's legal with it. And you know what? She sure did stop the robbery. So here's the package.
They showed him a bag of chicken, and the guy pulled out a gun, opened the window, and pointed the gun inside.
Then police say he demanded cash.
She's licensed to carry, so yes, she carries a gun just in case something may happen.
Today, something did happen. Miss Turner had to think fast. Police say she grabbed her gun and fired at the robber. Then the suspect tried to get in through the door to the food truck.
When she opened that window, he could have shot her, but it jammed. Thank God he did.
Police say Miss Turner shot the suspect several times. The man nearly made it to the edge of the parking lot when he collapsed. The 23-year-old was dead when police arrived.
People they'll try to steal from anybody or anyone, you know. And for $40, we was only open an hour.
Tonight, the family is hoping their matriarch will be okay.
Good night.
Hey, Grandma, Meemaw's
Got
fine.
it done.
Meemaw's fine. How about this? Don't come after Meemaw's chicken truck, and you're fine. I love when she makes the point, we don't been open an hour, we had to have it $40.
You know, in Houston too, they're so liberal there. I'm surprised they'll probably go after her.
Yeah, you're
or
right.
try to, but good for her. I mean, I hate to be callous like that, but
Well,
I am just
that's-
tired of people robbing and just doing and taking advantage of women and kids and old folks. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That is just
you're not
silly.
being callous because you know who you're showing love to, the grandmother who wasn't killed by the thug.
And I will tell you
know?
this guy will not rob again. Take
Nope.
him out of circulation.
Yep. Some others may come after the chicken truck, but it won't be this one.
Yep.
And
I hope other would-be criminals in Houston have learned from that.
Yeah. And we don't know whether in the times we're living in, these people that get desperate like this, they may take the money. Because I can hear some of you right now, well, I wish you could have just given him the money. But then he says, well, now there's a witness that knows who I am, and then he shoots her.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
So you can't play those kind of games, wonder how they're going to act.
Well,
I
maybe
mean-
if he'd have asked for help, he might have received it, but he tried to take it with life-threatening force, and good for her.
He could have gone to the local church and the benevolence fund.
And absolutely
And
helped
they
him
would have
out.
talked to him. And I promise you, if he needed $40,
Yep, he could have got it.
He could have got it.
Yep.
If he was really desperate and like what he was going to eat today, which I don't quite think that probably was his motivation.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I
probably wasn't. So anyway, that like you say, I hate things are that way. But for those of you that want to take that legal firearm out of the grandmama's hand, do you care the danger you're putting her in? I mean, does anybody care about that?
Or all the other people out there.
Right, and so I hate it ended that way, but for that person, but I'm thankful that she was able to defend herself.
Yes, I am too.
And it's
probably saved a lot of other lives.
Well, it goes back to I wish.
I doubt this was going to be the last time they'd rob somebody
Right,
if they got away.
I mean, we all wish the world wasn't that way.
Yeah,
I wish
but-
it wasn't.
Right.
But unfortunately, it is. So thanks for being with us. Thanks to all of you for joining us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show that are here in the studio. If you got more Rick and Bubba coming up through archives, or maybe you're rolling through differently wherever you hear our show in different order, enjoy more of the Rick and Bubba Show this weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll be talking to Dr. Travis Taylor The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch Season 4 coming up, and we talked to him about the ongoing investigation.
Subtitle, You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet.
You ain't seen nothing yet. So thank you guys for being with us. Have an outstanding weekend if our time this week is wrapping up. And Lord willing, we'll talk to you Monday on a brand new Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.